Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to get Mark on shortly. But we're ready for the quarterfinals. And by the way, I called out who would pick who yesterday. So big win for me. I think it's no surprise that Denmark ended up choosing USA 2 as their opponent in this matchup. So we have Italy against Belgium. We have a Venice Cup and a Wuhan Cup match as well on BBO, but I guess I was hoping that there might be a coverage of the USA 1 England match. It is on Lovebridge, so we'll try and figure out where we actually want to go. But let's talk to Mark first. Good morning, Mark.
Morning, Robert.
All right, so we have Belgium, Italy on BBO. We also have USA 1 and England on Lovebridge. Where do you want to go?
I'm happy to watch the Italians.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So
Which tell you want to see Donati and Picario again?
yeah,
Or?
let's follow them. They have been they were the leaders of the Butler, actually,
Right.
after the
Okay.
round robin. So this will
Okay.
be a good pair. Good morning, Denise. Okay, getting into the action. First board, East opens their... What is this? A strong no trump, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like it.
Well, club ace on side means declare just loses one club trick, but still a heart and a diamond to come for the defenders. Looks like three hearts is going to go down one.
It's very strange that that past hand decided to balance against the no trump with 5-4-2-2 shape.
Yeah, I mean, was one no trump going to come home? I guess I hadn't exactly been following the entire play, but maybe one no trump would have gone down on kind of the natural heart lead from south.
Yes, you think so. Yeah, club four hearts and two diamonds.
Right.
Declare makes four spades, three clubs, and a heart, and then the other leads. So.
Yeah, so probably not going to be a huge swing either way, but looks like Italy
No.
is getting the better of this first board.
Yeah. Now, am I correct that it's going on here? What that it's 1 day quarterfinal and 2 day semi-final and final? Is that right?
No, they're all 2-day matches.
Oh, it
So,
finishes Sunday, right? Yes, yes. So 128 board matches. Okay,
right.
that's a pretty substantial match. That is.
Yeah, 112 boards. Last year at the World Championships, it was only 96. They played 2 days of 48 boards each, three sets of
Right. Yeah.
16.
Yeah, once you get up towards 100 board, once you get over about 64 boards, that's pretty long matches.
Well, we were not even close to thinking that one no trump might be the contract in the other room. East West got all the way up to four spades for Belgium, and that ended up losing four tricks as well. So that also went
Yeah,
down
a
one.
club, a heart, and two diamonds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, another strong no trump from Donati. And this time Precario has a pretty good hand. 14 count. They find their spade fit. How does
Yeah,
he want to go about?
I can't see him bidding more than four spades. So
Oh, okay.
maybe not, maybe a bid four clubs.
Yeah, so four clubs, maybe a balanced slam try.
It's it's you need the heart finesse basically, and spades to break. So six spades will make the clubs come in.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do. I mean, East
Yeah.
doesn't really have a slam suitable hand, all these queens and jacks and no five card suit. So
Mm, only one ace.
they're likely to stop. But Precario's kind of thinking. I mean, on the previous board, um, East had a full 17 with all aces and kings. So opposite
But
a hand like that.
I wonder here what two spades shows because it would be normal to bid two hearts with that hand.
That's true. Yeah, let me just take a look at their convention card to that's a good observation. Um Okay, well their convention card basically says that they're playing something very different for uh one no two clubs and one no two diamonds. Responses to the strong no trump. It doesn't explain further.
Where's Al Hollander when you need him?
Yeah, I mean these system summaries of course are not all that complete. I would imagine two spades is 4-4 in the majors. Um,
Yes, you would think two clubs is probably some game four thing. Well, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I'm not
usually,
really sure.
usually, if you play something like that, you play two diamonds as the stronger one and two clubs as the weaker one. But
Okay, VuGraph operators on the case. They're trying to get some explanations from the players. So at this point, maybe 3 no trump is a non serious slam try, and I expect Donati to just bid 4 spades over that.
yes, you would think so.
Oh, some of our European friends in chat think that 3 hearts is a slam try with spade support.
Well, that's possible, but it's not clear what East has shown
Right.
in terms of shape. Because it would make sense that two spades, this weird two spades, would show both majors if that's.
I think that's probably what's going on. Okay, well, Donati now thinking. I mean, of course he does decide to Q4 clubs.
Doing a four diamonds, four hearts, presumably.
Yeah,
Well, as always, when you say, oh, well, it's very close whether they make a try or not, the slam's on a finesse.
yep,
It's a bit worse than a finesse because it would be more difficult if the trumps were 4-1 and you've got to pick the clubs up as well.
right.
I think we're going to have all this bidding and it'll end in four spades.
Yeah, there's 4 spades from Precario, and Donati is going to be done.
Hard to believe he's going to bid on if that's not 40. He'll have a think about it and then pass. It would really be much better with the tablets. Since they're inputting the bidding on tablets, why can't they put the explanations in on the tablets as well? Because apparently they're using pieces of paper at the table to to explain the bids. But
Yeah, I guess it's just the conditions of contest. Maybe these rules do need to be updated with the use of modern technology.
yeah, I think since we're doing that, I mean, people who play on BBO are used to putting in their explanation with their bid.
Right. Yeah, so I wouldn't imagine the players would mind all that much to
No, I mean, and it would be much better for spectators and writers, commentators, to know what was going on rather than have to guess.
yeah, that's very true.
Because we can only speculate about who knows what on this hand, really. Yeah, well,
The other table does get to four spades. They do, of course,
yeah, well,
make
that's a
12
fairly likely
tricks.
result on this hand, I think. I mean, if you looked at these two hands, you wouldn't want to play them in slam.
No, of course not.
Because inevitably, what's important that people understand is that a 50% slam is pretty rare. A slam that's on a finesse is generally about 40 to 45% because there are all sorts of other things that can go wrong as well. The trumps can be 5-0. You get, or there could be a club ruff or something, or all sorts of other things in addition to the heart finesse losing that would beat the slam.
Right. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
rare.
sometimes spades are 5-0, and
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's rare that a 50% slam is actually 50%. It's usually worse because there are other things that can go wrong as well.
for sure.
I mean, I teach my students, you stay out of 50% slams. You don't bid a slam when there's a key card and queen to four trumps missing. Because and it's not quite so much playing imps, but playing match point certainly. I'm sure you'll agree you're the match point expert rather than me. But when you score 480, you generally get a 40% board because you beat all the pairs who have stopped in 3-no trump and the pairs who have stopped a double two spades or things like that. But when you go down in six spades, you get zero.
Right. Yeah, of course. And I mean, a bigger issue is that there's always going to be one pair in the field who just gets a ridiculous result in a match point
Yeah,
field. And
yeah,
so getting to effectively a 50% slam is going to the pairs in game are going to beat the pair that did something silly like played in a 5 club cubid.
yes,
So I mean, and that even happens at the highest level. It's not just at your local club games.
yeah,
So yeah, it's very true. And of course, for the imp odds, it is exactly 50%. You either
yes,
win 11 or lose 11, or you win 13 or lose 13.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, Donati does pass. I mean, it took him considerably longer than I would have imagined.
Yeah.
Um, he,
Well, I guess we don't know exactly how much he knows about his
right.
brother's hand.
Yeah,
Maybe 3-no trump was serious rather than non-serious.
that's true too. Um,
Is the fact he thought about bidding on over four space suggest it was? I think when he sees dummy, he'll think, well, yeah, okay, I don't really want to be in slam, but
certainly not.
yeah.
No. And the Club Queen onside doubleton does make Declarer's life easier in making 12 tricks
Yeah, well,
here.
of
So,
course, well, declarer will have to decide whether to throw a club on the diamond and play ace king, a king ace of club. But of course, the appearance of the queen solves all the problems.
right. Yeah, Donati and Precario's convention card has a lot of extra information about specific sequences, but nothing about their 1-no trump 2 club structure. So,
Strange, isn't it? Yeah.
Queen of spades goes around to the ace. DeHay plays back at diamond. And just being in four spades, Declare is not going to spend too much time. Definitely just cash another high trump. They split, pull a third round of trumps, and then go about trying to make his over tricks from there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so heart to the queen now. That's going to win. King, ace of clubs. Queen drops.
Well, it's surprising that he cashed that first because he's not really sure what he wants to throw at it, but I guess that's okay.
Wait, what?
King of clubs. When the queen of clubs appears, he'll just take a heart finesse and claim 11 or 12. Well, I don't think that was what he meant to do.
No, but why would he do this before taking the heart finesse? Now he wouldn't be able to rough out the clubs if they were 3-3.
Well, yeah.
I feel like the operator must have lost a play. I think a heart to the queen was played before doing all of this.
I think we're going to see claims 12 soon.
All right, yeah. 12 boards, 480. On to board 3.
Bellati's got another strong hand. It's too strong for a no trump this time. There might not be any bidding for him. South's going to open. Yeah.
Sorry, Mark. Yeah, thanks for calling me out. There's 2 DeHays. I'll try and say north and south.
Oh, it's a strong club, is it?
No. They play... I mean, they play kind of 2/1 something, but they have very light openers, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just play 5 club major. Clubs allergic because it might be short, I suppose. Well, presumably East can bet a no trump now.
Right.
I mean, this is what a no trump should show in this sort of auction.
Yeah.
South will be 2 hearts, and that'll end the auction.
Yeah, the 18 count for East. I mean, 4-3-3, unfavorable, well within the no trump range here.
Yeah, I mean, I play about 16, 19 here because I don't want to have to double and bid 2 no trump over 2 diamonds with anything less than that. Less than a 20 count, so. This was essentially the auction in the other room, and South bid 2 hearts. Or transfer. You used to transfer to get to 2 hearts, but yeah.
Right.
It's essentially the same auction. But it was played the other way up, of course, because North responded to diamond showing hearts. That makes any difference. It's probably easier.
Well, it's nice to put the no trump bidder on lead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's an obvious King of Hearts lead, I suppose.
Yeah, big heart lead. Just take a look at the dummy with the queen popping up. Declare, or East might play 3 rounds of hearts.
Yes.
Now, maybe not.
He needs to play a club probably to get.
Yeah, they do need to switch to clubs. Is that going to be so obvious from East seat?
Well, maybe. Yes, otherwise the second club trick disappears on the 13th spade.
Right.
I mean, in theory, the defence can get a spade, 2 hearts, a diamond, and 2 clubs, which is presumably what they got in the other room.
Okay, 2 of hearts from Precario. This is a clear suit preference situation, so He is
Yes,
asking for
well, yes,
clubs.
you say it's a clear preference, but at least he has a choice between two low cards,
Right.
and he may not have a preference. I mean, so it's not a strong suit preference signal, and
No, no, it's
of course, there are three suits as well.
right. Okay, Donati decides to cash the king of hearts to at least clarify the signal. North could have had five hearts.
Yeah,
I mean, you have to be aware that there's a danger and not just defending passively.
yeah. Well, you
And
see, now the cleric just ducks a spade at trick four. So this should enable him to make eight tricks, I think.
yeah, yeah, Declare will go king of spades, duck a spade, and then Donati will be in, but a club's going to go away. Eventually, Declare can cross back to
The ace of
the
spades,
ace of
crack the
spades
13th
and
spade, and lead a diamond up.
yeah, lead a diamond up. So two hearts will make two, and Belgium will be on top of the match.
Yeah.
Ooh, the jack of spades. Wait, wait.
The bidding makes it unlikely it's a singleton.
Although the nine of spades came from Picario. Oh, okay. So Declare can run the ten of spades. Oh, this is a mistake. The
Why?
six.
Because no, he should duck the spade, surely.
Well,
Oh,
see, he was hoping for Queen Jack Doubleton. Like the
that's a mistake, certainly. Now he's gone down again because he can't get to hand for cash the 13th spade.
well, yeah. I mean, East having the ten of clubs means Declare is going to go down at this point.
Yeah.
So great false card from Donati. I guess I spoke too soon in thinking that Belgium was going to make this contract.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but with Percario playing that nine of spades, it was always safe for Declare to run the ten of spades.
Yeah, well, so he may go two down now. In this case, it's the diamonds.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yes, Donati showed up with a 14 count also already, so he could have either the queen or the ace.
Exactly. But Declare guesses correctly. Well judged to push the board in the other room, but a missed opportunity for Belgium. All right, we're just seeing a claim, and the players will be on to the next board soon.
He's must have the cards again. Well,
Yeah, this looks like another potential swing. They reached three clubs in the other room,
they can make
but
five. Presumably, they made five. Yes.
yeah, they did make five, but three no
Just
trump
lose,
does look like a possible contract,
just lose a diamond and a heart.
right?
No trump. No trump certainly possible.
So diamond two clubs from Donati.
Now, is that a game forcing two clubs?
I'm looking. I can't tell.
That seems to be the sort of hand where a lot of people would with three clubs.
Right.
a sort of invitational, which is what happened in the other room.
Yeah, exactly. A diamond,
Diamond
three
bust.
clubs, invite. It does look like Donati is showing his hand as an invite. So two clubs, three clubs.
I mean, three in a club's not that lucky. You don't need seven club tricks. You can afford to lose. You can afford to lose one club loser, probably.
Yeah, as long as you lose it to North, because
But
presumably a heart lead.
doesn't really matter. Well, yeah, there's Northeast and King of Hearts. You duck.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, on this lie of the heart suit, you're okay. But if the heart honors were split, then
yes,
you couldn't really afford to lose it to South.
no. Although the Hearts might be 4-4, so you lose a club. And, oh, the Ace of Diamonds off as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible contract. It looks like they are getting there,
Well,
though.
he's
Or
going to bid it now,
they're
isn't he?
getting somewhere. Three
Presumably,
hearts.
that says I've got a heart value, and Heart
Yep.
says, okay, you've got diamonds and hearts, so I'll try three, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, 3-0. And I mean, this might even get a spade lead from North. Not that it matters with the King Jack doubleton of clubs on side.
Yeah. Right, he'd probably do the diamonds.
What does their one diamond opener show? It is four or more diamonds.
Is it? Yeah, okay. Pretty comfortable for a declarer who wins the Ace of Spades and needs to play the clubs for six tricks.
Right. Yeah, very simple.
So club to the Queen. Well, it'll go Jack anyway. So, but if a low one had appeared, you would presumably play the Queen. Well, I guess the Queen and the Jack are equal, aren't they? One loses to stiff King and one loses to stiff Jack.
Well, I have some big results in the USA England match. They're only four boards in, but USA is up 17-0 over England.
Mm. Only 108 boards to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, when the Jack of clubs appears, declarer might leave a diamond off the table.
Yeah, they could. For sure. Declare can also play a couple more clubs to force some discards first. And
Yeah,
looks like that's the plan, at least for now. But yeah, as you say, Diamond Finesse does give a chance at an overtrick with no real cost.
yeah.
All right, now a club. Okay, now it's a little bit risky to lead a diamond to the king.
Well, yes, because his cash is throwing two diamonds. Why would I mean? I don't understand that at all.
He very well could have pitched hearts and spades instead. Okay,
Indeed,
looks like he's
yeah.
pitching another diamond.
I guess he's not going to play a diamond to the king at some point. I guess, well, okay.
All right, there's trick 10 for declare.
He's not going to play a diamond.
Yeah, heart to the ace, spade to the king, and then
Give up.
the defense has the rest.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely a missed opportunity for an overtrick, but
Yeah. Was a free chance, you would think.
right. But regardless, Declare does score up. I guess this is only 10 imps. The extra trick would have been worth an imp.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. So I know that North-South for the Belgian squad really do like to be aggressive with some of their bids. Um,
You want to bring with different two hearts on this.
yeah,
Well,
so it would be 2 diamonds for them if North chooses to open.
no, that's not so attractive. I hate the multi. Well, it's just not as good because I mean, the advantage of opening two hearts is you get partner off to the right lead. If one partner wants to preempt, he can. Let's go 1 heart, 2 no trump, 4 hearts, you would think. 5 diamonds by East.
Yeah, there's 2 no. 4 hearts does feel pretty natural on the 5 card support.
Well, he could presumably bid 3 clubs to agree hearts, but I think the 4 hearts seems better with this hand because you don't want them to bid 5 diamonds.
Yeah, and the hand has all of its values concentrated in the heart suit.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you don't want them bidding over 4 hearts. Well, you shouldn't.
Right.
Because that gives it a chance for this hand to be 3 diamonds. He get a cheap 3 diamond bid, and the other hand may now bid 5 over 4 hearts.
Well, I think East is going to bid something more like 4 diamonds here.
Well, you see, yeah, maybe. But if you see if you bid 4 hearts, you make East decide
Right.
on his balanced hand whether to bid or not.
Yeah,
If he's
these
going to bid if he's going to bid 5 diamonds, you can't stop him. Well, he is anyway.
Okay. He does decide to bid 5 anyway on his own, which I think is a very sensible choice. But yeah, I was going to say, I think the 3 club bid is often better suited for hands that really have defense against these contracts.
Yeah.
Because then you're not worried about them preempting to the 5 level. You can just double them. But here, with all the values concentrated in the heart suit, it does feel a little bit more like a preemptive hand than a.
Yeah, well, you make 5 hearts, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, South has a big hand, and South does need to decide what to do at the 5 level, though.
Yeah. 6 diamonds, I keep saying, because 5 diamonds is only 300. These 2 spades, a club, and a diamond.
Yeah, I mean, South opposite this 3 club bid might expect his partner to have a little bit more stuff outside the heart suit, and could think
Yeah.
that Slam might have some chances despite the wasted Diamond King.
Yes. Yes, because you imagine the North hand with the King of Spades instead of the Queen of Clubs.
Right? Well, South decides to double. I do wonder if they were in a force over 5 diamonds.
Maybe.
Because I think that would make South's job relatively easy. You could just pass 5 diamonds
Yes,
forcing.
exactly. Yeah. I guess 3 clubs isn't game forcing, so this probably shouldn't be a forcing pass situation.
Yeah. Well, we might see a duplicated result from the other room. 5 diamonds doubled as well over there.
And now North sort of left himself with this tricky position because now he's going to have to make the decision.
Right. Yeah. And this is kind of another downside to the 3 club bid because,
Yes,
again, your
exactly.
partner.
If he bid 4 hearts, he could have left it to partner to decide. But
Exactly. But yes, the 3 clubs tends to indicate some sort of defense, and he doesn't really have much of that. But he does sit. Ultimately, the wrong decision on the sly of the cards, but they do collect 300 for a push.
yes.
Yeah, Declare does have a club guess, but should get that correct on this auction.
Yeah, he would. Uh, Yes, presumably he roughs this, runs the Queen of Diamonds, and South continues with the second heart. Declarer draws their outstanding trump and plays a club to the king.
Yeah, and there's no need to guess the clubs, I don't think. Is that true? Heart rough, diamond duck, heart rough, diamond, club, club, heart rough, heart. Yeah, there is a need to guess the club if you take the diamond finesse. But Declare may well just play a diamond to the ace then. I mean, guess the queen fourth of clubs. That is not
Yes, yes,
not
yes.
not the ace. So yeah, they do say the 5 levels for the opponents, and
Yeah.
I mean, possible imp swung on this board, but not in this match.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure somebody will be 5 hearts.
Well, England's on the board against USA 1, 17-5 now. Oh, and in fact, they picked up those 5 imps on this board. They ended up getting to 5 hearts. Well, the auction we posited, a heart, 2, no trump, 4 hearts, 5 diamonds. And Norton, playing with Tomasini, ended up bidding 5 hearts directly over 5 diamonds. Donati's still thinking a trick
There's
one.
two matches in the seniors, uh, which are still 0-0 at this point.
Oh my.
Oh, and one in the mixed. Oh, Denmark over China in the mixed have a 1-0 lead. I know that's yeah. Nobody scored many imps on this first few boards. China have 13-1 lead over Denmark.
Yeah, it's still early.
In the mixed, but England 2-1 up against the USA in the seniors.
That'll change.
Yeah, I think it might. Yeah.
Well, Donati overcame the first hurdle. He roughed the opening heart lead and dummy. And now he's back in the tank. I mean, it's definitely possible that North has the Diamond King, but I think it's overwhelmingly likely South has that card. So I think he is just going to play a diamond to the ace.
Well, that doesn't help him particularly because he plays a diamond to the ace, he plays a club. When South gets in with the ace of clubs, he'll catch the king of diamonds anyway.
Yeah, but then we won't have to pull a second round of trumps ourselves before leading a club.
No.
Yeah, he does just play a diamond to the ace. I think this was exactly what he was worried about, and he does correctly on this layout decide to reject the diamond finesse at least.
South solved the diamond with possible club guess. But, well, Does that look like more like a South who has Ace Queen X rather than Ace One going in? Do you
Maybe,
think?
but it doesn't matter. He just needs clubs 4-2. Oh, and I mean, unless you're positing cross and diamonds and take a club hook, that seems like a pretty big gamble, though.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, normally when they rise with the ace in these spots, it's because they have both of them and that
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
guess wasn't going to matter. But in this case, because East hand is concealed, South decides to just go up in case that was a stiff jack.
Whoever's commentating on the text says that five hearts is a lucky make. Well, I don't know about that. It's a spade finesse into the weakness, the minus two suitor. So I
Right?
don't know that that's particularly lucky. I must say it was unlucky if the spade finesse was wrong.
Well, I mean, it's not even that. You can set up the king of diamonds for a spade discard, so you don't even need it. Like
You
West
still
has
need a
end played
spade.
at trick one.
Um, well, you can always play that. Well, the spade discard doesn't help. You still need a spade finesse.
Didn't North start with a Doubleton spade? Or
No,
did I?
three.
Oh, North started with three spades. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed a card. Yeah, good point. But yeah, with West having 10 known cards in the minors, the spade finesse is pretty likely to be working.
Yeah, you said they're just saying that only USA have qualified in all four uh, groups, and indeed with two teams in all except the Venice Cup. I did a summary on for this month's panel article of who had qualified, and I think we had 10 panel members qualifying for the knockout stage
That's impressive.
in all four somebody in all four categories. So
Right. Well, Denmark, I think, was very close, and they are the host
yes, yeah,
country.
yes.
All right, two
The
spades to
Danes have played. The
lose.
Danes have done well actually. You wouldn't think that Bridge there was a big advantage being a home country, but surprising how often the home country does do well.
Yeah, I was asked yesterday on the WBF summary whether or not I thought home advantage was important, and I do think so. I mean, my statistically, it has felt like the home countries have
Yes, in fact,
overperformed what people expect.
Brazil got to the final many years ago, unexpectedly, when it was the first time it was held in Sao Paulo. The Dutch won in 2011 at home in again, an upset victory, if you like. So plenty of examples of the home team winning.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Joey, he didn't have the entries to finesse the spades on the last
No,
board.
no,
He had to rough the club suit good, otherwise he might have ended up down three.
yeah.
So diamond to spade and no trump to
Yeah, I
start
hate
this
the no
one.
trump. I absolutely hate the no trump on that hand. And that is such an automatic two spade, please. If you swap the clubs and spades, I would bid a no trump. But it seems bizarre to bid a no trump on that hand. Makes life so much more difficult for a responder.
Well, in this hand, it's not going to matter too much. They do find the spade fit.
Obviously. I mean, I just got I did the Australian panel problems today, and one of them was a 5-3-3-2-8 count after the bidding had gone a club, a spade, and no trump. I don't know, it was such a joke question. I mean, anything but a pass just seemed completely bizarre. I mean, it can only be a question. I mean, if partners deny three spades, why on earth would you bid on this hand? So, I mean, as a problem, it just seems like a complete non-starter. But I guess there would be people who bid two spades on those hands. I mean, it's just, I mean, that's one of the problems that partner might have three spades. It makes it so much more difficult for responders to judge.
Yeah, it's definitely the case that I mean, I think experts would be unanimous on hands where there's a singleton with three card support for the major. They would all raise the major.
Yeah.
But on these balanced hands, it's
Well,
a
I
lot
raised the
more
major
split.
with 4-3. I raised with 4-3-3-3.
Yeah.
I play one no trump as specifically zero or one or two spades.
Yeah. That's one way to go about it.
I mean, maybe, there'll be, 95%. I might have three low spades and 4-3-3-3 and decide to build a no trump because my hands are all no trumpy values, but very rare.
Yeah, I think I land somewhere in the middle. I don't mind raising on 4-4-3-2 shapes or 5-3-3-2 shapes,
No, I
but
think that's this one. I think is just clear because you've got ace king king. I mean, you've got a suity type hand anyway. I mean, it's not like you've got lots of no trump values with queen jack 10 or your hand's a fairly pure hand for a suit contract. Although I think in France, where they still guillotine you for raising with three card support.
do they?
I think so. Yeah, I mean,
A crime against the
yeah.
minister.
Well, I mean, the French standard is a strange system, which has sort of been the same for the last 30 years, 40 years. But it's designed so that everybody plays exactly the same system, so anybody can play with anybody, and they all know it. And it's like Polish club. And when I interviewed Brink and Klokowski for World Class a couple of years ago, they were talking about how sort of the Polish club system has in some ways sort of retarded Polish development, Polish bidding because everybody plays this antiquated system. But for the Poles, they don't sort of the bidding is sort of irrelevant to the game. It's a card play game. Whereas to the Dutch, the bidding's all about what the game is, and the card play is just something that happens at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's been noted that playing XYZ or any sort of two-way new minor does make these auctions a lot more suitable for a no trump on balanced hands with three spades.
Well, yeah, but the question is whether West bids or not.
Right.
A
Yeah,
lot of
and that's all conditional on how often you raise with three.
yeah, yeah.
Well, Italy get to four spades, and they do well to keep North off lead from forcing a heart guess. Pick up an imp. Italy is shutting Belgium out, and I mean, maybe this is expected, with Italy being the strongest finisher in the round robin, and Belgium kind of slipping away towards the end.
Yes, Italy presumably chose their opponents.
Yes. Yeah, Italy chose Belgium, and then Denmark chose USA 2.
Okay, that's interesting. You would have thought they would have chosen England rather than USA 2.
Oh, I absolutely predicted the USA 2 decision. I mean, USA 2 is one of the few teams with a sponsor. And
Right, yes.
with Denmark not having one, I think they're pretty pleased to take their shot at trying to pick up 20 imps in every segment the sponsor plays.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So strong no trump from Picario. I was wondering if he might do this. I mean, we'd seen Donati open a no trump with a very, very good 17 on the first board of the set. And this is, I mean, obviously a 14 count with two tens, a good 5 card suit. But
Yes, I'm not a fan of upgrading the hands into no trump ranges, but this one's, if you're going to upgrade a hand, this is not unreasonable. This is one you would choose.
right.
So two diamonds showed hearts, presumably. Or did it show either major?
One major.
One major, okay.
Or apparently, two diamonds could be 5/5 in the minors with a monster hand.
Yeah, okay. This looks like, I mean, the 4-0 trump rate makes it a little bit more difficult, but
Yeah, but the 6-1 heart split with the stiff ace is going to make Declare very happy.
yes.
So we can take an avoidance play in the club suit to
Yes,
set up a discard.
Give us one heart discard. Yes, you might be tempted to switch to a club rather than a diamond. A diamond looks sort of more dangerous, doesn't it? From the south point of view.
Well, club does look scary into the ace-10 fourth. I mean, both of them have some problems, as you say. I mean, if Declare's diamonds were queen 10.
I was thinking that the West Ham was in the dummy.
Oh, yeah. West is declaring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but if you do switch the king and queen of diamonds, then of course a diamond switch will pick off partner's diamond holding.
Well, he'll switch to a diamond because I mean, obviously, if Declare's got queen 10, he'll pick up the diamond holding. Yes, he's likely to switch to a diamond, though, isn't he?
Yeah, I do think a diamond is gonna come from south. I mean,
Yeah, so.
I suppose you could play a trump just to be passive, but
yeah, because Declare's not going to get those. They're going to be uncovered anyway.
yeah, okay. He does switch to clubs, so this makes Declare's life easier for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So club to the queen and ace, spade to the ace, get the bad news.
Clubs at some point.
Yeah, so how do we play carefully from here? I mean, obviously Declare could just be lazy and pull all of the trumps and then take his 10 tricks, but...
Well, presumably, king of clubs.
Yeah, king of clubs, diamond to the ace, 10 of clubs, I suppose.
Or spade to the queen. 10 of clubs. And king of diamonds, diamond off, spade finesse. That works.
Yeah, so 10 of clubs to pitch a heart, and now we lead the 6 of spades. Nope.
Yeah, it would take you play spade to the 9.
Yeah.
Diamonds, diamond rough with the queen, you would think.
Yeah. I mean, this is fine too.
Yeah, that's fine.
We do have a count on South's shape, so.
Yeah, we know South doesn't have a doubleton diamond.
Right. But Declare does lose a heart trick in the end. The other table managed to make 12 tricks in this contract, which feels like an awful lot.
North got squeezed in hearts and clubs, presumably. No, I don't see how that's possible. 2 one-card menaces. Yes, it must be a defensive error, isn't it? I don't see how you legitimately make...
Yeah, there was no actual squeeze on the hand, but because the clubs are blocked, but North ended up pitching too many clubs. Yeah, Mark, so you don't like multi generally, but do you also have dislike for the two diamonds multi over a no trump?
Yeah, yeah. I don't like these auctions where you don't know what suit partner has because I mean basically whenever anybody does that against me, when it goes one no trump, two diamonds, I always bid Laban, so it doesn't matter what my hand is. Almost. You know.
Yeah, and then they don't know which major they have.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
There you go, chat. I asked the hard hitting questions for you. I hope you appreciate the answer.
Yeah, I mean, just yes. I mean, I like systems where I don't mind which system you play against the no trump as long as two hearts and two spades are natural. I don't like them showing five spades or a four card minor. I want to be able to, when I've got a six card major, I want to be able to bid it and have partner know I've got it.
So North South have ended up in their 5-2 spade fit. Look at this. DeHay does rebid the 5-card spade suit after partner.
Yeah, well, that's what he
partners
deserved.
1-0.
Deserves to be in a 5-1 fit, really.
The other table did pass a no trump.
Yeah, well, the passing a no trump is a much better content than two spades.
It is a little bit surprising to me at the other table that North rebid a no trump rather than one spade. It is it tends to be the more modern style for these transfer responses to a club that one no trump is 18 to 19.
Yes, yes.
So maybe the Italians haven't picked up on that, or they just don't like it as much.
I'm not a great fan of transfer responses to a club. I think they're because people are afraid of getting just two of a major with a 4-3 fit.
Are there any?
Whereas to me, there's all sorts of advantages to getting to two of a major quickly. It makes it much more difficult for the opponents to know whether to balance because they don't know if you've got a fit or not.
I wonder if there are any conventions Mark likes.
You know, they balance and they find partner's got three as well.
So declare is pulling trumps. Oh, it's true that DeFranco plays two diamonds. So Mono and DeFranco play two diamonds as 18 to 19, which means they don't need the one no trump showing 18 to 19.
Yes, yes. That's another thing I can't stand. That's a horrible French convention. I mean, 18-19 balanced is a sort of. I guess you can use a two no trump rebid to show all sorts of hands with 3-6 in the suits that you have been bid. But I mean, basically, I think 1x, 1y, two no trump to 18-19 is fine. It doesn't. That's not a particularly terrible part of the natural system. With 18-19, I don't want to get to two no trump. I mean, it's bad enough when you open two no trump with 2021 or 2022 and it goes all past. That's usually a bad result. Having to get to two no trump every time you've got 18-19 balance is even worse.
Ooh, I do have a question for you in a minute, but I did want to point out that Precario and Donati missed an opportunity here. Donati did correctly pitch a heart on that third round of clubs, but Precario didn't work out what was going on. He could have given his partner a heart rough to beat this a trick.
Yeah, they could have beaten. They could have beaten this certainly. Yeah.
Right, but I did have a question. What is your favorite convention? Do you have one?
Fit jumps.
Fit jumps?
I love fit jumps.
Do you only play them by past hands, or do you play them in other sequences?
In any competitive auction.
Any competitive auction. Got it.
Any trump in a competitive auction, any trump below game is fit showing.
Okay.
I think they're one of the great inventions of modern and transfer responses to overcalls. That's the great inventions in sort of the last 20, 30 years of bridge. Because that's another convention which is basically it's a free method. You know, usually when you play it like you play a two diamond opening, you have a choice. You have to give up something in order to play it as a multi or 18-19 balance. Like you give up the natural meaning. Whereas transfer advances to overcalls, you don't give up anything. You just don't have to decide whether change of suit is forcing or non-forcing or anything. You just get the benefits of all the method, all the situations.
Oh
I
yeah,
like
okay.
transfer.
A bunch of questions about fit jumps, but I do want to alert everyone. So two
Yeah.
diamonds is either week two in hold on, give me a second because their their system's a little bit strange. This is either week two in hearts or it is five hearts with a five card minor. So that's what's going on here.
Are they both weak?
Yes.
To me, that's opening a weak bid on that hand is well, okay.
Okay, south bids three hearts.
And
And
North presumably is going to bid on. He can't possibly be any better than this, can he?
right. Yeah, I I mean, even though three hearts is probably just preemptive, North does go on to four hearts. So
Right, Fitbits.
yeah, so for first question, because I get some comments about what is a fit bid. So can you give us like a
Okay, yeah,
stereotypical
okay,
auction?
right, yeah. So let's say it goes a club, a heart, overcall, two spades. Two spades is non-forcing. It shows a five-card spade suit, at least four-card fit for partner's minor, and a raise to three of the minor. So let's say 7 to 10ish. And with the same shape, you can bid three spades to show game forcing hand. So that's five spades and four-card support. So you can bid your suit and uh, show support for partner's suit at the same time. You don't have to do one or the other. Now, when partners obviously open in a major, if you've got a fit, you're going to play in his major. So if it goes a heart and they ever call two clubs, you can bid three diamonds to show uh, heart, heart fit and diamonds. So like source of tricks type. It's very good for getting to good slams because you find that you show your four card heart fit and your source of tricks in diamonds at the same time. Um, yeah, it helps. But the principle is that often when the bidding goes, when the opponents aren't bidding, you get three or four bids to describe your hand. When the opponents are in the auction, you often only get one bid. It goes pot rows a diamond, and they bid a spade, and whatever you bid next, the next hand is going to bid four spades, and partner has to make a decision. So bidding two hearts is okay, but if you can bid three hearts to show hearts and a diamond fit, you increase the chance that partner can do the right thing when they bid four spades on his right.
Right? Yeah, good description. Okay, second question that I see. Do you always need four card support for partner suit, or can you do it with like 6-3?
In principle, it shows four.
Uh huh.
There may be hands as well where you do it with 4-4. I mean, let's say you're dealt uh, four small, ace 10 fourth, king queen, jack X singleton, and it goes part rows a heart, and the next hand bids a spade. Well, the most descriptive bid is three diamonds because you've got good diamonds, a heart fit. I mean, you could just show it as a four card heart race, but usually you would have five diamonds and four hearts. And similarly, you would usually have 3 card support, 4 card support for partner's suit. He'll assume you have 4. You may occasionally decide to do it with 3 because you think that's the most descriptive bid. But, partner's entitled to expect 4 card support.
Great, thanks. Well, board 9 is in the books. So North-South obviously do well after the preamp to get to the heart game. And they make 11 tricks with the everything splitting well. Here, Precario picks up a big hand. 6-5 in the minors, though. So mixed raises are relatively popular.
They can't make it. They'll make 8 or 9 or 10 tricks in clubs, I suppose.
Yeah.
What can North-South make? It's big fit in both majors.
Are we seeing one of these infamous fit jumps?
Well, that might be a fit jump. Yeah. If it is, it's basically a heart raise with spades.
I'm going to see if there's anything on their card, but I imagine probably not.
Well, you've got 2 hearts and a diamond and a club to lose in a heart contract.
I like how North-South's convention card just says psychics, yes.
Yeah. Well, nobody can make game on this board, but somebody's going to bid it, I suspect.
Yeah, so 4 clubs by West.
I suspect South and North knows his partner's 4-4 in the majors. Or 5-4 in the majors. I suspect North's going to bid by 4 spades. Unless 2 spades was just a 4-card heart raise. A limit raise or better in hearts. What most of us would bid 2-no trump on. Yeah, I suppose it is. It didn't show spades. It just showed a limit raise or better in hearts.
Yeah, so 4 hearts. Donati, with a big club fit, does decide to bid 5 clubs. He might be a little bit skeptical about the value of his heart queen on an auction like this, that Declare is going to pick it up.
As we can see, 4 hearts was 1 down because you have to lose 2 hearts, a diamond and a club.
Right, yeah. I mean, the Queen of Hearts happens to take a trick, and his partner has another trump trick, so...
Yeah.
All right. This does look like it's going to go down 1.
Yeah, you're going to come to a spade, a diamond, and a club, you would think.
Was this a forcing pass by South, was asked, over 5 clubs? I don't think so.
No, he hadn't showed game values. Well, partner has bid 4 hearts to make. Maybe it is.
Yeah, but also West has bid relatively strongly.
Yes.
I don't think it should be a forcing pass, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had an agreement it was.
There's a preference signal with a jack of clubs there.
Yep.
That partner knows he's got the king of spades.
Yeah, so...
It suggests he doesn't have the ace of hearts, presumably.
Yeah, although this does make Declare's life a little bit easier. This hand might have taken about 15 minutes if that jack of clubs hadn't fallen.
Yeah. North can see the problem. The contest probably going 1 down, so...
Okay, this ace of spades cash and then a heart switch, I think, clarifies that it had to be a fit jump. Otherwise, North would have tried to cash a second spade.
Yes, indeed.
So, yeah, has been pointed out by the chat that the way to set up forcing pass situations is often to cubid on your way to game.
Yes.
So if North had cubid 4 diamonds on the way to 4 hearts, then that would have established a forcing pass for North-South.
people play but agree to.
Yeah, diamonds split. So 5 clubs doubled down 1. Could be a small swing. Board 9, though. Belgium
Mhm.
does pick up their first big swing of the match. Italy got to 3 no trump in the other room. North not opening their hand definitely made it a little bit difficult for them to show their values on the auction. And they end up having a tough choice over a 3 spade bid.
Mm. Yeah, it is a difficult north hand to bid because if you're going to open, do you open a heart or a diamond?
Right. Yeah, that's always the question. I am a
I'm not
one
a great,
diamond opener, but
I'm not a great fan of opening the shorter suit.
yeah.
That hand makes it very difficult if you open a diamond. We're always tied again, back to a one in difference.
I know. They're just trying to keep the match exciting for all the spectators.
Well, yeah, it'd be exciting anyway with so many balls to go, but
Well, Precario opens a heart on his 9 count, 6-4 in the majors.
yeah, well, I agree with that.
And is De Hay going to make a takeout double?
Yes. Uh, oh, I hate, surely not two clubs. I don't mind a double. I hate two clubs. I hate this style.
Okay,
Why
2 clubs
can't
by
you?
East. Good
Why
bid.
can't you just? Why can't you just bid a spade? I mean, I think this two clubs, and then showing spades later. It should show five clubs and four spades. That's,
Did I say De Hay again? I'm sorry,
well,
chat. There's no
presumably
way I'm going to remember
two
this.
hearts
I'll try my
enables
best.
him to find out something about his partner's shape. Presumably, this is some sort of relay auction now, presumably. And
Yeah.
each will know West shape.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's not on their convention card, so I have
no.
no idea. um,
So, I mean, it's just one where they can't find the 4-4 spade bit. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Because there are probably three trump losers in a heart contract to go with the two clubs. I mean, four spades doesn't have. Four spades at least has chances. Four hearts has almost no chance.
um, yeah, I mean, assuming this is some sort of relay, then West is going to pattern out, and East-West, well, East is going to be the one that's captain to try and figure out um, what contract to end up in.
But they're clearly going to play in game after West is open. So four spades is clearly the best game available.
Yeah, is East
Although
going to be
I'm
more
not.
ambitious?
I don't think that's going to make either.
Okay, we have bid explanation. So two hearts is 4 spades. 2 no trumps, that's spades is trumps.
Right. Okay.
And
Five hearts may go down. Well, I think four hearts probably going to go down as well.
Yeah, Declare would have to decide which minor suit finesse to take. I mean, even on top of that, might they just lose two trumps and a club?
It might be three trumps.
Yeah, it's possible to lose three trumps. I mean, I
That's quite
kind of
likely.
expect to cash the ace of hearts, but yeah, you might be right.
Well, I'm not sure without the Jack nine. No. And it's going to be played with South on lead, yes. So South leads a club, and they start off by playing club, club, club.
Well, now four hearts would obviously be down. And four spades, it looks like after three rounds of clubs, Declare can pitch a heart.
Yeah.
Oh, South leads a diamond.
Yeah.
I guess I would have expected West to have showed their shape if this really is a relay.
You would think he did, yeah.
Okay. Well,
That gives Declare more chance because he can pitch a club at least. He might still win the diamond, cash the ace of diamonds, pitching a club and play a heart to the queen.
well, certainly not that order, right? We would just play a heart to the queen at trick two. Don't need
Well, he
to.
cash the ace of diamonds. Well, he might cash the ace of diamonds for a club. Oh, yeah, I suppose, yeah. He can play a heart to the queen at trick two now, yeah.
Hmm. Tricky problem.
Well, heart to the queen looks quite reasonable because you can always play a spade to the ace and the ace of diamonds pitch a club.
Right.
You don't want to make it easy for North to play club club if the heart finesse loses.
Okay. Heart to the queen at trick two.
Yeah, he's still okay.
So probably a spade from North.
Yeah, almost certainly a trump. Yeah. You always leave a trump when you want a rough.
That's true. Okay. Declare can pull second round of trumps now. And then Declare is going to be a little bit at the crossroads.
Yeah, he's okay now, even if he plays a heart to the ace. North roughs as Zen played.
Okay, there goes a heart. Heart to the ace. So does North rough?
Well, if he roughs his Zen played,
Right. So
probably does best not to, but
yeah, and North actually very quickly works out not to rough. I wonder if that seven of diamonds lead is a known second best card for them.
yeah, I think it probably is. Now Declare can rough a heart.
Yeah, so they do lead second and fourth.
And now Declare can make it on a cross rough now, can't he? Has he got enough tricks? Ace of diamonds and four more trump tricks, so that's still one short.
Yeah, Declare has to guess what to do at this point. A club to the jack would work.
No, it
Was
wouldn't.
that right? No.
No.
Oh, nothing works.
Yeah, heart rough works.
Does it?
Yeah. Ace of diamonds.
Okay, so we're up to 9 tricks. Where's our 10th trick come from? I think this only works if South had
Rough
the.
diamond rough, and then play him with the jack of spades to lead away from the ace of purple. Diamond,
That's true. That's true. The 8 of hearts will throw north in.
yeah, very well played.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, after North found the best defense of not roughing in,
Yeah,
I suppose at that point, well, Declare actually doesn't know where the Jack of Spades is. I mean, North might just have been out of spades.
yes, true.
But yeah, if Donati got the sense that DeHay was thinking about roughing and chose not to, then I think he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Very nice. 4 spades making 4.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Is that going to produce a swing or not? We don't know yet. That may well be a swing. That was all nicely played hand.
Yeah, nicely played hand, and of course they stopped short of getting too high,
Yeah, yeah. And they played in the right major.
right? So West opens a diamond. This 14 count, not a no trump opening for Precario. North decides not to come in.
I don't think South will be so cautious.
Yeah.
Two space.
2 spades.
No, is this going to go pass, double or pass?
Interesting question. I'm not.
More likely to go pass, 4 hearts.
Yeah, 4 hearts or even 3 spades by East.
Yeah. Can they make 12 tricks in hearts? Maybe not. You don't have the entries, maybe. No, dummy's hearts aren't big enough. Well,
Yeah, I mean, technically you can make all 13 tricks if you're playing it double dummy, but you probably
sure
won't.
Even then, can you?
Yeah, you only need to take 1 diamond finesse with the king doubleton falling.
Yes, but you have to get the dummy. You have to roughly third club, I think.
No, the diamonds all run to pitch the clubs.
You have to take diamond plus and the heart finesse.
Right. Yeah.
So yes, you play a club to the ace and
Yeah, take a diamond finesse and then take a heart
and then take the heart
finesse.
finesse. Yeah.
Yeah, so Donati does balance 3 spades. 3 no trump by Precario, of course. He was planning to pass for penalties, and then 4 hearts by Donati. Club opening lead.
Yes, 2 space doubles probably only. I mean, it might be 500, but you might get only 200 out of it. Not sure. I'm not sure I'd decide it as a fair slam. I don't think slam is particularly good.
No, it's not a great contract.
No.
Yeah, a question about would the 2 spade bid entice me to finesse the hearts? Absolutely.
Yeah. He has to use the ace of clubs to take the diamond finesse and then the heart finesse. Well, not in. I mean, it doesn't really matter as long as he roughs. If he tries to rough a club before he takes 1 round of trump, South can ruffle the 7 of hearts. But
Right. Yeah, so I mean, there are a couple of things that could happen on this hand. I mean, first, North has to decide what to switch to at Trick 2.
Well,
The
they
opening
probably
lead
play.
could be a singleton. I mean, he might try and give his partner a ruff.
Yes, a club or a spade is probably okay.
Yeah, and so on a spade switch,
Declare a rough.
Declare has the option to, say, pitch a diamond from hand
Yes, yes.
or a club. I mean, either or. And then essentially just plan to take a diamond finesse, or at least try and use the spades to pitch some losers from the east hand.
Yeah.
But if North does, say, switch to, well, play a club, then I guess Declare has a number of options as well. I mean, I guess a simple one is to play a heart to the ace and plan to ruff the third club. If South is able to over ruff, then you don't lose any trumps.
Yeah.
And if South isn't able to over ruff, then you at least get to ruff your club loser and you can try a diamond finesse there.
Yeah. Spade that looks best, but
Yeah, so I don't know what Donati's plan would be on a spade back. He might discard a club or a diamond. He might ruff.
yeah.
Well, four spades making four was a push on board 11.
Was it? Well, that's a high standard push then.
Oh, uh, well,
He made it on a club lead though.
he made it on a club lead, and not just that. I mean, he guessed everything on this hand. This is incredibly impressive play from East. I don't. East took the diamond finesse and then ran the 10 of hearts. Was there bidding? There must have been bidding. Oh, North opened a club. It was in third seat though.
Indeed. Actually, I think the line of play in our room was slightly better, but two impressive 420s.
I don't think so, Matt. I'm not sure South should cover the 10 of hearts. Um, I'm also not sure it matters. But yeah, it's a question.
I'm not sure there's a way to go down in this hand.
No, a club comes back, so we'll see what Donati has in mind for this play. I think it's. I mean, there are a lot of winning options. Like, you could just start taking diamond finesses, which I think is fine. Or he could take this plan of heart to the ace, club ruff.
Yes, and then down first.
Yeah, Matt, on the previous hand at the
Down
other
first
table,
and
I
then
think
half an S can make 12.
I think Declare was always planning to duck the first round of hearts, playing North for the king. So even if South played the jack, Declare probably would have ducked.
He'll make 11 monkeys.
The other table only made 10 tricks.
Mm. That's an interesting line of play.
Wait. Why didn't they take the diamond
Well,
finesse?
he's going to pitch a diamond on this and then pitch another diamond. Rough a club and try to rough a club and pitch another diamond.
Yeah, so this line of play works. South is essentially unplayed into playing back a spade, and Declare does get their either discard on the queen of spades.
Well, in the other room, the play started the same with club of queen and the ace of clubs. So Declarer played the ace, heart to the ace, roughed the club, and then roughed the spade to hand and gave up a heart and a diamond.
Right, yeah. It appears there was no risk in taking the diamond finesse at that point, but Declare elected to just play safe for their contract. Yeah, DeHay does need South DeHay, B DeHay does need to decide.
Well, ten of spades is safe, isn't it? Anything else is.
Right, yeah, that is the only safe return from South. The diamond gives a finesse, and Trump obviously is bad.
But presumably, he returns to Trump, Declarer wins the queen, pitches the diamond, plays a heart to the ace, and roughs the club.
Right? I think that's exactly what's going to happen. All right, there goes the diamond. This is dangerous. This is actually a brilliant play by North. Oh my. Well,
But should cash one heart before he plays the club, shouldn't he? Because the only way he can lose two tricks here is if this is the layout.
yeah, but if that King of Diamonds is a true card, South could be.
Yeah, AK's made it.
Yeah, South could have been 7-0-4-2, but I guess Donati did not fall for it. Okay, well, this was definitely percentage. And Declare does eventually take his 10 tricks.
Yeah.
Really nice false card from North, trying to throw Declare off.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, Jeffrey.
Although if North did have all four trumps, Declare couldn't do much about it by then. Oh,
Well,
yes, he
you
could actually. Yeah, so he could rough a club and take a half finesse, yeah.
right, yeah, exactly, and that would have gone down.
Yes, it would, yeah.
So, wow. Well, result comes through from the other room. East West Bidden made 6 hearts on these cards. At this table, the Italian East Donati gets to open 2 diamonds, 18 to 19 balanced.
Well, six hearts is, you would think they'd better get to six hearts. I mean, it's absolutely against the wall.
No Trump is going to start a relay.
Yeah. Boom, getting to this. Three dimes, presumably, some another relay.
Yeah, just more relaying.
Don't really know. Three hearts maybe says 4-3-3-3 because it's natural, probably.
Yeah, Umbo Dell, I'm certain that South would have led a club against the last auction regardless of what their hand was. You can't lead a spade when you know left-hand opponent has a penalty double. So if you're out of trumps, you don't really want to lead a diamond that's West suit. I think you just lead a club regardless.
Four clubs, cupid, four diamonds, five hearts, six hearts, perhaps.
Okay, double by North. Finally, North gets some lead
Right, now we
direct
go
in.
No, that helps north south because it can go redouble past four diamonds.
Right?
If he hadn't doubled, then East would bid four diamonds and West could bid five hearts to ask for spade control. No, he's just got blackwood anyway.
Yeah, so if East bids five hearts, that'll be two without the queen. Hearts is the agreed upon trump suit, and West is going to sign off in six hearts.
Yeah. All very dull. It's an easy slam. I agree with that one. That's pretty easy.
I have been told I need to look at the auction for USA 1 against England on this board, so I'm going to quickly pull that one up.
England managed to do playing three diamonds or something.
Well, looks like England is going to be picking back up some imps on this one.
Yeah.
Wait, am I on the right hand? Yeah, East-West for USA 1 did not find the heart slam. Wow. That looks like a big miss to me.
How can this be? It's not the same board, is it? How come West is the dealer? I don't understand this.
All right, Ace of Spades lead.
Hang on. I don't understand. This is board 13.
Yep, board 13.
Right, okay.
All right, we'll see the
I see.
claim.
Well, yeah. In my thing, that they haven't got to board 13 in the England match. They are still on board 12, so.
Oh, there's one of the tables has played it.
No, that's board 12.
Well, on the Lovebridge site, which is where I was, one of the tables is
right.
finished playing.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking on the recap. There's still a board behind.
Well, on to the last board of the set.
Yeah. He's failing to open the obvious weak two in diamonds.
Yeah, so pass by East.
I was going to say it will West open a no trump, but South seems to have got there first. Is that a 9 to 12 or something?
It is 9 to 11, not vulnerable, first and second seat.
Yeah, 9 to 11. Okay.
Yeah, so
doubles penalties.
Yep, penalty double by West.
Redouble from North now should be. This is our hand. East, I suspect, will retreat to two diamonds.
Well, it's a 10 count, opposite 9 to 11. So East does run to two diamonds.
Now, will West pass that or bid two hearts? I suspect he'll bid two hearts. And East will pass.
Yeah, we're going to be finishing early. There'll be about an hour break.
They've played pretty quickly.
I can't imagine South is the one thinking.
No. West is going to do. I suspect West will bid two hearts rather than pass.
Yeah. Yep, there's two hearts.
Can't imagine East bidding again.
Nope.
Or South.
No. No, once you escape your penalty double that the opponents have got you in.
You've opened this crappy nine count.
Yeah.
They penalty double you. You don't have a second go.
All right. North on lead against two hearts.
And he's been warned not to leave the King of Diamonds. He'll lead a spade, I suspect.
Yeah, spade makes the most sense. Oh, but he does decide to lead a club. Probably doesn't matter much.
That's not. Well, that's true. Declare can play 3 rounds of club roughing. A diamond to the ace and rough a fourth club.
Yeah, so let's see. Declare can also set up the fourth club by taking a roughing hook.
I see, yes, you can, yes.
So probably the 10 of clubs covered.
Yes.
Club to the king. Diamond to the ace. Club has to decide what to do on that trick.
Well, I think you rough a club, rough a diamond.
Yeah. It's probably right to just try and...
King of spades and exit with a club.
Yeah, exactly. Cash all your tricks and hope you get the queen of hearts in the end.
Yeah, he probably will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, just 7. You're left with queen to 4 hearts.
Yep. Yeah, so this might be a push.
Yes, I think so.
I mean, I guess if Precario reads the cards perfectly, he might take the roughing hook and clubs and manage an over trick. He can always pitch a spade on it, so even if it doesn't work, he might be able to rough the third spade.
Good enough spade, yeah. Well, the defense can always play heart, though. Always play a heart.
Right, yeah.
And he does her best for up with the Jack of Hearts and force rough of the king.
Well, he hasn't played a trick one yet. I mean, the nice thing about putting in the 10 of clubs is that if this happens to be third or second best, north-south lead second, fourth, then it could be Jack 3 deuce. And then you just pick off the Jack of clubs without having to guess anything.
Yeah.
Pretty unlikely, though, with that a spot card this low for it to be second best.
Oh, is he second best on a third as well, do they?
Oh, they... You know, now that I'm thinking about it, we saw them earlier lead second highest from 4 small. So I think Declare will know when the 10 of clubs gets covered that the roughing finesse will work.
Yes.
Okay, very interesting. Oh, we're being told the English Declare on board 12 on that one where we were talking that 7 hearts could make if you pick off all of the red suits, managed to get to 6 hearts, but then ended up going down in that contract.
Yeah. Well, it's quite tricky once as they do the clever trick one.
Right.
Well, certainly looks right to play a clever trick too.
Yeah. Plenty of entries to the West Hand. You definitely
Well,
want to.
it's the diamond first. Okay, so he's going to try and wrap two diamonds in there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Try and score
Yeah,
as many
yeah,
roughs as
yeah,
possible.
yeah, yeah. Now club to the king, diamond, rough, club, rough, diamond.
Yeah, so after this diamond rough, this is probably the moment where Declare needs to decide, are they cashing the ace king of spades immediately?
Well, he probably plays a club and decides whether he's going to run it or not.
Yeah, he's running the 8 o'clock. Oh, no, he
Well,
doesn't. I'm surprised.
he wants to make sure rough. He wants to play a diamond now.
Yeah, but this does look strange without cashing the ace king of spades first.
Um,
Well, it looks like at least 8 tricks are still going to be Declare's claim.
yeah. They made
So,
two halves in the other room, so
yeah, a
looks
couple
like
of options. Ace king of spades, club rough.
looks like a flat board.
Mm-hmm.
And we finish with Italy ahead by one.
Yeah,
Having led 14 nil early, it's been a game of two halves. 14 nil to Italy in the first half and 13 nil to Belgium in the second half. Game of two halves, Harry. That's
yeah.
how
Well, it's this is kind of what we expect when we get down to the top teams in these big knockout events.
yeah.
All right, looks like he is going to cash the ace king of spades before doing anything else.
Might ruffle half of the jack. Yeah, yeah.
All right, that's trick 7, and on this exit, he will score the heart queen.
If he throws a spade, he almost guarantees it'll make a trick with queen of hearts, doesn't he? Because North has to play a trump to stop him roughing a spade. Spade discard is best, isn't it?
Yeah, let's see. It would have to go.
Yeah, well, that seems best because South pitches a spade as well, but North has to play a heart now.
Right. On this layout, I mean, there's nothing the defenders can do, of course. But,
Yeah.
I mean, if we flip the north-south hands, then I guess at this point it would go heart to the ace.
Yes.
And then south would start running cards through. But then Declare could just rough and eventually score the heart queen. So, yeah, this does look relatively safe to just guarantee your contract.
He could play low here, but he can't get the end position wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. 9 of hearts.
Yeah,
10 of hearts.
Yeah, obviously can't get this wrong.
Good try. All right. So 8 tricks and a push. Italy does finish the first segment up by 1 over Belgium.
Yes, presumably. Declare has managed to count the trumps, hasn't
I think so. I think we're just seeing a claim. I'm waiting.
he?
I know
Yes, I think so.
the other day the VuGraph operator just left
Yes.
right when the
Yeah.
last claim was made. They didn't finish
Yeah.
putting in the
Yeah.
result, so
Yeah.
but yeah, it does look like a push on the final board.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks so
Yes.
much for
Thanks
the
so
stream.
much for the stream.
Well, thank you, Robert.
Thanks, Mark, for
Uh,
joining me again.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, take care.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the match, and we'll see you for the second half tomorrow.
All right, chat. Barry, thank you so much for the 140 ZAR donation or super chat on YouTube. Appreciate the support. Well, Italy up by 1. Let's take a look at some of the other matches while we can. We were being told that Romania is dominating USA 1 in the Wuhan Cup. I mean, this often happens when you have a sponsor. So, I think USA 1 has performed quite well throughout the mixed, and their 2 front 4 pairs are going to come in during segments 3 and 4 today and absolutely crush. What I will say is that we're going to be on BBO for the rest of the day. I'm going to be doing the official coverage on BBO's commentary. So, of course, you can still hang out and watch here, but I don't know who I'm going to have for co-casters. I guess they'll fix me up with someone. Craig might be on later today for the last couple of segments, but I will be doing the BBO cast for, I guess, whichever match remains on BBO. It looks like we might stick with Italy-Belgium. Let's take a look, though, at the... first off, if I can find Lovebridge, we will pull that up. And we'll watch out the last couple of boards from USA 1 England. So last hand, looks like West opened a heart here, and the other table made 2 hearts. Here, Hurd and Bathurst looks like they're going to give up an extra trick. I don't know what happened in the play, but West has taken 8 tricks already and still is going to score the Heart Queen. So 1 imp going the way of England. USA 1 still winning the segment by 13, it seems. But here is the scorecard. So let me get rid of this for a second. Yeah, 6 hearts on back-to-back boards, bid 1 making, 1 going down. I do want to take a look at the play. So Bathurst leads low from the Doubleton Club. He did also end up overcalling 2 spades. Look at this bid from Hurd. Hurd raises to 3 spades. Wow. Oh my. 1 no, 2 diamonds from Townsend. I assume attending to show this as a slam try, right? Like 1 no, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, something. I mean, maybe like 3 spades, self-splinter, or something like that, or 4 hearts, just general slam try, one of those things. But once the opponents bid and raise spades, I mean, 3 spades is a big bid by Hurd. 5 spades by East. That's a bid. I mean, that's an unbelievable bid. 6 clubs by West, some sort of cubid. Double by Hurd to get the club lead. 6 diamonds, 6 hearts. All pass. So we get the club lead. What did Declare do? Declare tried the club finesse after the double. This is suspect, but okay, he's not down yet. A club comes back to the ace. So we got to take the diamond hook. But now what? Because if the hearts split, we need to take another diamond finesse. Otherwise, if the hearts don't split, we need to take a heart finesse now and hope that the king of diamonds drops doubleton. Well, I mean, this is not even close. I think we just take the diamond finesse. But is that what Declare did? That is exactly what Declare did. Diamond to the ace. Or diamond hook. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Let me think. So if North has king third of diamonds, what's the plan? If North has king third of diamonds, we go diamond, let's say duck. The jack wins. We still need to ruff our club, so I guess the plan is heart to the ace, club ruff, spade ruff, king of hearts. Okay, I see. And then we just need hearts to be 2-2. Okay, so diamond to the king and ace, and yeah, now it's just ace, king of hearts. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. South Atlantic Club. Club's probably 5-3. Spades 3-6. Yeah. I don't think the low club lead really matters all that much because, you know, you don't expect North to have a doubleton spade. So this kind of might have even backfired for Bathurst. I mean, of course he's trying to like just throw a little wrench into the mix and not give Declare any information about the hand. But yeah, the low club lead, I think, actually gave Declare a better count on the hand. Not that it mattered. I mean, he was just... the line of play to make it was just unrealistic. Anyway, 11 M's to USA 1, but then on the very next board, 1 no, 4 clubs. I guess this is like the South African Texas or something. Double, 4 hearts. Man, 1 no? It's an 18 count, buddy. Why are we opening 1 no with an 18 count? Is this an English thing? He card 5 hearts, 6 hearts, but in the other room, it went 1 club, 1 spade overcall by Norden, gross hand, 2 hearts, 3 no by Kaplan, with the 18, 4 hearts. This looks like an underbid to me, but I think 3 no trump really does need to be 18 to 19 balanced because East would have just opened a no trump with 15 to 17. I mean, there might be some concern, and this is again why it's like really important to have this negative inference that you would never open 1 club with a 15 to 17 count. Yeah, like it could be a singleton heart 4-4-1-4, as Will says. Like that's the only concern. But like again, I would open that hand a no trump. I know it's illegal in the ACBL, but that just kind of solves these problems, right? Then West doesn't have an issue with trying for slam or even forcing to slam on these cards. Otherwise, these auctions are a little bit difficult. Hey, Hexagons, this is live. You can absolutely look up the bracket. I was just going to pull it up in a second. So anyway, this was the U.S. match. So USA finishes... Oh, this was a push? I thought I saw England pick up 1 on the last board. But USA wins the first set 35-21. These are the results according to Lovebridge, which I think is accurate. So down at the bottom here, Denmark, USA 2. Highest scoring match of the set. Denmark is up by 6 after the first segment. Switzerland over Sweden by a small margin, USA 1 over England, and Italy over Belgium currently. So all of the teams that ended up finishing at the top 4 for the round robin have won the first segment. Zimmerman broke his 2-3 routine. Ooh, Zimmerman played the first set. Oh my. Now, I will note, I did a little bit of Butler research. Mickelson and Cullen were well below average on the Butler. So I wonder if that played a factor, that if they planned on playing for the first set. I don't know how seeding rights work. I think Gavin told me a couple years ago that now it's just like a coin flip for whether you get 1-3-5 or 2-4-6-8. 1-3-5-7 or 2-4-6-8, or maybe like the higher seeded team picks. But yeah, I guess it's possible that Zimmerman wanted to sit against them for whatever reason. Yeah, the quarterfinal, there are seeding rights of some kind, but apparently there's no draft phase anymore. You don't know if minus .08 is well below average. I mean, it is for the field, right? Because the field who qualified to the top 8, basically every pair finished above average. So in terms of like, did this pair perform better or worse than the competition in the top 8? I think this pair performed relatively poorly, at least according to their Butler. We didn't watch them play all that much. Zimmerman likes sitting west. He usually likes sitting north-south. I don't recall which side he likes to sit on, but he's generally north-south is where he sits. So, I mean, a couple of unusual things. He's sitting west and he's playing the first set. I don't know if it is a seeding rights thing or if it just doesn't matter. Yeah, Sweden's other two pairs were significantly stronger in terms of the Butler scoring, at least, which, you know, take that for what you will. But yeah, these were the results. I guess we can take a look at some of the big swings in this match. So board 4, a diamond pass 3 clubs, all pass. Whereas in the other room, a diamond 3 clubs, 3 no trump. So like same exact action and just a little different evaluation by the West players. Vadran says Zimmerman usually plays 1-2 in the knockout. Okay, instead of 2 and 3. I mean, I was told 2 and 3 by chat, and I generally take chat's word for everything because chat usually is correct. But maybe not this time. Are we trying to troll all of the people who don't understand the ways of sponsorship bridge? Yeah, so Zimmerman is a sponsor for the team. Similarly, the way that Andrew Rosenthal is a sponsor for USA 2. Where is that matchup? So here, Andrew Rosenthal is a sponsor, meaning that he has hired his entire team to play in this event, which doesn't always necessarily mean that he's a super weak player, but in terms of compared with the level of competition for the event, like, yes, Rosenthal and Zimmerman are significantly below the class of player in the field. So I don't think that they necessarily care who they play against because they have a lot of experience playing in these top level events against some of the other best players in the world. But of course, I mean, as the sponsor, playing on a sponsored team, your sponsor is often the one who decides the lineup. They decide who they want to play against, and then you sit your best partnerships against the other table. So yeah, that's what Zimmerman does as well as Rosenthal. And so I think it generally is fairly important for teams who play against Switzerland or a lot of the US squads who often have sponsors on them to try and gain substantial advantages in the segments where the sponsors are playing. That's usually the way that you try and defeat a sponsored team, is to outperform the sponsor at the other table while your pros kind of play down the middle against their pros. in Poznan and Prague, he played 1 and 2. And in the US, he had some jet lag problems, is the theory. That's possible. Yeah. I mean, I know in the US, when we played against him, he played the first half of the Swiss that we played in Philadelphia. So I don't think it's necessarily that he just doesn't wake up early or doesn't like to wake up early, because in Philadelphia he did play the first segment. But Matt B asks, who's the best sponsor? Generally, people assume that it's either Zimmerman or Fleischer. Fleischer obviously did not qualify for this event. But the two of them are considered significantly stronger than every other sponsor in the world. And then there's sponsors like Nick Nickel, Andrew Rosenthal. I'm not. I mean, I could probably name like a bunch of U.S. sponsors that all played in the U.S. team trials that would be in this category, but like Doug Simpson would be another one who plays with Eric Rodwell in the trials a lot. So a lot of these players are relatively strong, but still in comparison with, Klukowski or Bilda or, even Wolenkin or Lehrman or any of these other players on the other top 8 squads, they're not going to be as competitive. Yeah, M. Bodell posts a list of a bunch of the pairs that have been, relatively speaking, underperforming in the event up to this point. So, quite a few to go around. Anyway, this was the match. USA 2 up against Denmark. Looks like some sort of adjustment was made on this board. We don't know what that was. Six no trump on this hand. 6 no trump is a funny one. This is the one with that long heart suit. A club, a heart, 2 no, 4 diamonds. I guess showing hearts, 4 hearts, key card, 5 hearts, 6 no. Could they just count enough tricks? Wait, this was this hand? Oh, I thought this was the other hand. Oh, it was the other hand. Why did I click on the wrong one? I clicked on the wrong one. That's what happened. So 6 no and 6 hearts for a push in USA 2 against Denmark. A couple of the matches had a 13-up swing. They have 7, 8, 9, 10 tricks, and partners promised 18. I guess they were worried about a spade ruff. Isn't 6 no down on a club lead? Yes. And what of it? So what happened? They did lead. Oh no, they led a diamond. Oh, it's 6 no played by East. Oh, they right-sided it somehow. So the club suit was not on lead. And South just had to choose from this collection. Well, you can't lead 10 doubleton of clubs. I mean, I guess you could. Wow. Okay. Oh, I'm tired today. The miraculous lead of the Diamond 6. I mean, none of the players remember which spot card was lead or who held what. At least, I don't. So if I'm being asked after the hand to figure out what spot card was lead, I literally just put in the suit. I put in the suit and click a random number. That's what I always do. So I think a lot of the players do that too, because I frequently see these types of like four hearts in the east, three of diamonds lead. I mean, no one remembers what spot card leads are there. But North didn't double four diamonds on the auction. Yeah, I mean, North expects them to end up in six hearts. I think North expects himself to be on lead. I don't know. Some players always remember. You could. I mean, some players just have like a better memory for that thing, but like I, for one, am definitely not the type of player who's going to remember the spot card that was led at the end of play. I will remember just like, the suit that was led. If it's an honor, I'll probably remember the honor, but if it was like a Rusino honor, I'll probably put it in wrong. So, yeah, players will write the spot on their scorecard, which is like technically not allowed, but I think it solves this problem. And the real solution to this problem is for players to not have to write the opening lead down. That's the real solution to the problem. Do I forget the spot card while playing the hand? I mean, I like rarely, but I think it's just like once the spot card information becomes known, I unstash that information from my memory and work on a new problem. So normally you don't have to wait until like trick 13 to figure out what the spot card on opening lead means. It's normally like trick 3 or 4, or sometimes even trick 1. So like if they lead the 4 of diamonds and they're playing like 4th best, I'm like, oh, okay. So that's 4th. And then I'll be like, I need to pay attention to the 2 of diamonds. So I'll probably forget the 4 was led, but I'll be like, well, the 2 of diamonds is still out. So if North plays the 2 of diamonds, then diamonds are 4-3. If South plays the 2 of diamonds, then diamonds are 5-2. And that's kind of like at least how my mind works for these sorts of things. I mean, I obviously know that I'm not alone in this because, there's the 3 of diamonds and 6 of diamonds written down on the results page when South has neither of those cards. If it's a 2, you normally remember. Yeah, it's just been such a long time since I played competitively that I don't recall how frequently I get this stuff wrong, but I do remember that I get this stuff wrong a lot. What was the last match we didn't look at? Switzerland, Sweden. So these are the results here. You should try that instead. I think do whatever's most comfortable for you to try and work out the problems that you have in front of your face. Like, I mean, Gavin has been on the stream, and I've had conversations with him about this. And like, I think a lot of people have this belief that that all of the world-class bridge players remember every single spot card that was played on every trick all the time. There are some who have a photographic memory, and I think working on improving your memory skills is an important part of the game. And so that's one way that players can improve, of course. But Gavin, I mean, who is a world-class player, will come on and he's like, yeah, I don't remember every spot card that was played. Like, I'll frequently forget, like, who discarded what, or what was played at trick 1 or something like that. And so you have to use tools to try and recreate the puzzle so that you can actually solve the problem in front of you, as opposed to like necessarily trying to get yourself bogged down about memorizing every single spot card. So that's really important. It's more about like trying to develop tools so that you can help solve problems, as opposed to like necessarily being perfect in the memory part of the game, but then not really having the developed senses to be able to apply the information you've collected. Like if you forget how the trump suit splits, but you get a count on a separate suit, then you can kind of reconstruct and piece things back together about how the trump suit split. Yeah, M. Bodell says, like, it, as long as you don't look at it or reference this during the play. There was a comment about how this is obviously illegal if you're writing it down in the bridge mate before the hand plays, because then North, specifically North, could reference this by like opening up the bridge mate to look at what they wrote down for what the opening spot card lead was. Hampson said Fantoons were using this to cheat by writing it down on their scorecard in specific ways, or like maybe not writing it down on their scorecard some of the time. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of single bits of information, ones and zeros, that can be passed based on a preconceived signal between you and your partner for otherwise mundane actions like adjusting your hair or something like that. The Queen of Hearts being a knight's move away from the King of Spades is funny. So one memory aid that I used to do when I was playing pro to try and this isn't a memory aid. I mean, this was my method of like trying to train my brain to be better at remembering cards. And I've since not done this exercise, but it was helpful to me. Was I would kind of construct all 52 cards as like a grid, like a matrix, in my mind. So I actually broke it up into honor cards, high spots, and low spots. So ace through 10 of every suit, 9 through 6 of every suit, and 5 through deuce of every suit. And then as cards got played, I would practice kind of flipping. I used lights. So I was visualizing like a light matrix in my mind, and I would practice flipping them on and off based on cards that were played in the hand. So in that sense, I mean, the King of Spades and Queen of Hearts are diagonal to each other. So I could visualize like a pattern of lights as which cards were left in the deck. I don't know how helpful it was. I do feel like when I was playing pro, I was definitely better at remembering all of the stuff than I am now. But I think that was probably the most interesting form of exercise that I was training every day when I played full time. I did a lot of other training exercises as well, but that was certainly one of the more unique ones, I would say. And I got pretty good at it. Like, I got to the point where I would generally every day after I woke up, I would take a deck of 52 cards and I would like one at a time in pretty rapid succession, flip over one card at a time. And then when I got to the last 4 cards, I would be able to name all 4 cards. So that was kind of the point to which I got with that sort of exercise. Yeah, Jeffrey, I know you're a little bit behind, but your point is exactly how at least I interpret these things, because there's so much more going on during a hand of bridge than just like trying to memorize every spot that was played. Like, you have to think about what the signal means. You have to process like what is declarer's line of play trying to tell you, or what are the defenders trying to convey? Like, is this thing a false card? Does the auction give me any inference about where the missing spots are, or the distribution, and all of these sorts of things? So you can't do everything on every hand. And I think a lot of bridge players, like, you know, maybe some of these slower ones, like Robson, for example, I have no idea, are really trying to process every bit of information and use everything to make their decision. And you just don't have time if you're going to play in a reasonable amount of with reasonable pace. So you have to limit yourself to focusing on the important bits. And of course, learning how to think faster and solve these problems faster is helpful. Like, the faster you can solve a specific problem, the more problems you can solve. yeah, as Matt says, there were a lot of uh, there are a lot of ways that Fantoons was able to pass information, and they came up with a lot of coded signals to illegally pass information to their partners. Hey, Gurnik. I'm on the gut feeling tangent. I mean, I guess, yeah. But like, that's a big part of the game. Still. Jake asks, how do I test conventions? So I also did some exercises with convention testing when I was playing pro as well. The method that I would use, which, like, I mean, it's probably better nowadays. I think the best way to do it is to probably either use a bidding table on BBO and set up specific hands that will create the convention and then just bid over and over again with your partner, or to use a site like Qbids and do the same thing. There's plenty of ways to set up these sorts of things where you and your partner can effectively get the types of hands that would be randomly generated. It would be nice to have some sort of opponent interference as well. So you want to make sure that you can get robots which are going to actually interfere with your auctions, because that would happen in real life. It probably wouldn't be as effective interference as as human opponents, but you also can't really like expect to get a table for human opponents and have two opponents just like bid against you on every hand. Gurnigas are the not like calculator websites which run thousands of simulations with random layouts to show the percentages of how certain conventions perform. Well, no, right? I mean, even if we're just talking about bidding to the right contract, like double dummy analysis is poor as a metric to analyze whether or not you got to a good contract. So you really do want human eyes, effectively you and your partner, to look over the final contract on every board. But if you and your partner bid, so I mean, like Cranyak and Demoy, for example, I mean, I used to hang out with them while they would do some of their bidding practice on BBO back in the day, and they would just gun through like 500 or 1,000 hands in an evening. They would just like speedball, bid a bunch of boards. Every once in a while a hand would come up and they would have like a brief discussion about like what was happening. And so they would do this like almost every night, or basically every night that they weren't playing a huge event the next day, and just getting 10,000, 15,000 hands in a year of practicing whatever specific conventions they want really gave them an edge in terms of system understanding over their opponents. Jake, you were more talking about pro level and discussions about no trump ranges and those sorts of things. Well, but I mean, that is it, right? Like that's what people do at the pro level. It's not like you and your partner practicing a system where you're just trying to learn what the bids mean. It's you need to get a feel for it really is feel. So I mean, if we're talking like the analytics side versus the gut feeling side, like bridge is really all about feel. Well, anyway, I'll shelve that discussion for a second. But you need to get a sense for like what sorts of hands your partner has for what sorts of auctions in the bidding. So let's say we adopt this new 2 diamonds 18 to 19 thing, and like we can learn the system. Like myself and another pro partner could learn the system in like 5 minutes. We would have some back and forths, like here are some system notes. I could read through it and learn what all the bids mean and all the sequences. But that doesn't explain the difference between like I open 2 no trump and partner bids 2 spades transfer. I bid 2 no and partner bids 3 no. Of course, this shows some sort of hand type, but why would partner do this instead of, for example, bidding 2 spades, 2 no, 3 clubs as Stamen, and then bidding 3 no? Well, they probably have a 4-card major. but would they ever do it without a 4-card major? Or would they ever like go through the sequence and then bid, instead of 3 no trump, bid 3 hearts or something? What does that show? And so it's not just like learning what the bids mean, it's getting a sense for like how your partner is going to use the system, as well as you getting a chance to like think about these problems ahead of time. So Body asks, what percentage of pairs in Bermuda Bowl do I think could have some sort of illegal signaling these days? More than 1% to 2%? Absolutely not. Now, is it possible that someone is cheating in the Bermuda Bowl? Like, yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's always possible. You can't... I think it's pretty difficult to 100% prove that no one is cheating or that a specific pair is not cheating. But, I mean, I've watched a lot of bridge from a lot of these pairs, and I haven't noticed anything suspicious from any of them. I mean, there have been, like the most suspicious pair to me is, like, Kalita Klukovsky, and that's just because they bid 3 no trump on every hand where they have an 8-card major suit fit, and it happens to work. But, like, I've also seen them do it, and they've done it wrong a couple of times, and, like, they're consistent. Like, the thing that tips you off and gives you a bit of a red flag on a pair for, like, someone as a cheat is, like, if they're inconsistent in their decision making, but they still get good results. That's when it becomes weird. Like, Kalita Klukovsky just like to bid 3 no, and it feels like they do better on average than their opponents who reach 4 of a major on these hand types. But I've also seen them get to, I mean, in terms of Edgar words, a bunch of bad landings, or whatever you want to phrase it. Like, they've certainly been burned by their style. So they have a style thing. It is different than most of the rest of the world, and it seems to work for them, but sometimes they run into trouble. I have not noticed a pair while playing that I was just like, man, this pair is getting awfully lucky on some of these decisions, and they're being very inconsistent in their decision making. Granted, I haven't been doing a ton of, like, very close inspections of every single pair that has been playing, but I have watched basically all of these pairs a lot. Sammy Goldie says, what about day 3 of the Platts with the alert and tray situation? I mean, have you watched my video on YouTube about this? Because we got cheated on day 3 of the Platts. But it's a lot harder to cheat behind screens, of course. And I mean, you know, the famous ones, Fisher and Schwartz did it in the past. But it's pretty difficult. No, I just told you. Gotcha. How was I cheated? Well, I'm not going to tell the story again. Go watch the video. Here, I will link the video, though, so that you don't have to find it. I mean, it's on my playlist of stories on YouTube, but I will grab it for you. 1 second. It is... Oh, I didn't mute. There we go. Here we go. Have at it. Okay. What were other people saying? Jake asked, if I would ask the players in the field, would they say the same percentage, or is it like chess and paranoia? Well, there's no Kramnik equivalent in the bridge world. I try to quash all of these, like, horrible rumors about that. I think a lot of lower level bridge players are paranoid about bridge cheating because they're too afraid to admit their own mistakes. I think this is a relatively common thing. that people want to believe that others are cheating around them because it would make themselves look better if they were losing to cheaters rather than if they were losing because they were just weaker than the opponents that they played against. And I have heard, I mean, I'm kind of out of the loop in like the pro scene, but I've talked to a couple of pro players, and their opinion is that it's less than 1% of pairs now at the top level will cheat. So, you know, again, it's impossible to prove zero, but like they think that it really is effectively no one is cheating nowadays at the top level, which I don't know. Could be. Maybe there's one or two that we still haven't caught. But that's what I've heard. Yeah, Gurnik, this is a big problem in general. You know, referencing the whole Hans Niemann drama at the Sinkfield Cup or whatever, that Hans was like interviewed afterwards about a number of his games, and he was just like, well, I just thought this was the right play, rather than trying to provide any sort of real analysis. Yeah, Vadran says cheating's different, tempo of play. I mean, tempo of play is taking advantage of unauthorized information. I mean, I would call that more slimy. Like, it's against the rules, but like, I would say cheating specifically is if someone comes in with a covert signaling method to pass extra information to their partner that the opponents are not privy to. So that's what I would consider cheating. But I mean, like, is it technically cheating to take advantage of UI? I don't know. I mean, like, this is just semantics that we're arguing at this point. But obviously, like, placing your card horizontal versus vertical on the felt to let your partner know whether or not you had a high card in the suit that was led, that is cheating. Oh, it absolutely was known. Like, known. And I mean, like, this was known and provable in the expert community that Fischer and Schwartz were cheating. Like, I knew they were cheating when I played pro. Like, so every time I saw them at a tournament, I just hoped I didn't play against them. And I played a lot of boards against Fischer and Schwartz. So, like, I knew they were cheating, but I just, like, accepted that this was part of the game. Like, now I have to beat a pair that has extra information that I don't have available to me. Well, I still think I'm better than them, so I'm still going to do my best to defeat them. But, like, you know, that was, for me, that was just, like, everyone knew this. And that's what we had to deal with when we played events. Same with Fantoons. Oh yeah, that whole thing about Fischer kibitzing an Israeli pair, which was absolutely insane. That was pretty funny. Yeah, Pete makes the point that just like, because all of these top players kind of know each other, you're going to go out and like at the end of the day after like a long match and make new friends and hang out at the bar and talk some bridge with people that generally you want to like tell your war stories. Like, hey, this was an awesome hand. How did you guess that queen of clubs? And if the player like gives a very sus explanation about it, then that, of course, is going to sound suspicious. And if this happens over and over and over again, you know, we get into this idea about how much data do you need? Like this whole machine learning argument. What constitutes cheating? Is it like 0.1th percentile, so 99.9th percentile? Is it 99.99th percentile? And so on. That if you get enough stories of someone who hasn't been able to explain the rationale behind their play, or their bridge logic just doesn't make any sense when they try and explain it, and you're just like, how can you be a top world-class player if you don't understand this basic concept in the game? Then now they become suspicious, right? So now you'll be on the lookout for them. Yeah, so Gurnik actually brings up an interesting point. I see, Ian, that you lost to Fisher Schwartz at the juniors once, but you beat them at table tennis. That's good to hear. So what if, I'm going to read this message out loud. What if you are so intact and in chemistry with your partner over the years that you just pick up on the subtle clues in how they play, tiny face moves, etc., like unintentionally, where is the line with illegal signaling? This was a big complaint about Meckwell for a long time. And this might have been the case for other pairs worldwide, but I'm just familiar with Meckwell as an American, that Meckwell had been playing together for like 50 years, and they'd played over 1 million hands of bridge together. So is it the case that, as I had said about like bidding, you get a feeling for what auctions your partner bids what, and therefore Meckwell was just able to better judge in every situation? Or was it the case that Meckwell was, reading Rodwell's like hand motions, like not intentionally, like this isn't an intentional form of cheating. It's just like Meckwell and Rodwell were so in tune that they knew what it meant when Rodwell like sighed or something at the table, or when Rodwell like blinked a couple of times, or when Rodwell like took the bidding card and like laid it out in like a slow fluid motion as opposed to like slaps it on the table or something, right? Like these are going to be unintentional things that Meckstroth and Rodwell are doing, but is this something that like they're taking advantage of UI? And I think the answer, which like I know there's going to be disagreement on this, I think the answer is no. You're allowed to do this because like there needs to be some sort of benefit to you investing time and playing with a partner for so long. Like obviously you shouldn't be intentionally taking advantage of things that your partner's doing, especially if you're noticing them. And if your partner has like very obvious tics or something that they do at the table in specific spots, like that becomes a little bit questionable. But that's not what I think people were complaining about for Meckwell specifically. They were kind of complaining that like, oh, Meckstroth just knows what Rodwell has on every hand, therefore he knows like how to defend or how to play bid game and stuff like that. But yeah, so I mean, my personal belief on that is that it can't be the case. Like, I don't think it's feasible for it to be the case to punish players who play together regularly, right? Because otherwise it's like the more work you put in with a partner, like the more sanctions you get placed on you, which seems like completely contradictory to like players wanting to put an effort to work on a partnership. Mech beat Rodwell in the seniors Butler. I mean, I've watched Meckstroth and Rodwell play individually for like the past 2 years, and like I think it's very clear which one of them was the better player. But that's just my opinion. Well, Gurnik, I mean, the explanation wouldn't be partner hesitated a bit. I mean, obviously, if that's the rationale for your decision making, like, it's that's not allowed. But if it's just like, oh, it felt like a 50-50, but if the explanation is like this felt like a 50-50, but Rodwell tends to like, leading from weakness against this contract, therefore I thought it was right to switch suits at trick 2. you know, like Rodwell leads the 3 of hearts from 10 fourth, and Mextroth wins the ace from ace fourth, and he has to decide to continue hearts or switch to spades or something. And I mean, it's basically a 50-50 guess, but like he's built up a partnership with Rodwell over the years, and he's noticed that like Rodwell tends to like leading from weakness in whatever the auction type was, then that would kind of be a feeling. And he's like, okay, so like, did he get that feeling because of something that is a legitimate bridge problem, which is that he and Rodwell don't have like an implicit agreement to lead from weakness in this auction, but he's noticed Rodwell's tendency, like that's okay? Or did he get this feeling from the way Rodwell led the 3 of hearts, like, which is technically not okay? That would be taking advantage of UI. Like, where's the line drawn there? I think this one is impossible to police. So I would bend over backwards for the players in this situation. At least that's how I would do it. Oh, we have Sweden and Switzerland, so I guess we're moving to that match. And who are we going to kibitz? Okay, if it is Upmark and Nystrom, I want to find a Swiss table or Swedish table that I can understand what's going on in the auction. So Upmark and Nystrom play strong club. I don't know if this table is even up, but oh, it is. Okay, I gotta get in. Sorry, chat. But let's do this. I don't know if I'm going to be joined by a co-caster, but we'll see. All right, Kalita Klukovsky. Here we go. I will see you after the round. But feel free to continue asking questions, and if your questions are good, I will bring them up on the broadcast. Welcome, everyone, to the second segment of 8. Sweden against Switzerland. Switzerland picks up 6 in the first set. So we have Upmark and Nystrom for Sweden here, Klukovsky and Kalita playing for Switzerland. This is going to be an exciting match in our quarterfinals. I am ready to watch the action. Hopefully you all are as well. Nystrom and Upmark play a strong club system. And Nystrom gets to open 2 diamonds with the hand, which could be weak with both minors, or kind of a minimum opening bid with both minors, but this time he just has diamonds, which is the alternative. 6 or more diamonds, 11 to 15. A little bit unusual in the strong club context. Klukovsky and Kalita are playing a Polish club, or Polish club variant. So takeout double by West. Kalita bids 3 clubs, alerted because Lebensal, so he has some values over there. He's got his 10 count with 5-card club suit. Nystrom on lead. Elects to just try the ace of diamonds with nothing looking particularly attractive. Maybe hoping to go ace of diamonds, diamond ruff, spade to his hand, another diamond ruff. That would have given them the first 4 defensive tricks. So diamond loser, the ace of spades is onside. Now, given that this 2 diamond opener shows a decent amount of values, 10 to 15 or 11 to 15 or so, depending on how they define the high card point range, Declare might get the clubs wrong. But even if he does, he's still only going to lose a diamond, a spade, a heart, and a club. It would be somewhat natural to play north for the club queen, though, after the long diamond suit is exposed from south. So a couple of options here that look relatively attractive. Just running the 9 of clubs immediately seems like a pretty sensible play. He decides to cash the club king. And now plays a club to the jack. Making sure to preserve that 9 of clubs. We do see the 7 drop from Nystrom, but in case the third round of diamonds needed to get roughed and dummy. Oh, that probably wasn't the play. I think he overtook with the 10. Pull the last trump, and at this point, he'll just lead a spade up. So this will be 10 tricks. Nice, comfortable start to the set for Kalita Klukowski. I mean, I suppose if Declare was planning to pick off the club suit with North having no entry, a spade up to the king would provide a 9th trick and no trump for Declare as well. So it's possible East-West could bid to a making game. We'll see a claim in just a second for 10 tricks. Oh, Al Hollander is pointing out that the other table actually did manage to reach 3 no trump. So South leads a diamond at trick 1 there. And I mean, first things first, Declare is going to need to pick up the club suit. But we're on to the next board. Klukowski gets to open a diamond. Upmark decides to start with double, figuring that his hand is best described by showing some values first, and he'll be able to bid spades later. 4 diamonds preemptive by Kalita. This is one of the benefits of 1 diamond generally promising a 5-card suit, that East is happy to preempt to the appropriate level in diamonds immediately here. Nystrom aggressively sticks in a 4 spade bid. Oh man, 5 diamonds by Klukowski. So what is Upmark going to think about this auction? We saw a hand yesterday. Yeah, I was about to say we saw a hand yesterday where someone made an aggressive bid after preemption. There was a 3 diamond versus 4 diamond opener, and East seat with 4-4-0-5 shape and 9 high card points ended up making a takeout double at a lot of tables, pushing their side to 7 hearts. This 4 spade bid, I think Upmark is expecting a little bit more from his partner for this 4 spade call. He ends up in 6 hearts. Klukowski decides to let it go, figuring that he can't get all that rich against this contract, and with queen third of spades, he's hoping to have enough defense to maybe defeat this one a trick. A club lead will immediately sink the contract. But I think on any lead, this contract was going to end up going down. Declare just doesn't have enough entries to take all of the club finesses that he needs against West. All right, club to the ace. Upmark decides to play the 5. It is important to be aware of the opponent's carding methods here. I think maybe if Upmark had had more of his morning coffee, he might have dumped the 8 of clubs. Or sorry, the 5 of clubs was correct, because if he had played the 8 of clubs, kind of faking like it was 7-5 doubleton, the poles actually lead low from doubletons. So he wanted to preserve the spot card that could possibly confuse Klukowski about the layout of the club suit. But a club back, and this is just going to be a quick down 1. He's thinking about going up with the club king. I suppose he could plan to squeeze East in the black suits. If East has 4 small spades and the club queen, then he could win the club king, run the hearts, and plan to go king of spades, spade to the jack, felling a queen doubleton in Klukowski's hand. Maybe that's his plan. The 7 of clubs would be consistent with queen 7-6. They play second and fourth best leads. So long think from Upmark. At this point, he knows that either East is getting a ruff, in which case he's just going down, or this was a very strange lead of the 7 of clubs from queen 7-6 when their side had been raised diamonds. He does eventually decide to go up with the club king, so this would be playing for that squeeze possibility if West shape was 2... Give me a second. 2-4-5-2, I guess. Which is very possible. And probably his best realistic chance to make the contract. He's not doubled. Going down an extra trick is not going to be a huge cost. All right. 6 hearts down 2. 7 imps were picked up for Sweden on board 15, getting to 3 no trump. Declare in the other room did manage to make with an over trick. So Sweden's back on top in the match. Upmark gets to open a no trump. This is good 13 to 16 for them in their strong club system. Penalty double by Kalita. So Nystrom has 10 highs opposite a strong no-trump range. His opponents have made a penalty double. I'm curious if he has a way to punish the opponents for this double. I mean, Klukowski may well run with 2 high card points. But I think Nystrom would like to go after them with a hand that looks like this. Well, he's giving this a long think. He does redouble. Okay, Klukowski passes. And it looks like Al Hollander providing us some much needed explanations in the table chat. Thank you, Al. Redouble is setting up a force to 2 no trump. So Upmark will definitely pass this. I mean, he's thrilled to hear his partner has some values, given that he opened a complete minimum. So I guess Kalita runs to 2 clubs, yeah? So Nystrom can pass if he wants to, given that they're in a force. He doesn't really want to double 2 clubs on his own, but if his partner has 4 trumps, then he would probably be happy defending. And Upmark does go after 2 clubs, so I think this is going to end the auction. I mean, unless Klukowski chooses to run. Okay, Klukowski does choose to run. So it looks like East-West are going to end up in 2 hearts doubled at this point. Kalita will bid 2 hearts. Or maybe he'll try the kind of cute in-between step. He can bid 2 diamonds, and when 2 diamonds gets redoubled, he can... or when 2 diamonds gets doubled, he can redouble. And that will let his partner pick between the majors. Because if he bids 2 hearts and Klukowski happened to have 4 spades and 3 hearts, yeah, this is exactly what he's going to do. So he'll bid 2 diamonds. Obviously, if the opponents let him play 2 diamonds undoubled, he's thrilled. But now he redoubles 2 diamonds, and this is pick a major. It's it's the one way to get your partner to choose in these auctions. All right, now Upmark has no difficulty doubling 2 hearts, ace, king, jack, fourth. I think he was a little bit nervous about doubling 2 clubs with 4 small, but here he has a much easier time. So how bad is this going to end up being with Trump lead looking fairly natural? I mean, Upmark can see that if he continues ace, king, and a heart, the queen of hearts will take the trick, and then because he has to follow to 4 rounds of clubs, Declare is just going to run the entire club suit, pitching a bunch of losers from his own hand. He might not have anything better to do. I mean, I guess it's impossible to find a club lead at trick 1 from North's hand. But that might have worked out a little bit better on defense if he was able to do so. Yeah, Upmark does realize the danger of ace, king, and a heart. So he switches to spades immediately. I do see a question. Why did Klukowski redouble 2 clubs? It's because he only had a doubleton club. He was hoping that his partner had another 4-card suit somewhere. And if it happened to be in diamonds or hearts, then he would have found a better fit. Normally, when the opponents double you in the first suit, they are correct. In this case, Kalita happens to have very strong clubs, and Upmark had 4 small. But it could easily have been the case that Upmark had king, queen, 4th of clubs, and his partner was ace, 5th. So Klukowski definitely wanted to run and offer his side a chance at getting to a better fit. Well, he hasn't played on this 10 of spades yet. I suppose he's thinking about hopping up with the king to try and force South to take the ace and cut communications between the north-south hands. They do still have communication in the diamond suit, though, so it wouldn't be as effective. But it's still a pretty reasonable play to think about. I mean, let's suppose he decides to win the spade queen and leads another trump. Because obviously, from his perspective, Upmark didn't like something about playing a second trump, and usually if the defenders stop pulling your trumps, then it's probably a good idea for you to do so on offense. I mean, the defense can, of course, win the second trump trick, play another spade through, cash a couple spades, cash a couple diamonds, and then end up forcing the dummy in the diamond suit. So North will end up scoring all of his trumps because his spot cards are so strong. That might be the best for the defenders. And there doesn't appear to me much that Declare can do about this, because if Declare tries running clubs, South will be able to rough in with the heart 10. So this could be a bit of a massacre. Fortunately for Switzerland, they end up stopping safely in 5 hearts in the other room on that board 16. And after a club lead to the ace, a club came back. Declare did guess correctly to play a low club, picking off the club queen and making 5 hearts. So 11 imps back their way. But this could be a big pickup for Sweden, depending on how many they beat this contract. Well, let's suppose Klukowski does decide to go after this plan of 3 rounds of clubs, trying to pitch some losers from his hand. So the 10 of spades runs around to the queen. He plays 3 rounds of clubs. South is going to rough in. I suppose he can ditch a spade at that point. South will be down to spades and diamonds. We'll have to play a diamond to North. Who can, I guess, play a spade through. South will win the jack, play a 3rd round of spades, maybe roughed and over-roughed. And then Upmark could, for example, cash the heart king and continue diamonds, forcing dummy, eventually scoring the jack of hearts as well. So that would end up being 2 diamond tricks, 4 heart tricks, and a spade trick for 7 total on defense, down 2. Not a complete disaster for Switzerland. Okay, Klukowski does decide to go with the kind of original line that I was mentioning. Win the queen of spades, lead a second heart up. The opponents didn't want to do this for you, so maybe this is the right line of play. But now a second spade to the king and ace. Cash the jack as North sheds a club. And then 3 rounds of diamonds if they work out to do so. will end up establishing 2 more heart tricks for North. So if the defense gets the position right from here, it's looking like down 3. I mean, Declare is actually somewhat fortunate that their clubs aren't getting roughed after all of this. But yeah, there we go. 2 rounds of diamonds, a 3rd diamond. Upmark knows exactly what's going on. And Klukowski can pitch his diamond on the ace, king, queen of clubs. But that'll be his last trick. So 500 and 170 is a much larger swing. 8 imps going the way of Sweden. And they're within 2 in the match. Lots of excitement at the start of this first set, or the second set today. The first set was a little bit more tame, but here we're going to see 26 imps scored in 3 boards. A lot of back and forth. There are, in fact, 8 segments, 4 played today, 4 played tomorrow. 112 boards in total, 14 by 8. And whoever wins gets to move on to the semifinals to continue competing for a medal, where they'll have 2 chances to do so. The losing team, I believe, gets to drop into the transnationals. Which that event is running concurrently with this one. East and South Pass. So over to West, he's got a 16 count. Normally in the Polish club, the strong hands started around 18 high card points, so it's a little bit different from a precision style if you're familiar with that. So West opens a heart, 1 spade overcall, 3 hearts. Whatever it means, that's exactly what you want to bid with the East hand. I mean, whether your agreement is that 3 hearts is weak or mixed, at these colors, you just have to be bidding 3 hearts to put some pressure on the opponents. That Jack 4th of spades might just be enough that the opponents get to 4 spades and you can defeat that contract. A slower auction might give North-South the information to stay out of 4 spades, but I suppose this is the danger. Now that the opponents were well on their way to the 4 spade contract, your partner has bid all the way up to 5 hearts on his own. Nystrom going after this contract. He does have 2 defensive tricks. And is Declare going to be able to make this, or is Declare going to end up going down? The King of Spades lead will get roughed. On the surface, there are only 2 losers, the 2 red suit aces. Declare can pick off the diamond suit, either by taking a finesse against North or trying to rough out the Jack 3rd of diamonds, which would work. And then there's that pesky Queen of clubs. I think this is going to be a little bit too much to handle. But Klukowski is a bit of a miracle worker when he declares these hands sometimes. He'll just read every card correctly, and he may well pick off this Doubleton Queen of clubs in North's hand. I mean, especially if he ends up setting up a diamond trick to possibly discard a club from the East. That would make things easier. I don't think there's going to be a ton of indication on the auction. Of course, South has showed a heart splinter with the 4 heart bid. Probably. I mean, I would expect that to show a splinter, but maybe that's not what their agreement is. It could just be a good raise to 4 spades. But either way, it feels like North with ace, king, queen, fifth of spades, and South with two red aces, the queen of clubs could be in either player's hand. And it makes Declare's life a lot easier if South holds the club queen. Then all you have to do is take a club finesse, and you make your contract. So once again, Klukowski taking his time at trick one. He's had back-to-back difficult play problems. I suspect we just rough and play a diamond to the king at trick two. If North happens to hold the diamond ace, because we don't know yet that North has all of the ace, king, queen of spades. Whoa! Big result for Sweden in the other room. 5 hearts doubled comes through, and it makes. All right, diamond goes to the king and ace. Now Nystrom has a little bit of thinking to do. He switches to a club, which looks relatively natural facing the dummy. So I mean, it seems to me as if he had played back a spade, he would have just easily defeated the contract. Eventually, he would get in with the heart ace and play a third spade, and the 10 of hearts would get promoted. So while a club switch definitely looks quite sensible, he did have an alternative way to just immediately defeat 5 hearts doubled. Okay, 2 rounds of clubs. Klukowski does pick off the club queen. Maybe that 7 of clubs switch gave things away. So now there's just one more task for him. He can pull the last trump. He can unblock the club 10. And then he's going to have to work out what to do in the diamond suit. If South has jack fourth of diamonds, he needs to play a diamond to the 10. Otherwise, he's going to need to play a diamond to the queen. He could play a diamond to the queen and rely on a roughing finesse in the suit. But I think that's going to be pretty unlikely. He now has a full count on North's shape. North started with 5 spades, 3 hearts, 2 clubs, and therefore 3 diamonds. So percentage-wise, he should go wrong here. He should play a diamond to the 10. But he just is a magician. He plays a diamond to the queen, and the 10 of diamonds comes back, roughing out the jack, and his hand is high. It is hard to pick up some imps against this Switzerland team if they're playing like this, but Sweden does great to push the board in the other room. There was a slightly different auction over there, I will note. But both West players end up picking off that jack of diamonds at the end of play. I mean, they do well to not lose a club trick to start with. And then on top of that, they guess the diamonds. South opens a no trump. We've seen this one before. Good 13 to 16. So 2 clubs, 2 spades. Up Mark just gonna bid the spade game. Probably needs a little bit too much ups at this range to go investigating slam. I mean, he does have great shape for it, so he'll think this one through. King, queen of spades, king of diamonds, ace of clubs. That's 12 high card points, and slam is probably making on 3-2 spades. But that is also kind of a perfect hand, cherry-picked hand for South. No wasted values in hearts, all of the fitting controls and key cards. I suppose if he has a way to investigate, he might choose that avenue. Like if he bids... what, 3 hearts now? Some sort of game-forcing spade raise. Maybe he can get some information out of his partner. The danger, of course, is that you don't want to clue the opponents into a club lead if your partner's weak there. You would rather have them guess about the correct opening lead. Okay, he does try with 3 hearts. Probably envisioning that 12 count that I brought up earlier. King, queen of spades, ace of clubs, king of diamonds. Double by East is going to make Upmark a little bit excited, actually. Now that the opponents have some wasted values in hearts. So Nystrom's 4-3-3. It's not the most attractive hand to be investigating slam. He's also minimum in terms of high cards. He does have a couple of aces, but his trump suit is quite poor. I mean, the one benefit of, say, redouble here, which would just show first round heart control, is that it doesn't take up any bidding space. So you can let your partner tire themselves out by you redouble, they bid 3 spades, now you bid 4 spades or something, and they've expressed even more interest than they have before. If South just jumps to 4 spades and North had a better hand than this, North might be a little bit nervous about passing 4 spades. Or similarly, if we redouble as South and North starts Q-bidding, right, then we can give them one more option to make a forward-going bid, and then we sign off, and now North feels a little bit more comfortable passing 4 spades. I think Nystrom knows 4 spades is the right spot. He's just trying to figure out the best way to convince his partner of that. So I kind of like the idea of redouble, if that's going to be the conclusion he comes to. 4 spades, of course, would kind of just show his hand, and then Upmark with this 11 count would probably pass. And kind of counterintuitively, redoubling would make North a little bit less hopeful about the slam prospects because the ace of hearts would be much better suited in a different suit. North kind of needs this perfect hand with no wasted heart values. I see Warren is asking at the table about 3 no trump from South. Would that be natural? Would this be some sort of non-serious slam try? It probably does depend on your agreements about serious versus non-serious. Okay, Nystrom passes, which is an interesting idea. Maybe he is trying to get to 3 no trump as a possible contract with the ace jack third of hearts. He passes, his partner's going to bid 3 spades most of the time, right? North still wants to hear about cubids from South, and then he'll try 3 no, hoping at that point that this is natural. Yeah, so I feel like this pass from South has backfired a little bit because now North is a little bit more hopeful that South has this perfect hand. Nothing wasted in hearts because South didn't redouble or, sign off, for example. And so he does cubid 4 diamonds. I mean, North could have a monster over there, so I feel like South is obligated to Q4 hearts at this point. He does have the club control his partner's missing. He does have the ace of hearts and not the king. Yeah, I do feel like Nystrom's plan got foiled by this 4 diamond bid. He might have thought he had a good thing going for him. Pass, I'm going to pull 3 spades to 3 no trump, and this will hopefully suggest interest in a different strain. There's 4 hearts. And good bid by Upmark. 4 spades. Well, Klukowski doesn't have a great hand to lead from. Looks like he's asking some questions. He eventually does lead a heart, second best heart. So hard round to the queen and ace. Declare needs to be a little bit careful in case the trump suit splits very poorly. But I guess he'll just play a spade, and when an honor shows up, he'll go ace and a spade, and that'll be the end of it. If spades happen to be 4-1, well, if they pull trumps, then he can run the diamonds, and if they don't pull trumps, then he might be able to abandon spades at that point. Yeah, spade to the queen. Probably the 10 of spades back. And now that spades split, there's not too much work that needs to be done. Another heart will give Declare a bit of anxiety. But he does have multiple routes to at least 10 tricks from there, so... I mean, if Klukowski does play another heart, then Declare could just pitch a club, for example. Oh, South showed his hand. Did I miss something on a heart back? I mean, obviously he could ruff and just start running diamonds and hope that West has at least 3 diamonds. That maybe that was his line of play. That would certainly work. All right. West opens heart, 10 count, 1 no from Kalita. I'm not sure the nuance between this 1 no trump bid. Versus, simply raising the major. I suppose he's intending to show this hand as a 3-card limit raise. The Singleton Club, despite only 9 high card points. But yeah, North-South have found their club fit. 2 club overcall from Nystrom. Upmark finally wakes up. He wasn't planning on bidding in this auction until now. Four clubs does feel about right. And Kalita, of course, has discovered a diamond fit, so he goes for the heart game. This looks like it's going to have no trouble making if they're allowed to play here. Nystrom has a bit of a mixed bag. He does have Queen 10 third of hearts, which is a little bit defensive, as well as the Ace Queen of spades. But his 7th club, opposite a partner who was willing to invite a sacrifice, he just bids it. All right, Ace of Clubs opening lead against 5 diamonds. So is there a way to keep North off lead? If Declare can effectively pull trumps and then duck a heart trick to South, they're in pretty good shape. So first things first, let's cash the King of Diamonds to find out if something bad is happening in the diamond suit. There doesn't appear to be any safe way to keep North off lead. So maybe the best plan is to just, after pulling 2 rounds of trumps, go Ace King and a heart. That way, if South has 3 hearts, our King of Spades is protected. All right, King of Diamonds holds. Diamond to the ace. Is he going to force the opponents to remember that he has the 3 of diamonds? Is he going to play the 9 of diamonds to the ace now, having unblocked the beer card? I mean, all that's really important is he's trying to prevent North from getting in and playing a spade through. That's the real danger on this hand. Okay, diamond to the queen and ace. And I think he's just going to play 3 rounds of hearts, putting South in. That at least seems like the most simple and straightforward plan. All right, heart to the ace. King of hearts, there it is. And South is even getting end played. He's pausing to think. I suppose there's some chance that South has one more club and one less heart, and then the correct line of play would be to duck 2 spades to South, who would be end played into giving a ruffs left, but even that's not good enough. Yeah, he just needs the hearts to be as they are. So hearts are set up. South has to lead a black suit, which is completely unnecessary, but he'll just cash the spade ace. $11 tricks. I do hear that the other room is in 5 hearts east-west, which doesn't really have the same safety net. Because if Declare loses a heart trick, they can run 6 rounds of diamonds pitching 2 spades from the west hand, but they're still going to lose 2 spade tricks at the end. So in 5 hearts, Declare actually needs to pick off the heart suit. And there really aren't any entries to do so. Upmark opens a diamond. Could be as few as 0 diamonds. I mean, most of the time, this is just going to be their catch-all for a weak no-trump type hand. 1 heart by South is just a natural heart response. I suppose there are some other hand types that are included in a heart, but we won't worry about those for now. So Kalita didn't have a natural way to show diamonds over a diamond. For them, I guess 2 diamonds would have been... I'm just taking a look. A lot of pairs would play 2 diamonds as natural over the precision diamond, but they play it as Michaels, showing both majors. So Klukowski comes in with 2 spades. And a note about Klukowski's 2 spade bid, I guess we can talk more about 1 heart now. 1 heart frequently is the way for North-South to start a relay sequence. So if South had a very strong hand, he would start with a heart regardless of what his length was in hearts. And that's why Klukowski probably wanted to preempt 2 spades. He wanted to stop the opponents from using their relay methods. He happens to catch an absolute monster in his partner's hand. And this looks like it might be par. 4 hearts appears to make for North-South, but nothing at the 5 level. And this contract has 5 quick losers. Well, board 20... At the other table, Switzerland picks up another 12 imps. 5 hearts goes down 1 on the ace of clubs lead. Declare, despite having the ability to pick up the trump suit, just doesn't have the entries to do so. Elects to cash the heart ace and cash the heart king, which is going to be percentage, playing for the queen of hearts to fall doubleton. But not enough tricks after that, with the queen of hearts not falling. Queen of clubs cashes from Nystrom. So partner's 8 of clubs tends to show an even number here as a count signal. It's not really going to matter if they mess up the cash out. But strong defense would be to play back a heart here, make sure that they cash all their tricks. And Nystrom works it out. Plays back a heart. North can win the jack, cash the club ace, and eventually North is going to get 2 more trump tricks. Or, sorry, lead the club ace, and North is going to get 2 more trump tricks. Declare can ruff the ace of clubs. I imagine we rough the heart and go ace and a spade. If Klukowski knew about the spade distribution, he might have tried running the jack of spades, picking off a potential stiff 10 in South's hand. But he needs to rough the heart anyway. All right, ace of spades, ace of diamonds, now a spade. And there is no diamond guess because North happens to have queen doubleton in front of dummy. So 300. Par result achieved. And looks like a solid result for Sweden here. They didn't get overboard with 2 big fits in hearts and clubs. But we could definitely see Switzerland and the other table being allowed to play 4 hearts on the north-south cards. So East-West did very well to even get involved in any capacity on this hand. And of course, they find the spade sacrifice as opposed to the diamond sacrifice, which would have gone for an extra trick. All right, Kalita gets to open a club, I believe. He could open a diamond showing 5. We saw that earlier, in fact. Board 16, where Klukowski was able to open a natural 1 diamond, and then they were able to find their diamond fit quickly. So he does open a diamond. Oh, speak of the devil. 4 hearts was allowed to sit east-west or north-south in the other room on board 21. So Switzerland picks up another 8 in the set. We've had some big swings back and forth. Switzerland getting the best of it. 3 clubs is clubs and... Let me just make sure I get this right. Clubs and spades. Exactly the black suits. North has a good hand. I mean, flip the black suits here, and North-South makes 6 of either major. Or probably makes 6 of either major. But with the clubs here being stronger than the spades, North-South are even in danger in the 5 level if they get to a spade contract or a heart contract. So does Upmark have some way to investigate slam sensibly here? I think a lot of pairs would choose the 2 non-black suit cubids to show good hands with the other suits. But I don't know if that's exactly what North-South are doing. So maybe 3 diamonds shows hearts. 3 hearts shows a little bit of tolerance for that suit. I mean, maybe South would bid 3 spades if they had a singleton or void and heart. Oh, Upmark does decide to be a little bit conservative, just bidding 4 hearts. It does kind of need a perfect hand from Nystrom. I mean, for one thing, the Heart King is a huge play, or a huge card that helps out in the play in either of the potential slam contracts. West on lead. I mean, the nice thing is he knows his partner has 5 diamonds, so a diamond lead isn't going to set up a source of tricks and dummy. At least he doesn't think so. This time it would happen too. He might be thinking about a heart lead. It sounds as if South is 5-2-1-5, so a heart lead would prevent diamond ruffs in the South hand. So I do think a heart lead is pretty attractive from West side. And there's the trump. Well, with 2 hard entries to the South hand, I think a pretty reasonable line of play for Declare is to just win this and play the King of Clubs pitching a spade. And then get in with whatever he wins on the next trick, and then play the Queen of a heart to the King and the Queen of Clubs pitching another spade. And then maybe just a diamond to the King. I mean, he could try a diamond finesse if he wants to, I suppose. But eventually the plan would be to just lose 2 diamonds and a club. That would get them to 10 tricks. So yeah, that's exactly what Declare goes with. King of Clubs pitch a spade. Kalita gets to win the ace. And with that 10 of hearts carefully preserved as an entry, he'll be able to pitch the other spade loser. Yeah, Kalita doesn't really have a great card to play on this trick. I guess he'll probably just end up returning a trump because he has nothing better to do. And then it's all going to be about how greedy Declare wants to be for potential over tricks. You could try and cash the third club. I think that's a little bit scary. Even though Klukowski's carding might suggest that clubs are 5-3 as opposed to 6-2. You could try and run the 10 of diamonds, which I think is a little bit less scary. Because what are the odds that East has ace jack 6, then gives their partner a diamond ruff? But still, I mean, I don't really see any need to give the defenders that sort of opportunity. So maybe the safest thing to do is even to just ruff a spade back to dummy and pull trumps and lay down the diamond king. Either way, he's going to make 10 or 11 tricks. They made 11 at the other table. They played it from the other side, with East opening a club in the other room, kind of the weak no-trump type hand. South was able to overcall spade, and eventually North-South found their heart fit. Well, first things first, Kalita needs to play a card. I mean, it turns out a spade switch is fine, but he doesn't really know that. Declara could have the spade queen. I do think just playing back a trump seems the most sensible. I don't blame Kalita for thinking. I do think that he kind of knows that this contract is making, though. I mean, if Declare was missing a diamond spot, either the 10 or jack, even then his partner would have jack 10 third and it would fall under the king queen of diamonds, so they would still only get 2 diamond tricks. But it kind of feels like from Declare's tempo, he didn't pause for too long at trick 1. He immediately took a roughing finesse in clubs that he expected to lose. I think you can be pretty confident that Declare expects to be making the contract and Kalita doesn't have any surprises for him. Yeah, there's a trump return. So now the queen of clubs to pitch a spade. And are we just playing a spade to the ace, pull the last trump, or are we risking a diamond hook? I think we just play a spade to the ace and pull the last trump now. Like, remember, Kalita's 1 diamond opener basically showed a 5-card diamond suit. And could easily have 6. Yeah, and there we go. So the defense is going to get 2 diamonds eventually. 4 hearts will make 4, and Switzerland picks up another imp. This has been a good set for them so far. They won the first half of the segment by 16, 31-15. They'll pick up another one here. Go ahead 23 in the match. It's still early, but this is shaping up to be another one of these. Switzerland makes it out of the round robin stage, wins a bunch of knockout matches, will put themselves in the contention for another gold medal. They are the defending Bermuda Bowl champions after all. And despite what many might call a disappointing performance from this team in the World Championships last year, they still came away with the bronze medal. Nystrom picks up an 11 count. Now, they do play a strong club, and most strong club pairs will essentially open any hand with 11 high card points. This does look like a pretty mediocre 11, and Nystrom decides to pass. Upmark opens a spade. Rebids 2 diamonds. So North is limited to 15, but Nystrom knows opposite a decent 15 count. Of course, he wants to be in game with his 11. Rebids 2 no. Which probably surprises Upmark a little bit, figuring what sort of hand can partner be passing in our system, and then want to invite a no trump when we don't find a fit. Pretty unusual. But I think North with no spot cards and kind of a middle of the road hand, 13 high card points. Oh, I was going to say I thought he was just going to let this go, but he does end up bidding the vulnerable game. This 9 of clubs lead is going to work out pretty nicely for Declare. So the 9 just promises the 10. It's Rusino honor lead. It does apparently for East-West deny a higher honor, though. So that allowed Kalita to actually let the 9 of clubs run around to the queen. A lot of pairs who would be playing 9 shows the 10 and could have a higher honor would probably have won the ace of clubs in Kalita's seat to return the suit. Well, how's Declare going to do from here? He'll need to unblock the spade suit to get 5 spade tricks because the suit splits 4-2. If he happens to play back a second club, the defenders could switch to hearts to really mess with his communication. But 5 spades, 1 club, 1 heart is not enough tricks. I mean, even 5 spades, 2 clubs, 1 heart is not enough tricks. Declare's either going to need that king of diamonds or the diamond suit to provide a trick, which it looks like that's far away from happening. Or he's going to need to score the 13th heart somehow and magically unblock all of his suits, which I also don't think is happening. So it looks like despite this relatively friendly opening lead of the 9 of clubs, Declare is in a bit of trouble. Yeah, for those wondering about the Polish opening leads in terms of their honor sequences, their 10 is from honor 10-9. So ace 10-9, king 10-9, or queen 10-9. They'll lead the 10. Okay, Nystrom plays back the club king, setting up an extra club trick. So Klukowski falls with the 3, just giving a count signal to his partner. So this will be showing a 5-card club holding that he started with. I wonder if Kalita just switches to the Heart King now. It's definitely not without risk. If Nystrom's hearts are like Queen 10 9 4th, that would give Declare 4 heart tricks, which would be an awful lot. But Kalita is sitting on that 10/4 of spades, and he knows that the King of Diamonds is not a dummy entry. If he can knock out that Ace of Hearts, Declare's entire spade suit gets stranded over there. So even if he gives up the entire heart suit in the process, I mean, it might just come back as a wash. And if his partner happens to hold the Heart Queen, then he's in great shape. And of course, the reason to lead the king instead of a low one is that if you lead low and Declare has Queen 10 9 of hearts, they might just win the 10, then unblock the spades, and then heart to the ace, and they can run the spade suit. So I could definitely see the King of Hearts come back here. It's hard to envision a club return helping the defense, because with Kalita having all of these missing values, 12 high card points of his own, he knows that his partner just doesn't have an entry. His partner doesn't have the Heart Ace, that's in dummy, doesn't have the Diamond King, that's in dummy. So even though a club return would set up partner's club suit, it would just not be all that effective for the defenders. It's safe, though. That's kind of the benefit of a club. We play back a club, Declare wins, and we haven't been forced to break the heart suit or the diamond suit. Okay, but Kalita decides to return a spade to attack communications a little bit. Well, I guess we now play a diamond to the king. If the ace of diamonds is on side, then the king of diamonds will be an entry to the long spades. So, for example, if we lead a diamond to the king and it wins, great. Spade to the jack, jack of clubs cashes, heart to the ace, and then we take all of our tricks. We make 3-0. If a diamond to the king and West hops up with the ace to play a heart, trying to cut communication in that suit, well, now the king of diamonds is an entry. Of course, things could get a little bit messy here. If a diamond to the king loses, which it will in this scenario, you might go down extra tricks when Declare could have just cashed out for down 1. But at teams, you gotta play to make these vulnerable games. I mean, the spade switch looks mighty suspicious to me. It almost sounds as if the diamond ace is offside. Because otherwise, East might have tried something a little bit more desperate, right? Like, if West had the diamond ace, East probably would return a club, setting up the club suit. Okay, Nystrom cashes the jack of spades, so it looks like he is just going to plan on cashing out. I mean, maybe his hope is to cash a bunch of winners and go ace and a heart. If Kalita happened to have all of the king, queen, jack of hearts. Oh, what? Wait. Well, this doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, I suppose West only had 2 club winners, so if West had the ace of diamonds, Declare would still be fine. But I don't like this play specifically because now we've set up an extra defensive trick. I suppose it never really mattered, though. Diamond comes back. We have a diamond guess. West can cash the diamond queen and a couple of clubs, and Declare will have the rest. The other table went down 2 and 3 now. South did open the 11 count in the other room. It didn't stop West from leading clubs at trick 1. But yeah, looks like a completely different line of play taken at the other table, and could end up costing them a couple of imps, maybe 3, if Sweden manages to escape for down 1 here. I'm not really sure what Kalida's thinking about. If Declare has the diamond queen, then he's just cold. Of course, that would have also given South a 12 count. He knows that South has passed in first seat. And he knows about partner's club length because of Klukovsky's count signal at trick 2. So a little bit surprised that Kalita hasn't already just played back a diamond. I mean, he knows about the Heart Queen in partner's hand as well, but couldn't Declare just have the same hand without the Jack of Diamonds? And then his partner can cash out 2 diamonds and 2 clubs? If we play back a heart, Declare just cashes the heart ace, ace, queen of spades, 7 of spades, and they get out for down 1 immediately. So at least a diamond shift gives you a chance at down 2. And in this case, Nystrom would have some sort of diamond guess that you would argue for. I don't think Nystrom should get the diamond guess wrong, though, because if Kalita had the diamond queen, he wouldn't give Declare the opportunity to make it. He would just switch to hearts. Like, again, he has a count on Declare's high card, so a heart switch should be safe. The other table is a couple boards ahead of us. I mean, this contract has taken quite a while to play, both from Declare's perspective and the defenders. Okay, he switches to hearts, so he must, well, Declare did not duck the Jack of Hearts. That is not what happened. Oh, maybe he did. Wait, maybe he did. Because Declare is still trying to make it. If we can isolate the hearts in West's hand and the clubs, then maybe a diamond to the Jack later would work. Oh boy. This has gone from bad to worse for Nystrom. He's lost 3 imps now. So not only did he duck the heart, but he's misguessed the diamonds. So what would Kalita's shape have been? He would have been 4-2, 4-3. It's possible. Wow. So fighting hard to make the contract ends up costing 6 imps. Very unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes you do your best to try and make your contracts, but these under tricks do matter. I mean, 6 imps is the same as a non-vulnerable game swing. Well, I can't blame the guy for trying. But unfortunately, Switzerland comes out on top of that exchange. 3 no trump down 3. I mean, if Kalita envisioned that that's what was going on, that was very enlightened defense from him to switch to the Jack of Hearts, because he was basically feigning like he had King Jack Doubleton in the heart suit. I do think he probably would have switched to the king, though, from King Jack Doubleton, not to block the suit. Anyway, enough about that hand. The imps are already on the scoreboard. West opens a Polish club here. East gets to bid a no trump with his 10 high card points. Immediate spade lead from Nystrom. Did he really win the spade queen? Not the 9? Interesting. I would have thought that he might have just won the 9 and worked on spades after playing a couple of clubs. I suppose not. Well, Upmark knows exactly what to do after getting in with club ace. 4 rounds of hearts. Spade to partner's ace. The 9 of spades gets discarded and everyone just looks at Kalita suspiciously. You know, that card was high earlier, friend. All right, so spades should come back here. And the defense will hold declare to 7 tricks. Upmark just needs to be careful and count out the hand, as well as kind of pay attention to declare's line of play. Yeah, there's the spade. Good play. And 1 no making 1 for push. 4 boards to play in this room. And then there is going to be a short break. The next segment starts up at 3:05 p.m. local time, which is in about 55 minutes from now. Well, there is quite the result from East-West in the other room. 5 clubs bid and made for the Swedes. I mean, there's 2 hearts and an inescapable diamond loser, so I guess North must have either opened a spade or showed spades in the auction and got South off to the Queen of Spades lead. That must have been what happened. Yeah, North opened a spade. We're starting to see a bit of a similar auction. South at the other table chose a negative double over 2 clubs. Here, Nystrom gets to bid 2 hearts, which I think for them is just... I think it might be like natural and non-forcing. Let me see if I can confirm that. Well, 4 clubs splinter by upmark. That's a big bid on a 9 count, but he does have excellent heart support, and a 6 spade is not bad. Once he's discovered this 9 or longer card heart fit, even if his partner has a small singleton spade, the 6 spade gives him a lot of opportunity to try and rough out the spade suit. So Nystrom signs off in 4 hearts, and now it's to Klukovsky. His partner overcalled 2 clubs vulnerable, and so he does take the push on to 5 clubs. Are we going to see this result duplicated? 5 clubs making 5 on the Queen of Spades lead? Or is Nystrom going to come up with a alternative plan for the defense? Having found the heart fit, I would imagine you'd just lead a heart. Or you might do this. Take a little bit of insurance. So this is going to lose 2 spades, a club, and a diamond. But 300 is still going to be a nice chunk of imps going the way of Sweden. That was a pretty quick underlead of the ace-jack 5th of diamonds from Klukovsky there. All right, the king of diamonds comes back, and I think Klukovsky now knows to cash the club ace. Yeah, there it is. Kalita plays the 5. I mean, I kind of expected a much stronger suit preference signal for spades, like the 9, to come. But maybe he's thinking that a diamond coming through could cause Declare some grief if his trumps weren't quite as strong. Well, Klukovsky's seen his partner turn up with very little in clubs, nothing in diamonds, and probably nothing in hearts, given that South saved. So I think he knows about the ace-king of spades by this point. Yeah, he does play diamond, maybe at this request of Kalita on that 5 of clubs. Declare, of course, no trouble. Roughs with the queen of hearts. Heart to the king. Roughs a club. Pulls trumps. Eventually loses 2 spades. So 300 is going to be 7 imps going the way of Sweden. They'll be up to 41 on the scoreboard. Still losing the set 35-22, but making it look a bit more respectable. 3 more boards to play in this session. It looks like we're going to be finishing a little bit early. Okay, this will be an exciting one. So Kalita's 1 club in the Polish style is going to show a whole variety of hand types, but the one that he's going to want to be showing is 15 or more with clubs, or essentially any sort of hand with long clubs, basically. Hard overcall from Double by Klukowski. I'm not sure I'm familiar. I think this is just going to show some sort of general positive of some kind, opposite the strong club type hand. So maybe some high card count range. Well, Upmark is definitely going to bid 4 hearts. He's got great shape, or apparently 4 diamonds, fit showing. I think double by Kalita is implying one of the strong hand types over 4 diamonds, pushing east-west into a forcing pass situation. So 4 hearts by Nystrom. We'll probably see 4 spades by Klukowski. And Upmark has showed us hand. He made his fit jump. Left the decision up to partner. So Nystrom, of course, had the 6th heart. Could have thought about going on to 5 hearts, but lets it go. And here against 4 spades on a club lead. Spade hook. Pull trumps. Run the clubs. All of the tricks. 13 of them. So maybe it was a good decision by North-South not to overcompete. They could have ended up pushing East-West into a making slam by accident. Thank you, Al Hollander, who's pointed out that the double here by Klukowski includes a bunch of hands, but one of them being 6 spades invitational, like exactly an invite with 6 spades. So that's what Klukowski was planning to show. Yeah, there's the spade hook. Ace of spades. Claim. All 13 tricks. Now that we've caught up to the other table, I wonder what's taking so long on this board in the other room. You kind of imagine something similar is happening, but maybe that means East-West are investigating a black suit slam, and if they get there, the favorable spade lie is going to allow them to make it. Nystrom opens 2 hearts. Just a normal preempt for them. Double by Klukowski. He has the 4-card spade suit. Really needs to get in there with his heart shortness. Want to make sure that you get spades in the picture, so 3 clubs would not be most players' choice of overcall here. 3 hearts, increasing the preempt. Kalita doesn't have a spade fit, does have a heart stopper, game forcing values, tries 3 no. Spade lead. Okay. All right. Well, I was going to say the defense might get a little bit tricky on a heart lead, but look at this. This is going to make things easy for the defense. I suppose that is until North sticks in the jack at trick 1. Okay, but Upmark takes the ace, and he knows exactly what to switch to. That 10 of hearts is a huge card in his hand. Kalita can do no better than cover with the king, and they take the first 7 tricks. Declare still has a little bit of work to do from there. But I think he can manage to take a hook against the Jack of Spades. He could also choose to take a hook against the Diamond Queen. I mean, maybe North is just going to end up getting squeezed in the pointed suits. That seems a bit more likely. Okay. Looks like a claim happened. 3-no down 3. Klukowski, 5-5 in the majors. Opens a spade. 12 count. So, Kalita, he's got a nice hand opposite a 1-spade opener. His partner could have anywhere up to about 17 high card points, so I'm sure that he is thinking slam, but what's the best way to go about investigating? Start with 2 diamonds, game force. He's going to hear about the heart fit from his partner, 2 hearts. So 2 hearts by West. Well, Kalita has a bit of a conundrum, which is that he kind of wants to splinter in clubs, but his trump suit is a little bit weak. And if his partner's trumps are not quite so strong, it might be necessary to play this hand in spades in a 5-3 fit, or diamonds for that matter, in like a 6-2 fit. So if he does commit to the club splinter, then that's going to take away any chance of him having a sensible way of investigating what the right strain is on this hand. So I think he might just bid 3 hearts to confirm the heart fit, or maybe even 2 spades to confirm a spade fit. But one of those bids to give his side a little bit extra room in terms of exploring. I mean, normally if you're investigating a slam, you don't want to bid bad trump suits, is a solid piece of advice. So what bid's he gonna choose? I do see a question about why South didn't overcall. It is so dangerous, unfavorable, stepping into the opponent's 2/1 auction. So, yeah, South really doesn't want to come in with 3 clubs over 2 diamonds. That contract could be getting massacred. And, I mean, for one thing, you don't even know with all this distribution if the opponents have a game. Just because the game force doesn't mean that game will make, if your partner could be sitting over there with all the spades on top of the spade bidder. So Kalita does eventually settle on the club splinter. I mean, it does get his hand off his chest that he has a slam try, he has club shortness, he has at least 4-card heart support, probably exactly 4-card heart support, given that he started with 2 diamonds. And Kalita decides to let it go. Well judged opposite this hand that Klukowski holds. That king, queen, 3rd of clubs are completely useless. uh, up Mark the Clown. Obviously didn't really like the prospect of leading trumps against this auction. Spades is out because that's Klukowski's suit. And the club splinter discouraged him from leading clubs, so he decides to lead a diamond, but he wants to disincentivize Declara from taking a diamond finesse. Of course, with a diamond void opposite, the diamond queen is just going to hold trick one. Okay. So the 8 of diamonds pitching a club. Klukowski starts on the track of pulling trumps. Heart around to the ace, probably a heart return. Or a spade return, start knocking out some of those entries to the diamonds. So diamond ruff. We'll pull another trump now because it's convenient and happy to see the trump splitting. Probably try the king of clubs at this point. Oh, jack of spades to the king. Well, ace of diamonds and a diamond ruff, and the king of diamonds is going to fall. So we do get to pitch all the spade losers from the west hand. 4 hearts making 6. I mean, at the end of the day, this is not a bad slam. Like, despite Klukowski having this king-queen third opposite the club void, East just had just an absolute monster. Well, that is going to wrap up play in this room. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. Make sure to head over to the other table to catch the last 2 boards of exciting action in this match. We still have a ton of boards to play overall. This is just day 1 of 2 in this 124 or 112 board match. We will be back after a short break in about half an hour's time. See you all then. Chat, I'm back. Let me turn my camera on. Regini, thanks so much for your kind words. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you have been enjoying the broadcast. Yeah, Kalita, I don't think... Do we have any other casters? Hold on, I'm going to look around really quick. We'll come back in just a second. I just want to see if there are any casters in any of the matches, or if it's just me. I mean, BBO was scrambling at the last minute because they didn't even know if they were going to have coverage of the event for any of the rounds. Oh, that's kind of funny that USA won versus England and the Dorsey Trophy is tied 40-40. Okay, no casters other than me anywhere. How are we doing on this match? Switzerland, Sweden. So 3 no trump in the East. We get the Queen of Hearts lead, which is ducked. Okay, bro. What was the auction? 3 hearts double past 3 no. Yeah, let's pull up bingo. I'm sorry, I have not been paying attention to bingo. It looks like someone has been marking squares for me, but let's take a look. So here's apparently the bingo card. Let's see. We did see a relay auction. I'm pretty sure we saw 3 pushes in a row earlier. Was there a squeeze? I don't remember a squeeze. What was the squeeze? Someone remind me. There was a Grand Slam alert. I mean, Grand Slam could have made earlier in the day. You can't remember what we need for Slam? Could I remind you? You might be able to figure it out on your own. Use process of elimination with the squares on the bingo board. Good question, though. You know what? No. This is fine. This is fine. I will. Was there a beer? Did we just get a beer on the print? No, he went down in 3-0. I don't remember a beer. Was there a Bridge 101 moment? I feel like Mark has some very strong opinions about what Bridge 101 constitutes. How did people enjoy Mark today? Was it better when we just asked him questions about bidding conventions and got him to trash talk every convention that's ever been in existence? I wonder what he thinks of Gazilli. Should I ask him about Gazilli tomorrow? Maybe I should ask him about Gazilli tomorrow. Oh, I do need to get something to eat. Mark was hilarious today. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. No, we can talk about what's needed for slams. I'll give you a bingo square. I'm feeling generous today. We didn't make bingo yesterday, and I feel kind of bad about it. So generally, there are two things that you really want for slams, especially if you're light on high cards. Like, most slams are not made with 33 combined high card points between the two hands. Right? Like, if you have two balanced hands opposite each other, you want to have about 33 highs to bid slam. But, like, this is a hand where slam happens to make, or at least is, like, relatively close to making. And it's, 12 opposite 14? So what makes these hands special? Well, there's two things. One is you have controls, right? So East has a bunch of aces and kings. They also have the club void. West has a little bit in terms of controls. They have a diamond void and, a couple of kings. I mean, West's hand is kind of bad, but two, you need a source of tricks. Like, if you're light on high cards, you need to be able to take tricks with a bunch of low cards. So here, West is 5-5. They have sources of tricks in both majors, technically. One of them's going to be the trump suit. And East also has a source of tricks in the diamond suit. So those are kind of the two important things that you need for slams, is controls and a source of tricks. If your hand has one of those two things and your partner isn't just like signing off in game, you need to start like thinking about bidding slam or Q bidding or something like that. So that is how slams work for the most part. I think I'm going to have Craig the rest of the day, by the way. I'm not certain of that, but may well. Ask Mark about Flannery. Okay, should we make a list of conventions to ask Mark about? Flannery, Gazilli. Do we have any others? Okay, I'm going to use the restroom. You all can watch the Rimstets like bid up to 7 hearts or something. And then I'll probably come back with like some crackers. I'm back and I'm struggling with like opening a thing of cheese. Don't worry, I'm gonna get there. You know what? I guess I can like sit here and try and open the thing of cheese. But I might have to like go get some scissors. We should ask Mark about Gerber, Puppet Stamen, Suction. Oh man. You know what? Yes. Well, what about Psychosuction? I mean, he kept announcing how important it was, which I mean, like, this is from a technical standpoint. Okay, I need scissors. He kept talking about how important it was to preempt a suit so that you know what your partner's suit is. So like, I can't imagine he's going to like Suction, and I can't imagine he's gonna like Psychosuction. Where'd we get to here? We got to 4 spades. Well, that was the wrong suit. How did that happen? East chose spades. So this was what I was talking about. Like, East decided not to show the heart fit because their hearts were so weak. Okay, I need scissors. This is... I'll be back. Hold, please. Okay, apparently this board is done. Switzerland picked up 2 imps. I'm struggling so hard with this. Oh, we did it. Okay, I have access to my breakfast, which apparently is just cheese and crackers. Because I'm a little bit, oh man, I'm so tired today. I got like very little sleep last night, so I actually woke up at like midnight. I've been up for like 9 hours at this point, and oh man, this is gonna be a rough day. But maybe if I eat something, I'll feel better. Good morning, Elorian. All right, camera off while I eat. Where should we go? Are there other matches still running? Apparently not. Let's pull up the standings and we can take a look. Jeffrey asks, is there something wrong with 3 clubs by East after spade, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts? They... Like, 3 clubs is just a generic artificial asking bid. I mean, I think maybe you could do that, but I would expect that for most players, that's just going to be natural, showing a second suit. So, I guess we'll look at this column. Yeah, this website is a little bit confusing to read if you're new to these things, but we look at the total is how many imps we have. Wow, Italy, Belgium really did have 117 imps. Kobe asked, didn't Adonder guess 2 50-50s and 4 spades this morning? Is that true? Do I remember this hand? Oh, you see nothing? Oh my god, sorry. Here, let's do this. Is this better? Did I do it? Yeah, this is better. Great. Yeah, so this website's a little bit confusing. Just a bunch of numbers. Very good. Board 11, Kobe says. All right, let me quickly pull that one up. So, board 11, 4 spades. There was this hand. Yeah, so in the other room it was, right? Kind of. I mean, these weren't exactly 50-50s, but like they were kind of 50-50s. I'll count it. I think that's fair. That square has been notoriously difficult to reach, so I'll give you that one. Someone suggested there was a squeeze in a Bridge 101 moment. I just don't know which one it was. Greater than 100 imps scored by both teams. All we need is a beer. All we need is a beer. Do we think that anyone is ever going to earn a beer in this event? Yeah, BZL says nothing's ever 50-50. That's what Mark said this morning. Anyway, USA 1 and England are tied in the Dorsey Trophy. Yeah, we'll get there in a second. Let me, the event should be called off if no one beers. Like, wait. I mean, like, if they get to the last board and no one has beered, then they continue a playoff until someone does? Or is it just like, well, better luck again in 2 years? Sorry, no one gets a medal. You all tried your hardest. Maybe they should invite back teams 9 through 16 to try again. What an insane set, though. Italy, Belgium. USA 1 stomping England, as we would expect. Denmark crushing USA 2, as we would expect. And then Switzerland, Sweden is relatively close. So is Italy, Belgium, though, by the way. Why did Italy not choose USA 2? I don't know. That one, to me, is honestly close. Between Belgium, who looked like they were struggling towards the end of the round robin, and especially a Belgium team that looked like they were performing a little bit poorly against some of the top teams, and USA 2, who has a sponsor. So I think that one was a bit of a toss-up, but Italy was probably just like, shrug, we'll pick Belgium. But I do not think Denmark's choice was close at all. I think Denmark was very happy to get USA 2. Cax says sponsors have to play half. Used to be 1/3. Well, I think it used to be 1/3 a long time ago, but also it was 1/3 for the events where it was like 3 sessions a day, because like forcing them to play 2 of the 3 sessions each day is not great. Who's the sponsor in USA 2? It is Andrew Rosenthal is the sponsor. He plays with Aaron Silverstein. They've been partners for a long, long, long time. Okay, look at this cheese, people. It was so much easier to open the crackers package than the cheese package. Why is that? Venice Cup. Whoa. I don't have the correct cheese packaging knife. Wait, is this a real thing? Muppet also says I need a knife to open cheese. There is air in the cracker package. That's true. Well, Netherlands winning the round robin in the Venice Cup. They choose Australia, and then Australia's winning. Looks like someone might have messed up. Turkey, France, very close match, 64-62. Poland, I expected Poland to be, one of the top teams in the Venice Cup, and as well as Netherlands. I expected these to be the two top teams. And Poland obviously showing why up against USA 2. I mean, USA 2 has a sponsor, and the sponsor did play for the first two segments, I bet. Let's see. Yeah, Zhang was in for the first set, and was she also in for the second set? Yes. So, I mean, the US team will get a little bit stronger, but still, I don't think Poland has a sponsor on the team. I could be wrong about that, but... And then China, Denmark. China ahead a little bit over the home country. In the Dorsey Trophy, we do have a tie match. And I mean, it's not just a tie in the total score. It is a tie in every way possible. 15-15, 25-25, and 40-40. Is the sponsor trash talking? I don't know. I don't think Susan strikes me as much of a trash talker, but I do not know her very well. Matt asks, is the US front four better than Poland's front four? I mean, probably not. So I kind of expect Poland to crush the US in the Venice Cup. Well, USA 1 has looked dominant in the seniors. Now, granted, in these first two sets, we probably had Wolfson and Garner playing. So once again, the sponsored partnership for the US was sitting in for the first two sets. Now they're going to get replaced. And so England is going to be in for a world of hurt. USA 2 Netherlands getting the job done. USA 2 also has a sponsor, and I would imagine he probably played for the first two segments. There he is, Milner in the first set, and Milner in the second set. So USA 2 getting the job done against Netherlands, even with the sponsor in. Like, obviously, these are the top two seeds in the event. Poland over Austria currently, and Sweden and France is very close. And then finally in the Wuhan, USA 1 getting stomped. This is not what anyone expected, but we do have the sponsor in, Stu Rubenstein. And he did play... Oh, so he didn't play in the second set, and USA 1 ended up losing that segment, 33-40. Well, that doesn't bode well. I mean, obviously all of the teams are playing quite well, but USA won. We kind of expected to stomp the event. Jenny Wolpert is Gavin's wife. Yeah. And Italy, USA 2. Italy is beating USA 2 as well. Denmark over China with a nice second segment. And Poland over Hong Kong. That match is a little bit tighter. Just 18 imps. Okay, we got about 5 minutes. And I don't actually know if Craig is joining me. I think he said he would yesterday, but who knows if he will actually be awake. Interesting point by Matt. If true, Switzerland was on quite a bit during the round robin, which is correct. And Zimmerman might have sat out for all of them. Maybe he's just shy of being on Vugraph. He's tuned into my channel enough that he realizes that I make fun of every action that he takes. And so now he's just self-conscious about it. He doesn't want to be on Vugraph so that he doesn't get punished for all of his inaccuracies. How is it possible the WBF doesn't have enough resources to Vugraph all the tables? Listen, Greg, I am getting severely underpaid to broadcast the World Championships on the WBF's channel. They are so stingy with money. I'm sure they have resources, they just don't want to spend them. No, you're right, Gurnick. I mean, it's like, it's very difficult to navigate those websites. Their website needs to be a case study. Teach everyone to not design your web pages like this. I mean, if you search 2025 Bridge World Championships, you will find information about it. Like, yes, you will need to be an internet sleuth to work your way from there to the tournament homepage. But you should be able to do it if you go searching. Okay, well, I've had some food. I think I'm due on in like another few minutes. So let me try and clean up and like yeah, one sec. Be right back. I guess I can put my camera on. Then you'll know when I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna step out for a minute, but hopefully Craig gets here. If Craig gets here, chat, let him know. Well, he'll figure it out. Hello? So we don't have a Bermuda Bowl match on BBO? Is that what's going on? You want me to put up a BRB sign, Steph? Or Stephanie? Sorry, there are too many Stephs. Yeah, I could do that. I'm just lazy. I asked the WBF to make a BRB Stein for their stream. I also asked them to stream on YouTube, and I don't think either of those things is going to happen. Craig, hello, you're here. Great. I don't know what we're doing because we should have matches on BBO, but I don't know if we will. I guess we're about to find out. I mean, I specifically told them that they would make so much more money if they streamed on YouTube than they would on Twitch. And yet they're like, well, we're just going to stream on Twitch. Like, we'll see what happens. Like, if this isn't a worthwhile event, then like maybe we won't do it again in the future. I'm like, dude, I can help you make it a good event. But they don't seem interested. Most of their audience isn't gamers. I know, right? Like, that's why I actually think a lot of my audience watches on YouTube, because a bunch of people complain to me, like, I don't have a Twitch account. And I mean, like, I think you can still watch people stream even without a Twitch account. Like, I guess you can't interact with the chat, but most people on YouTube don't talk anyway. Why do bridge higher-ups hate BBO, Alan asks? I don't know. I mean, you'll have to ask them. So I did a video for them. I guess I can post a link to the video. Let me get the link. And you all can check it up or check it out or not. I mean, it just, there you go. Looks like we do have a table up. Oh, it's USA 1 England. Wait, this match is a blowout. Also, this is not the right score, is it? Hold on. Let me try and get the right score. Because I want to go in and let people know if the score is not right. But Craig, you pick a table. Oh, this is the right score. All right, Craig, where are we going? Whichever one isn't Rosenthal, they should both not be Rosenthal. Okay, goodbye, chat. We'll see you in a bit.
Good morning, everyone. We're back here for the third segment of this match. I'm Craig Ganser, joined by...
Yeah, Rob Brady here. We're going to be taking you through all the action. USA 1 England. So this is actually currently the biggest blowout of the quarterfinals among all four matches. But it's just day one.
Yeah, maybe a little surprising, too. I think USA 1 finished higher in the round robin. I think a lot of people would have made them, maybe a slight to moderate favorite, but I wouldn't have thought a 60M favorite over the first 28 boards.
No, and especially with USA 1 having their sponsor sitting out for the rest of today's segments, it's possible this could get out of hand, but two very strong teams competing up against each other here. A lot of the Americans had very high hopes for this USA 1 squad, and of course they did well in the round robin and are proving it here in the knockout stage.
Yeah, England also has been historically a pretty strong bridge country, despite being smaller than some of the other, bridge powerhouses like, the USA or, France or China. Robson has won a bunch of NABCs. David Gold won a U.S. national knockout fairly recently. So, it's a pretty strong table we got up here.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. Let me correct myself from earlier. Yeah, there no sponsor on the USA 1 team. I guess I'm just so used to it as an American that most of our teams do have that at the international competition stage. That this is actually relatively surprising for our USA 1 squad to be unsponsored coming into this event, but quite a few strong players.
Yeah, as you say, board one, pretty quick. 4 spades down on a diamond rough. Probably a pretty normal result across all the tables in the field.
Yeah, the 2 diamond opening might not be typical. A lot of pairs are going to be playing 2 diamonds as something else. So
yeah, it's true. It might be a little weak in the diamond suit for 3 diamond opening, but I think with the 10 card spade fit and East opening or overcalling one way or another, East West are going to end up there. West does have a 10 count with 5 card trump support.
Of course.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, so 1 club from Gold and Robson. I think they're one of the many pairs in this event who just plays the transfers over their club.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up some convention cards. The World Bridge Federation does require pre-registration of systems, so all the system cards for every pair in the event is on the repository.
Yeah, which is great to a large extent. We get to find out a lot about their system and carding and kind of basic structure, but some of the later rounds of bidding are a little bit complicated to interpret in some of these more complex sequences. This auction, not that difficult to find out what's going on. Robson decided to maybe even relatively aggressively seek a penalty at the 1 level here with the West cards. A club, a
Yeah,
diamond
I think
overcall, and
vulnerability is going to be part of what's driving that, right?
yeah, exactly. So Hurd does show his heart suit, of course, and after a heart passes around to West, who reopens with a double. Hurd is thinking about bidding a second time, and he does. He has a pretty nice hand. But Robson doing a little bit of catch up at this point, having not taken an action on the first round of the bidding. So they find their spade fit. A heart, a spade, two diamonds look like the natural losers for East-West, but there's a bit of work to do with the 5-0 diamond split being marked.
Yeah, and they're only in two, so I mean, can they just draw trouble trumps and play ace and a diamond? Well, I guess maybe take a club finesse along the way, but eventually just like force out the diamonds to south.
Yeah, that does seem like the right plan of attack. And so it's very possible they make 140. Maybe if Declare gets the timing a little bit wrong, he'll end up scoring only 110, but it does feel like England have done well to stop at a low enough level and go plus, finding their spade fit. Well, Hurd, looking at this dummy, I have to imagine is going to switch to trumps.
Yeah, I guess that's probably right. He knows he has hearts to protect. He knows he has partners diamonds to protect this. I guess if Bathurst had shorter clubs, maybe he was just trying to build a club trick.
Yeah, partner could have had King Doubleton and then playing on clubs a couple of times. I think the difficulty might be that Hurd has no entry, so even if he sets up a club trick, it will probably eventually get discarded on those long diamonds and dummy. But he is looking around for ways to try and defeat two spades. He needs to get 6 defensive tricks, and he figured, I mean, maybe partner has a stiff club and decided to lead his heart suit anyway. Maybe I can give him a club rough.
Yeah, I guess though, what shape would that give East here?
Yeah, that's pretty unlikely, I guess.
Yeah, I think that would probably make East maybe like 4-3-1-5. Or well, I guess not right up
Yeah,
because then there's something actually have a club void, but I guess it's possible.
yeah. Anyway, Declare does get
Maybe
the
that actually is the best shot.
yeah, he does get the
catch
club
that
finesse.
real-
Now gonna go work on the diamond suit.
Yeah, I think he's probably not going to be in such a hurry to touch trumps himself. The 4-1, it could be really bad for him.
Yeah, now this does give Hurd the opportunity to rough this trick. He probably expects that if he does rough, it's going to come at the expense of one of partner's immediate diamond winners. But the nice thing about roughing in a spot like this is that, yeah, so Hurd does rough, is that because he's short in trumps, this isn't really compromising his side's trump holding, and this is going to make it a little bit harder for Declare to actually set up the diamonds, because now South is still going to have the king-queen remaining later.
Yeah, it looks like he was playing for club roughs as the best shot for a plus score, which seems pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, so club comes back. I mean, this is definitely attacking Declare's communications a little bit. I have to believe that gold is going to continue playing another diamond towards hand. Now it would be relatively ineffective for her to rough.
Yeah, I wonder though. So, depending on what he thinks is going on with North's hand, might he not try one spade first? Well, I guess then he's got some extra problems like spade to the king, heart rough, and now a diamond. But now with the West hand is getting a little short on entries because you need those roughing entries.
Right. I think at this point, Declare's plan is to kind of just play the hand as a cross ruff. Bathurst had the opportunity on this trick to dump the Club King, a card that he's marked with, because Hurd would not have switched to the Jack of Clubs from King Jack 10 sitting behind the Ace Queen. So
Right.
if he had done that, I think Declare would be a little bit more nervous. But now if he plays another diamond and North ruffs and plays club through, he knows it's safe to ruff low because South always has the King of Clubs still.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think he is planning to probably just play this hand as a full cross ruff if he leads a diamond to the ace. I mean, as you say, there are alternative plans. He does play a spade up. The spade to the ace. Now a heart ruff.
And again, now a diamond is a virtual guarantee.
Right? Yep.
Nope.
Well, spade to the king.
This is still fine, right? He just, now he knows he can catch the ace of diamonds, ruff a heart, and that's 7. And he's got one guaranteed more trump trick to come.
Yeah, okay.
I think that
so
just needed a 3-2 trump break.
Right. 8 tricks here.
Well, the first board, as was more or less expected, was a push at 50. In fact, along similar lines, North had opened a week 2, and everything was basically the same.
Yeah, it's interesting to see 2 pairs playing a week 2 diamonds. I mean, it's a relatively popular convention in the U.S., so I'm not that surprised that Hurd and Bathurst employ it. But many of the European partnerships are using 2 ranges of week 2s for multi, or 2 diamonds is 18 to 19 balanced, has come up quite often among these teams.
Yeah, I think the latter is pretty popular in France and Italy. Multi is a little more popular in Northern Europe. Moving on here, we'll see if West. I would guess this is not in the East-West no trump range. I'll take a quick look here. No, they're actually playing straight 15-17. North-South are playing slightly variable. North-South is 14-16 non-vulnerable and 15-17 otherwise.
Yeah, so Robson opens a club, which is basically all week no trumps go through a club for them. Hurd overcalls a diamond. And I guess I'm taking a quick look to see if they exchange anything over a club, a diamond overcall, because I've seen some pairs still play double shows hearts and 1 heart shows spades in this sequence. These pairs who play the transfer responses to a club really, really like getting their transfer responses in, so...
Yeah, it looks like that is exactly what is happening here.
Yeah, so a no trump from West, denying as many as 3 hearts.
Yeah, so if you're North here, what do you do? I think you really don't want to just be done here, but 2 clubs, I guess, is possible. Natural. You were really hoping you could make a takeout double of hearts, but East-West did not oblige you.
I mean, it might be that double is still takeout of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, double might sort of just be, right. If it's takeout, it's sort of more takeout of hearts than takeout of clubs, since hearts was natural and clubs was only quasi-natural.
Yeah, but as you say, I mean, Hurd needs to decide what to do. He does have a pretty strong hand, but his partner unable to bid anything over the double. He might be a little bit nervous. Yeah. It's not his hand.
Yeah, it's a little interesting, right? Because South is, 4 hearts is an unusually short number of hearts, right? The opponents usually don't have 9 on this kind of bidding. So he has to be wondering, well, why didn't South open a week 2 or something? And it turned out because East unexpectedly has 7 hearts. But yeah, he does double. I think he was probably expecting South to be longer in hearts than he really is, though.
Well, 4 hearts from gold, and I mean, Bathurst has an interesting decision.
Yeah, he really wants to hit this, doesn't he? Yeah, he just passes.
He does decide to pass. I mean, he'll lead a diamond, and this 9 of hearts is somewhat likely to come into play, although I guess Declare has some ways to counter that.
Yeah, he can take a spade roughing finesse, but then of course he still has 2 clubs to lose. And I think, South maybe could have scraped up a double, but it sure sounds like he's just bidding to make, right? So, his one trump trick is a moderate surprise to the declarer, but not a huge surprise. Like, there's no like real compelling reason to think that you're slaughtering it.
Right. Well, Declare does need to set up the spade trick, and it's almost marked on this auction that the king of spades is in North's hand, so otherwise he's just going to lose 2 clubs, a diamond, and a heart, most likely. So I think at trick 2, he has to play spade to the ace queen of spades.
Yeah, and he, I think, probably knows what that little hitch over 4 hearts was, right? I think it's pretty likely that South has something in trumps and North has everything else.
Yeah, and then after that, North will cover. So Declare will ruff, and Declare might think, great news, I'm home, lays down the ace of hearts, and then finds out about the 4-1, 4-0 heart split. And I don't think there's anything he can do from here against best defense. Because if he ends up crossing into clubs to pitch a diamond on the spade, then because South has 3 clubs, eventually South will get in with the heart king and then play club, 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 and the 4th round of clubs will promote the 9 of hearts. And if he doesn't do that, if he just exits a heart immediately, South can win and go diamond, diamond.
Yeah, that looks right. Unfortunately, he would love to be able to cash that 3rd spade without setting up 2 club tricks for the defense, but there's just no way to. So I think it's going to be a little too much.
Yeah.
I mean, he could, in light of that, try the regular spade finesse, kind of seeing that danger, but it just really feels like, 90+% of the time, that's just going to concede an extra under trick for no reason.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, it's probably technically the best play to make the hand, but so what?
Okay, let me count these tricks again, because things get a little bit complicated if Declare sets up the spade and then doesn't use the ace of clubs entry, because the clubs might potentially go away. Like if North sets up that 4th diamonds in West, then 2 clubs might go away. So yeah, now ace of hearts, North pitches a diamond, and now the queen of hearts. So now diamond to the jack, and if North plays back a low diamond, Declare can pitch a club. South will ruff, but then when South exits a club, Declare takes the ace, jack of spades, pitch a club, ruffs a club back to hand, and then can pull the rest of the trumps. And if North goes ace of diamonds, well, then Declare ruffs high and concedes a heart, and then has 2 winners and dummy with the ace of clubs as an entry.
Right, and Declare can just play, or North can't just play a club now because Declare can win, let's say, ruff a spade back to his hand, draw trumps, and knock out the other club.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is going to be 4 hearts making 4. The line of play was kind of forced in a sense.
Oh, I see. Yeah, North can't even exit a spade because Declare can pitch rough a spade low back to his hand, and that holds. And he probably knows it holds because North didn't have 5 spades here. Yeah, so nicely done by David Gold.
Yep. Yeah, now on this auction, it was very revealing that North had basically all of the missing values as well as the heart shortness. So you can kind of envision that this is what you need to do as Declare. If there's a less revealing auction in the other room for whatever reason, like maybe East just preempts in hearts at his first opportunity, a club, a diamond, 4 hearts or something like that at the other table, then it might not be so clear how Declare should play the hand.
Yeah, even on that start, it might go pass, double, all pass, and that'll give you some clues.
For sure. But yeah, that's a board to keep an eye on. Could be a swing for England. Well played by David Gold, of course. We're on to board 4 here. So Robson, 7 high card points.
And I think most people would treat that even vulnerable as a weak 2, despite its marginal flaws.
Yeah, so he can open 2 diamonds as his weak 2 in a major, or possibly some strong hand types. Or he can open 3 hearts and upgrade a little bit.
Oh, I see. They're playing 2 of a major as 5-4 major minor. A little unusual there. I think 5-5 is a little more common.
Yeah, so after the 3 heart opener, Hurd overcalls 4 diamonds, didn't want to get shut out of the auction with a strong 7 card diamond suit, and Gold seals the contract in 4 hearts.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot where I think Hurd was very happy not to have better diamonds, because with a hand like this, he's not that worried about 3-no trump. If we had like Ace, King, Jack, 10, 7 to diamonds in the same hand, it would be awkward because 4 diamonds might just be past their best game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, partner could have Jack, 3rd of hearts, and that would be a stopper.
Right, yeah, here he's like, okay, whatever, 4 diamonds. If partner has a heart stopper and the ace of diamonds, life is too tough. So Rusino Queen, I'm not sure if they do this always or just in suits where they've shown length. I'll take a quick look here. Yeah, it looks like their honor leads are normally standard. I think it's possible that the opening lead was just a false card, but I suspect it's more likely they play Rusino in this kind of position.
A lot of the American partnerships just play Rusino, yeah. So
I took a look at the card. There's standard honors normally, but Rusino, when you've shown length yourself, is an agreement. Not a super common one, but it's an agreement I have with a couple of partners. It's a real thing. So, meanwhile, East is thinking about how to handle the hand with, possible trump loser, but he's going to find out he doesn't have anything to worry about. Yeah, approximately right now.
Yeah, the Queen of Hearts falling. I mean, it does look natural to cash the Ace of Hearts. North is pretty likely to be short in hearts. So,
yeah.
The Queen falling makes things easy, and now...
Yeah, so you just pitch a diamond on a spade, draw trumps, pitch a diamond on a spade, and get to work on the clubs. Or just hand on the table.
Yep, just claiming 10 tricks, pull trumps, ace, king of spades, and, as you say, knock out 2 clubs.
Bermuda Bowl, speedball here. Speedball.
We are 3 boards ahead of the other room, and this is not the USA 1 pair that plays the fastest.
Right. And North particularly is often very deliberate.
Well, as is Robson.
Oh, that's true too, yeah. And it's been so long since I saw him playing high-level bridge, but it is true. He's taken quite a few years off from, playing in major events. I believe he was in Philadelphia. Well, two passes. We'll see if South is inclined to make a third seat, light opening red white. I probably wouldn't. He has a little marginal, terrible suit, but it's conceivable. Yeah, he opens the club.
Yeah, maybe hoping to hear a major from partner so that he can pass and they'll find a 5-3 fit that way.
Yeah.
Well, a spade overcall. Negative double from Herd. Gold bids 1-no.
Yeah, I wonder if that's... So for some pairs, as we transfer to clubs, I wonder for this pair, it's just how they start showing, a sound two spade raise.
Yeah, I mean, transfer to two clubs into the cubid is... often,
right, of course, yeah.
That's is often the way to show the limit raise in these auctions.
Yeah. I forgot that. That's exactly what's going on, and presumably 2-no would be a 4-card raise. So this is exactly 3.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, we can debate back and forth about whether or not East Hand is good enough for the cubid for 333, but that's what he chose here. So Robson has a nice hand, 15 count. I mean, he's in some sense a maximum. His trumps are a bit weak, and that queen doubleton of hearts is a little bit suspect after the negative double. But yeah, Robson does just decide to game force opposite his partner's kind of maximum past hand type bid.
Yeah, so I guess he's probably is going to be content to put down the dummy and 3-no trump if partner thinks it's playable. He certainly agrees.
Well, East would be the one declaring, but...
Oh, yeah, sure.
But yeah, I mean, I think your
point stands.
yeah, your point makes a lot of sense. He does decide to pull to four spades, though. Maybe a little bit worried about those 3 small hearts, and he would have been correct. Mm-hmm. So here with the...
this is going to be great.
Yeah, the spades are favorable, so... Club King is on side. Diamonds come home. Yeah, after this 2-diamond bid showing like a 5-4-2-2 hand type, I mean, it's very understandable that Gold is nervous about the heart suit.
Yeah, I mean, and the club suit, right? His clubs are very slow stoppers, so the opponents might be able to... take some club tricks. It's out, they have like ace, king, jack between them.
For sure.
Partner at a singleton club, you might lose, a spade, a club, and, whatever else you lose in spades. But no trump could just be a nightmare if the spades don't come in.
Yeah, club opening lead. All that North knows about his partner is that he opened a club in third seat, so tries the doubleton.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty strongly indicated, right? He knows not just that South opened a club, but that South opened a club on a hand that, clearly wasn't very good since East-West had a power auction to one of 2 games, including 3-no trump.
Right.
And, most of the time it'll be because South has a real strong lead director in clubs.
Yeah, and so here, kind of a rare opportunity for South to give a suit preference signal at trick 1. Obviously, if he had the club ace, he would have just taken it. His partner could have a singleton. So the fact he doesn't need to give an attitude signal on this trick, he can swap his cards around to be a suit preference situation. 8 of clubs very clearly asking for hearts partner.
And it turns out Declare can now play it wide open to make 6, right? By drawing a couple of trumps, cashing the ace of clubs, and taking a roughing, finessing clubs. I mean, not quite in that order.
We don't... Well, yes. I mean, if we unblock
the club
ace... yeah, we need to unblock the club ace now. That's a little bit too much.
Yes, I don't think you will, but, deep finesse would.
Yeah. So now just the ace of spades. even if that 10 of spades happened to be a clever false card from Hurd, that kind of an unusual Grosvenor gambit there, you would still be able to ruff the 4th round of diamonds and dummy and come to 10 tricks.
Oh, we do have a result.
Oh no, no, come on, man. There's no way.
Absolutely love it.
How could he do this?
Well, I think part of, maybe it is because if that 10 of spades is
Singleton,
like, he can't go down doing this, right? If North roughs it, he still makes.
Well, not if the king of spades is offside.
Right, but sure. If they really duck that jack of spades, how is that possible, right? Wouldn't South always win and play a club hoping for a singleton?
Yeah, probably.
I agree. It looks like a big play, but maybe he actually knows that it's 100% safe.
That's fair.
Well, on board 2, we do have a modest swing coming into the English team. They got to 4 spades at the other table, and North-South doubled it, so they only beat it 1 and made the same 9 tricks made in this room, but that was 6 imps for being a level too high.
Yeah, it does look a little bit aggressive, east-west to end up there, but of course their opponents were not as friendly by telling them about the bad diamond split ahead of time.
It does seem a little strange in the auction that east-west subsided in 2 spades and then eventually came back to life. I mean, part of it, I think, was because they learned some more about the distribution, but, West kind of took a shot, effectively, having passed 2 spades up and bid 4 spades at his next turn.
Yeah. Not too costly of an error. Just a small 6 imps and a long match.
I think if you really have what you think is a strong read on the hand, you're always allowed to back your judgment, and it's probably what happened here.
Well, we're waiting for the final couple tricks to play out here. I mean, Bathurst, I don't think, is feeling too great about his defensive prospects now that Declare has pulled all of his own trumps unnecessarily. So, ace of diamonds, diamond to the king. The jack will fall, and Declare is just going to claim 12.
Yeah, pretty good result.
All the match points. 480. We're still 3 boards ahead of the other room. This is going to be a quick one.
Yeah, do we know who's sitting in the other room? Unfortunately, on my screen, I just see cardinal directions and not names.
Yeah, I do not know.
Wasn't asking that because of the pace of play. I'm just curious what methods are in play over there.
If I had to guess, I would say it's probably Kaplan and Kolesnik are east-west at the other table.
Actually, unless they had the names from the last set, I actually remember seeing Grossack and Wold. But it's possible that they hadn't repopulated the names with the new set. I don't recall who was sitting for England.
Oh, I'm being told it's Wold and Grossack. Well, I don't know what the delay is. Maybe the players are discussing something. There could be a bathroom break or something like that. But we're into the next board.
So 2 passes. West here gets to, I was going to say, open a diamond, but he doesn't. What is this 2 club bid for them? I see. It's either 2 clubs or a transfer to a weak 2 diamonds.
Which, I suppose it's unclear what he thinks he has, but yes, I mean, he has an 11 count, decides to make a 2 diamond preempt.
I never like I've seen this method before, but not in ages and ages. I wonder, is it not legal in the ACBL? Can you not play a two-way two-club opening?
I'm not that familiar.
No, I know it's illegal to psych two clubs. I'm not sure this where it's systemic. It feels like it should be legal, but maybe it's just so weird that it's not popular. Well, North South are playing transfer advances, which is nice because it lets North show whether he has three card heart support, which South is really interested in since he's 3-5. It lets South do everything.
Are you sure? Is this not
No.
a Q-bid for spades?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I forgot the two clubs.
I would believe you that this could
No,
be a
you're
transfer
100%
advance.
correct. Yeah, I just saw the hearts and was mesmerized, but I'm sure you're right that it's a Cupid.
Well, diamond lead. I mean, we completely glossed over the fact that Bathurst passed this hand second seat favorable, which, like, I know some U.S. partnerships would be opening these hands. Second seed, it's a little bit less justified, but it is an excellent heart suit and the vulnerability is correct for it.
Yeah, I think the problem is if it goes a heart past a semi-forcing no trump, like there you are. It's basically at that point just to bet the opponents have a game because you're certainly going to pass it, and unless you get some pretty good luck in the heart suit, you're probably not doing that well.
Yeah, well, they end up in three spades, and after a diamond
I mean,
lead,
I love opening hands like this, but match points, I think, is a lot more attractive. But maybe that's not right because match points, if you go minus a bunch and the opponents don't have a game, it's much worse for you. Here, you just need the opponents to be able to make anything. Anyway. So is this diamond break going to inconvenience Declare in some way? Or spade break, rather, since now he is going to get tapped down to East length if West continues diamonds and gets in with the ace of spades.
Yeah, and Robson will probably suspect that's what's going on. His partner led a diamond, although obviously he had showed diamonds in the auction, so this is expected, but dummy hits with 3, he has a singleton, Declarer could easily have 5, so he can kind of envision that forcing Declarer in diamonds could be the way to go.
Yeah, I think he certainly would be pretty confident about the diamond position once that king holds a trick one. I mean, he could have tried putting in the 10, which would have had the same effect, but no, I guess not. Sorry, North could have had the queen, double 10 or third.
Right.
What am I saying? I think if North had the ace, he could have tried that, but not here. But yeah, I think that 4 of diamonds, is the lowest outstanding spot. I think he has a pretty good handle on what's going on here.
I mean, it's also probably pretty important to knock out the ace of diamonds, which could be an entry to the long hearts. So regardless of what he thinks about forcing Declarer or not forcing Declarer, a diamond return at trick 2 seems somewhat indicated.
Yeah, and I wonder, could he be thinking about putting a club through with, that small doubleton and dummy? But, North has to have something, right?
Right.
I mean, he could have stronger spades, of course, but, that only gets him so far. He did make a 2-level overcall opposite a past partner.
Yeah, and it's kind of bad for West if North does have stronger spades, because sure, you get a diamond trick, a spade, and maybe maybe 1 club at that point, but... And the heart? Is that it? I think you're hoping that gold actually has one of these spade spots, like King 10 fourth would be huge.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that would give North a very marginal overcall, right?
Yeah.
And maybe you just have to play for it anyway because what's your alternative plan to get 5 defensive tricks? But that's got to be way against the odds. I mean, so if West is thinking about playing a club and it feels like he was thinking about something that's not a diamond, that has to be it. What five tricks is he hoping for them? Like two spades, let's say, because he could easily have even like queen third of spades or queen fourth, whatever. That's good enough. One heart, that's three. One diamond, one club trick would get him up to five.
Okay, he does switch to clubs, so Declare goes up with the ace. So now what? Do we take a heart hook immediately, or he decides to play trump?
Yeah, and I think West doesn't know any more than he did his last turn, right? He's just played an encouraging club because he didn't really have much of a choice, and West is not any better place than he was at trick two. On board three, we have a few M's going back to the Americans. They did double four hearts and made it presumably along similar lines. That was five M's for the double.
Right. Yeah, very well done. So, I mean, kind of similar rationale, I think, on the same opening lead, actually. It's not as clear for South to lead a diamond on that auction because their partner had never bid diamonds. But once again, Declare has the same inference that the king of spades is onside, the king of hearts is offside. Therefore, we need to set up the spade trick before all of our entries get knocked out.
Yeah, and in fact, it did go just four hearts by East, and as predicted, North did make a reopening double, so East didn't know quite as much as in this room, but he knew enough.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Robson's back in after that club switch. Declare played pretty quickly on the club switch, so I think that gives Robson a little bit of information. Like if Herd's clubs were ace jack fourth or ace empty fourth or something, he might have ducked the club switch as opposed to just scooping up the ace so quickly. But yeah, now what's the plan? Because Herd is going to need to knock out this Heart King. He doesn't know he does, and he probably suspects that East might hold that card, given the preempt from West.
I mean, that is true, but it feels like East has the king of spades. It feels like he has at least one club, possibly both. Probably the queen of diamonds because West went up with the king. So does East really have the king of hearts? Wouldn't he maybe try a three diamond race?
Well, maybe not at these colors. I mean, especially if Robson's going to preempt with hands like this.
Well, maybe. I mean, the card does say that five card suits are possible non-vulnerable. I think Robson was just taking a shot here. But, like at some point, East's hand does become a little too good for this bidding, his past hand at first seat.
For sure.
Yeah, and the Robson Gold card says weak two diamonds, synthetically by opening two clubs, could be 5+ non-vulnerable. Obviously, third seat, you do what you want, but, this hand is probably a little bit out of his normal range, at least based on that. And also based on the fact that it looks like this.
So assuming Robson knows the hand, which, like, I don't think he does because he's taking so long. What happens on a club return? I mean, the most natural... Okay, he does return a diamond. So we don't have to think about that anymore. I was going to go into a long tangent, but we will be spared.
There's something else that's going to look really strange to Robson, right? Which is if North has the ace king of clubs, why isn't he taking some roughs? And, because this would have risked the defense playing more trumps after winning the ace.
Right. Well, as things stand,
banged on the hearts.
Yeah, Declare is going to end up going down by doing this. I mean, he is just hoping the King of Hearts is on side, is what's going on. Because now gold can just
Yeah.
win the king and return a spade. I think gold knows about the 9 of clubs in his partner's hand. Because if Robson didn't have that card, he wouldn't have switched to the 8 of clubs. He would always switch to second highest.
I mean, is there some chance that Declare loses 0 heart tricks?
Yeah, but then he'll lose 2 clubs.
If gold wins this and returns a club, yes. Or returns a spade, rather.
Right.
But if Declare gets 1 club rough, I guess then West can just win and cash the other club. But, it might look appealing for West to duck the first round of hearts here.
Yeah, he definitely will. I mean, he'll get a count signal from his partner in the heart suit, and... Oh, Robson throws a club, though.
So now the 4th round of clubs is just going to be a winner.
Yeah, I mean, so this... Well, let's see. So what happens if gold wins and forces Declare in diamonds? Because Robson's plan is to get in with the Heart King and force Declare another time in diamonds.
Yeah, so that gets Declare up to...
I think he makes it, right?
I'm not so sure. So what do you want Declare to do at that point? Oh, so he can draw trumps and play a heart. If West wins... No, because if West wins, he can cash diamonds.
Yeah. West is just going to continue pitching clubs. Yep.
Yeah, I suppose Declare plays King of Clubs, roughs a club. There he is on the board. He can play a low heart to force entry to his hand, but West can hop up and just play diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. So this does look like good enough defense from Robson. Gold elects to duck the Jack of Spades.
And maybe, Robson's under a little pressure here. If he pitches a diamond, that's a potential, tap card / winner. If he pitches a heart, now he can't afford to duck the heart. At least not double dummy.
Yeah, now, did gold just make a mistake? Because now can't Declare go King of Clubs, club ruff, diamond ruff, play the winning club? Or is this not good? No, gold will just ruff. Yeah, it's just there's nothing to do. It's just...
I think gold was hoping this was the best way to turn the 8 of spades into a trick, either along those lines or via promotion.
Right. Okay, 10 of spades. Up with
now
the
diamond
king.
promotes the trump trick.
Yeah, and as you say, diamond comes back, and there's just nothing Declare can do.
Now the other table is getting caught up. We have a push on board 4. That was the 4 heart hand with the stiff queen of hearts dropping.
Yeah, this hand definitely took quite a long time to play, but good defense by the English partnership here to defeat 3 spades a trick.
A trick.
Yeah, I guess he'll go down 2 at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, West's going to get in and have 2 winners to cash.
Okay, 3 spades down 2. I mean, Hurd might not have been surprised by the end of play there that the King of Hearts was offside, but maybe a little bit disappointed. Board 5.
Ooh, yeah, I just saw that one trickle in.
Yeah, so 1 no, 3 no at the other table. They don't get to their spade fit, and North found a heart lead. So that was immediately 5 tricks off the top.
Yeah, certainly, have no problem with this off-shape won no trump in fourth seat, but did not work out well here.
No.
He used with 4-3-3, probably could have been puppet, but chose not to quite reasonably. So, no one did anything so terrible, but David Gold's really excellent decision here won 11 imps. I would say more than the off-shape no trump losing 11 imps.
Yeah, and England is getting their job done in this segment. They're currently ahead by 12.
Yeah, so this one, Robson could open a no trump. It's within the range, but chooses to open a spade on his unbalanced hand, 5-4-2-2.
Yeah, and two hearts is a constructive raise of spades with 3 or 4 pieces.
Yeah, so 2-no presumably is just asking which. And I guess once you've answered that question, how strong?
Yeah, 3 clubs. I'm speculating now, but 3 clubs is probably then 3 with a minimum.
Yeah, I wonder though, because how much stronger than this would a maximum be? And I don't really know, but if it tops out at a constructive raise and doesn't really get into 3-card limit raise territory, that East hand is looking kind of good despite the weak spades. You do have an ace and a king.
They say that it's 8 or more high card points for the 2-heart bid.
Oh, so, I see. So it includes 3-card limit raises?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact range, but it's somewhere in there.
Yeah, so this in that context, it's certainly a minimum. And West, nonetheless, has a pretty good hand here. And I guess South is thinking about doubling this.
Yeah, it does seem that way. South is looking to get the club lead.
Yeah, that'll certainly help East-West, because otherwise West might not be done. And maybe shouldn't be anyway. I think there are East hands that would produce a game, like just put that Jack of Hearts into spades. And I guess you'd still have some work to do, but it would be playable at least.
Okay, Robson is really fishing. Like, do you have anything extra, partner?
Yeah, I mean, look, give East a hand like that, hoped for Jack of Spades, Little Hearts, and the King of Diamonds, and you actually would have play for a game. Vulnerable. If there's, a hand the partner can diagnose is worth bidding, I think you have to make the effort. Here, of course, he said, oh, great, my hand is minimum, but my values are good. Ace of clubs is going to look great here.
Yeah, he has an ace and a king. And here they do wind up in 4 spades. So there's a club, 2 spades, and 2 diamonds, maybe. It looks like they may well have already been going down at the 3 level.
Yeah, like from Robson's point of view, he really needed the Jack of Spades, because if he's had that, now, quote unquote, all he would need is the 10 of diamonds on side.
Right. Yep.
And maybe there's, the Trump promotion danger, but, that would at least get him, pretty far along the way.
Yeah, so club opening lead, not because Hurd actually cares about getting a club rough, but just because his partner requested it.
Yeah, and I think whatever club strength East-West has is probably in dummy, because Robson might have tried to redouble if he wanted to make a, game trying clubs. Well, maybe not, actually. Redouble might just be redouble. Gold explained 3 diamonds is a slam try. No wonder he liked his hand. Or actually, maybe he didn't like his hand. Maybe 4 spades was how he showed that he hates his hand.
Yeah, so maybe a bit of miscommunication, because obviously from our perspective, Robson doesn't have a slam try, opposite just an 8 count with 3 trumps.
Yeah, maybe that makes some sense, like, as a way to construct this kind of method. Like, if East is showing a minimum and West's bid was an ask, like, is West really making a delicate game try in diamonds in this auction, or is it more useful to send the other message?
Yeah, well, the miscommunication does get them a little bit too high. So realistically, what are Declare's chances in four spades? I mean, we have at least one diamond, at least one club, and at least one spade to lose, but we really don't have enough entries to the East hand um, to pull, to take all these finesses.
Yeah, I mean the problem is like you would love to, like he chose not to, but one possible course of action might be ace of clubs, ace of hearts, heart to the jack to pitch a club and lead a spade up, but then you're still a pretty long way from making it. You need ace double ten of spades on side then, and you still have this diamond problem.
Yeah, exactly.
I am a little surprised you didn't try that, but maybe just figures, well, now I'm just going down extras because even if you win that heart finesse, you're still off a long way from a plus score.
Well, so I think, and I kind of like this play at trick one. I mean, I agree with you that like heart to the ace, heart to the jack does have a lot going for it in terms of getting you towards 10 tricks, but this is a dummy where South is always playing a diamond back. And so now if the diamonds happen to be favorable, we kind of get extra entries to the dummy without having to waste the ace of clubs or king of hearts. So now we might be in a position where all we need is the ace of spades on side, for example, to make.
Yeah, that does make sense.
And of course, yeah, I mean, I will say it's kind of interesting to note that once South doesn't lead the 10 of diamonds back, we actually know the 10 of diamonds is offside. That this is a classic situation for like a surrounding play from South. So with honor 10 third, they probably would switch to the 10 of diamonds here. But Robson, of course, ducks anyway.
Yeah, so I think Hurd, he knows he can play another club safely, but, also probably is pretty aware that the club position is exactly what it is. So, I mean, I guess he knows he's beating the contract regardless. So his question is, how does he get the maximum number of under tricks?
Right. Is this one of these spots where he plays a club back and we see the fancy play when it goes spade to the king, he ducks, trying to convince Declare to use his last entry to take another spade finesse? These are kind of the comfortable spots that you can get into as defender. You get to shut down a little bit in the imp games. You have two natural trump tricks. You've taken two tricks on defense. Like, yeah, you're going to work your hardest to get plus 200 or plus 300, but Hurd can relax a little bit now that that 10 of diamonds has scored an extra trick. So there is a club back.
Yeah, gets an entry off the board. Diamonds can obviously wait.
Spade to the king ducked. No, he does win the ace. Okay, the jack of spades comes back. Declare can win and pull the last trump, and then...
Yeah, he'll actually, now I think he probably will just play hearts and get, the unexpected good news here. So North did need to, I guess actually wouldn't even help North to knock out that diamond, right? Because Declare could just play the king of spades and play hearts and, fall into down one that way.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, on this lie of the cards, if the queen of spades got ducked, then that might have been the best chance to get out for down two.
Yeah, so I guess North needed to play a diamond back when he was in with the 10, but that's obviously a little hard. I think he probably knows where the king of diamonds is, but, you know, club does seem pretty natural too.
Right.
Uh, well, we have yet another swing going to the English on the previous board, board 6, where 3 spades went down a couple of tricks. They stopped in 2 hearts north south of the other table, made an over trick. So yet another 6 imps to England, continuing their comeback. And I'm going to put my air conditioning unit on here because it's getting pretty warm. It's very loud. If it is annoyingly loud, please tell me I'm turn it off.
Well, Hurd has some thinking to do on this trick. I mean, I might expect him to just exit a heart, but either way, Declare is going to have a guess available. I mean, as Craig has mentioned earlier, Ace of Hearts, Heart to the King will pick up 4 heart tricks and make the rest. But if Hurd happens to have the Heart Queen, then Declare might be able to run all of his trumps in the Ace of Diamonds and possibly squeeze North out of the Queen, 4th of Hearts, or the King, Queen of Diamonds. But some of this might depend on what Hurd does on this trick. Whether he plays back a heart, or plays back a low diamond, or plays back the Diamond Queen.
Yeah, and a low diamond seems better, right? Because he only has one thing to guard. He plays the Queen of Diamonds. Maybe now South is exposed to a squeeze since he'll have everything.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a situation that I think Robson might be able to read regardless of what he does.
Yeah, Robson's certainly one of the world's really great declarers, so he might well figure this out.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, if Hurd happened to have the Heart Queen, then the Queen of Diamonds exit would prevent himself from getting squeezed. And so
Right.
Robson might kind of make the inference that Hurd would realize this and exit the Queen of Diamonds if he happened to hold the Queen of Hearts. And therefore, he will pick off the Queen Doubleton of Hearts in South's hand. So, yeah, there's the Queen of Diamonds exit. I think it'll be rather clear that Hurd did not start with King, Queen, 10 of Diamonds. He might have led one of those. Or played one back when he got in with the Diamond 10, for example. And so in this case, he'll end up pitching a diamond on the next spade. South can throw a club, but then Robson's going to be at the crossroads.
Yeah, I guess he goes down 4 if he plays ace and a heart to the jack here, huh?
Yeah, South just faces his hand and claims. And I'm sure
Yeah,
that's part of the consideration as well. That, even if North is a little bit more likely to hold the Queen of Hearts based on the length, then you don't want to go down 4.
I mean, I actually think the opposite, though, because if you play ace of hearts, heart to the jack, if you play heart, heart to the king and North has it, well, I guess here where his heart's tight, you'll then get an extra heart trick or 2 at the end, or one extra heart trick at the end. But, you might go down 3, depending on what North has come down to.
Yeah, that would be a little bit more dangerous if North had pitched down to Queen, 3rd of Hearts. Or, sorry, 3 hearts. Right. But here, because Hurd is kind of known to have pitched down to
only hearts, yeah.
4 hearts. I just think he would return the King of Diamonds from King, Queen, 10. If
Yeah.
so,
Yeah,
like
that's about right.
I think South is marked with the Diamond King. South also switched to a low diamond when he
Mhm.
switched at trick 2. Oh, that's not true. South
Yeah.
actually switched to the 6 of diamonds and played the 3 later.
Yeah. Yeah, so
It's
North South have put up a reasonably strong defense here.
Whoa! He exited the Jack of Diamonds. Oh my. Yikes. Well, good news for USA.
Yeah, quite a result.
Yeah, Bathurst, I guess, really swindled him with that 6 of diamonds return. I think that's... I mean, Robson has his reasons for doing what he did, but, you know, that diamond to the 10 and North doesn't continue the King of Diamonds feels really weird when they have all of the spade honors.
Yeah, and maybe he wouldn't, right? Because if South did have 6-3 double 10 of diamonds, now he might just be conceding a diamond trick on power by returning the king. You know, he does want to keep those diamonds behind West.
Yeah, but there's 5-3 deuce of trumps and dummy. Partner can overruff the 4th round of diamonds. You have the ace of spades you're getting in. Like,
Well, yeah, except that 3 diamonds explained as slamish. Wouldn't that often mean 6 spades?
Maybe.
I don't know. All
Well-
right, Robson.
Robson is back at his old tricks. 2 hearts.
Yeah. Now, I thought this showed 5-4.
Oh, it does. Yep.
It does show 5-4.
5 hearts in that 4-card minor that that Robson holds. Jack 10-9 is almost as good as 4 cards.
I wonder, and of course, South is going to take action regardless. I was wondering whether East might try to put, I guess not, since they might have only 7, I think. You know, if West was showing 5-5, East might have tried to no trump there to get to a superior minor suit fit.
Yeah, that's true, and it could have been more preemptive as well. But here, as we land, North showing values with 5 spades, with 3 spades.
I mean, South might even try 4 hearts here. I mean, the hand's a little bit light if partner couldn't cube it himself, but you know, all you need is short hearts to make a slam, probably.
Well, I assume they're playing some form of Lebensal, so 3 hearts might have been only 4 spades.
Maybe that's possible. Yeah, maybe just try 4 hearts.
Yeah, Herd is just gonna bid 4 spades, I think.
Yeah, and with the clubs on side, you can make a slam. The diamond duplication is not great, obviously.
No.
All right, well, a little positive reinforcement to the Americans on the last hand. Their teammates managed to stop 1 level lower, but do 3 tricks better.
Yeah, 3 spades ends up making, and...
Oh, sorry, 2 tricks better. 9 versus 7.
Yeah, and so with 3 spades making, 10 big imps going the way of the Americans. I mean, this has been a relatively high-scoring segment through 7 boards so far. So Bathurst does bid 4 hearts, and Herd, I guess, liked the values of the Ace of Hearts, King of Diamonds, as well as the Doubleton, figuring that oftentimes his partner was going to be short for this 4-heart cubid.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it comes down a little bit to what East would be raising on. You know, would East be raising on most 4-card suits? The partner can't really have a singleton, but I think if East would not raise on most 3-card suits, South would often have a doubleton hard, and you've only got 1 loser there.
Right, yeah. Now, I mean, Herd, of course, does still need his partner to have a lot of stuff in the minors for a spade slam to make, as well as the Ace-King of Spades, but Bathurst has showed a relatively strong hand.
Yeah, and of course, it seems a little silly to say this when South is a 21 count, but South's hand is a little bit light, right? North didn't force to game, so he can't have much less than this to go slamming and could easily have more.
I am. I feel like North South have been about 4 bids over aggressive than what they might want on this one. But yeah, as you say, the Queen Jack third of clubs onside means that the clubs are going to come home for 4 tricks to ditch one of those heart losers from North's hand, as well as losing no clubs. And this is just going to roll home.
Yeah, of course, North. Like I think it's pretty clear from this auction that North is expecting a stronger hand from South.
Right.
You know, he's making slam tries.
Yeah. I mean, 5-no, 6 clubs showing the club king, 6 diamonds. I mean, it looks to me like Hurd is attempting to show the diamond king.
Yeah.
But I can't believe Bathurst is going to move over this. Like, great, the diamond king's a good card. Thank you, partner. I'm glad you have that one. Otherwise, I would feel a little bit sad. But, Hurd obviously passed over 2 hearts.
Yeah, and I wonder, is it possible? I mean, I don't think South is going to bid a grand regardless, but I wonder if South thinks that maybe North is 5-5 or something for his bidding to make sense, like not a game force, but suddenly go grand slamming after South showed slam interest.
Yeah, that very well could be. So, as you say, like Queen 5th of spades, King 5th of diamonds, stiff club, and Ace doubleton of hearts, that would be an easy 13 tricks.
Yeah, I guess, from South's point of view, like, his really great expert partner is bidding inconsistently. Normally, that means that there's something very unusual about his hand. I think here it's just an issue of ranges that, in this compressed auction, neither really knew what to expect from their partner. But, I think South has to be concerned that North is doing this on a hand that looks straightforward from North's point of view.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Preempts are just really hard. Like your ranges become uncomfortably wide, and we're seeing that here where, South did feel like he had to make a slam try, and North, maybe was a little too optimistic there. Obviously, he'll get away with it, and now South is looking at North's optimism and getting real excited.
Yeah, exactly. I think Bathurst is just wondering about the 6 diamond bid.
Yeah.
I mean, Hurd is just trying to get his partner to be captain, is what's going on.
Well, North could have bid 6 diamonds over 5 diamonds if he just wanted to ask about diamond controls, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to say, hey, partner, I have the diamond king. That's it. I hope that's enough.
I guess it makes sense, right? Sending the message, hey, I bid 5-no because we have all the key cards. Here's my other thing. Look at your hand and make a decision.
Yeah, so spade lead from gold. Doesn't want to blow up a heart trick by leading his partner suit. I mean, he's seen Robson preempt before. So... yeah, Hurd is not happy. This dummy comes down. He's like, thank you, partner. Well... so what's Robson's minor? It's diamonds. Robson is going to turn up with a doubleton spade. So that means Robson has a doubleton club.
And I'm being told the air conditioning is not annoying, but the overhead light behind me is. So I'll deal with that at the break. Apologies if that's annoying anyone else.
Well, I hope my artwork behind me is not annoying anyone's eyes. I guess if you're a modern art fan, then landscapes might not be your thing.
And I'm staying in an Airbnb, so this is not my usual home setup. So did not really have control over the decor, but I do have control over my orientation.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I am a little bit nervous about this for Hurd.
Like, you think he might play Ace of Hearts immediately and try to cash a couple of diamonds and then play gold with his hypothetical King Doubleton of Hearts?
No. So it's been pointed out that we can actually pick up 4 club tricks if East has Queen Jack 8 small.
Oh, I see. Right.
And so, like, the big problem here is that Hurd's going to get a count on the hand. West has 5 hearts, right? East didn't lead a singleton heart. So West has 5 of them, exactly. And West has a 4-card minor. It's very likely to be diamonds when we only have 4 diamonds between us. So West is going to turn up with 2 spades. Therefore, West is marked, in quotations, with 2 clubs.
That is a good point.
So...
And Hurd will be extremely annoyed, but he cannot say he was given incorrect information. Robson just has the wrong hand.
Exactly. Yeah, so there's the second spade. Ooh.
Well, now, though, he doesn't really have enough entries for this plan. Well, I guess because he doesn't need the trump entries, so
right.
He does have 3 entries to his hand, diamond, heart, and 1 trump is fine.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to... Well, no, I'll wait till the break to move.
Wow, big decision for Hurd here. Okay, he does cross in spades. Heart discard from Robson. Diamond from gold. Not giving anything away.
All right, I think I should be a little less annoying, and now you can look at the somewhat abstract modern art behind me.
Great, yeah. Okay, there's the 9 of clubs, covered by gold with the queen. So probably 2 rounds of diamonds now to the king. It's going to look a little bit strange the way that Robson plays his diamonds. The other table's also in 6 spades, the Vugraph operator tells us? How? Are these hands really that difficult to bid? Oh my.
So like after... But you'll make it in that auction if it goes 3 passes to a Tino Trump opening, right?
Yeah. Yeah, then, I mean, it's just very clear to play. Okay, big decision. Big decision. Everyone hold your breath. Actually, we might be here for a while. Don't do anything dangerous. Ooh.
Boy, this is going to be very aggravating for North, feeling like he worked out the entire hand. Fine, like when West wins the 8, unlucky 8 doubleton, but when he sees that third one, he's going to hit the roof.
Yep.
And I shouldn't say that Hurd is not the type to hit the roof, but, he is not going to be happy.
Yeah, there it is. And so this was definitely percentage without any other information to go on.
Yeah. Back in 1 second, I'm just going to go retrieve my cup of coffee from across the room.
All right, heart ducked. We'll win the next round of hearts and then run the trumps and possibly squeeze West, but of course the clubs just show up. Okay, we might see a pause before the next board comes up, just to be aware, because Hurd, of course, is gonna ask to see Robson's hand for a second.
Yeah, and of course, not much he can do. He was given correct information on his side of the screen. Nope, just moving right along. But boy, though, it'll be yet another swing to England. So after losing a bit of their momentum on board 7, they just got it right back here.
Yeah, assuming they do make 6 spades
Right.
at the other table.
And it does depend on what the auction is. If West opened a week 2, maybe he would make the same play even without thinking that West had a side 4-card suit.
Right.
And actually, the operator put the board up, but there was a pause. I wonder if they were discussing the hand. But here we go. North has opened a 14-16 no trump. White red. This is probably a hand a lot of 14-16 players would open.
Yeah, for sure. All aces and kings, a bunch of 10s and 9s. So Bathurst does transfer to spades.
So they'll probably end up making this without too much trouble. It's just a natural way to play the spade suit is the spade to the 10, or run the jack or 9 in the first round.
Yeah, it does seem pretty natural. I mean, he's just turning up with an awful lot of high cards, but I mean, this is this is a spade suit that we saw Klukowski, or not the spade suit, but a suit combination that we saw Klukowski play the other day in the round robin event, and it was crucial for Switzerland to kind of move into qualifying position. He was in a part score contract with the same situation and played low to the king on the first round to pick off a stiff queen offside. But yeah, as you say, I mean, running the jack of spades is percentage here, and Declare doesn't have a lot to go off of.
Yeah, and of course he'll know that East, that would give East, possibly ace king ace, but West could just have the ace queen third of spades.
Right. Yep.
There's no entry problem to the south hand, so even if West hypothetically goes up with the ace of spades for that holding, you've still got plenty of entries to take that second finesse.
So Gold knows his partner isn't getting a heart rough.
Yeah, I guess East West are standard signals, or at least standard to trick 1. I'm not sure about the rest of it. They are standard signals.
Yeah, it's just standard throughout the entire hand.
Yeah, I do have the agreement with one partner that on the lead of something showing ace king, we play standard to trick 1, because the real bad holding is jack 10 small, and it clears that problem up.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, upside down, I don't know how common agreement that is, but it does clear up that position, which is annoying for the upside down people.
Okay. Hurd has no trouble picking up the spades.
Yeah, seems indicated.
Well, board 8 at the other table. So West did
Yeah,
not open, and North-South just had a free ride to reach 6 spades over there. The English partnership does end up making 6 spades in the other room.
Yeah, so 36 imps to USA 1 now, so a nice lead, but, the match is barely past the 1/4 mark. As expected, it was 3 passes to 2-0. So with nothing to go on, they had no reason to take that very deep finessing clubs.
Nope. Well, on to board 10 here. 3 passes go around to Hurd, who opens a spade in 4th seat.
So South, I'm going to say maybe could try 2 diamonds. 1 nose also obviously pretty normal.
Yeah, spade and no trump for spades, and Bathurst has no reason to move over this.
No, I mean, Herd's hand is not ideal because he does have all those round two losers, but, anything else probably is a little, too little.
Yeah, now we might see the ace of hearts lead here from gold. This is a sequence that tends to indicate a very long suit in north, and so oftentimes you want to start cashing out tricks, but he does go with a club instead.
Yeah, so this is going to make it pretty easy for Declare, and West can shift to a heart, but Declare can just rough that club.
Yeah, exactly. There's no heart rough coming, so the defense is going to take 3 tricks, but no more.
Yeah, nothing would have helped much, of course, because Declare does have an entry to those diamonds in the 10 of spades.
Yeah, exactly.
With those jack 10s in the round suits, he can use that entry, ditch 2 of one of them on the ace king of diamonds, and just play the other from either hand and just lose the ace queen there. So 10 tricks no matter what he does.
Yeah, we probably do see a heart switch from Robson, maybe the 7, and then he'll follow up the line with the 8 to let his partner know that it's not a doubleton, it's from 3.
I wonder, maybe Wes is thinking about playing the queen of clubs first because he doesn't basically need partner to have the king there to go plus. He knows he doesn't have the ace king of hearts. He would have led one for sure.
Yeah, that's true. He could be thinking about playing a club back instead of a heart. That would give Declare a chance to make an extra trick.
Yeah, and if he does, I think it has to be the queen because he needs to hold the lead. But that way, the risk would be if they did have 4 tricks to cash, that East would somehow misread it or think West maybe had a rough. Because if West leaves the 8 of hearts, it might look like he has a rough. Then if he leaves the 6 of hearts, it might look like he has the king. So either way, East has a chance to go wrong. On the layout where East has the king of clubs, although maybe that would give North too light a hand. I guess North could have an 8th spade. That's possible. I think the more I think about it, the more I like this queen of clubs play.
Yeah, it's quite sensible.
We'll see if Robson agrees, but it does seem to beat the hand on, any of those layouts where partner has 2 heart tricks. Because here he does have 2 heart tricks, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, what would North shape? Okay, Robson switches to spades.
How about 8-2-1-2?
But then a heart switch also beats it, right?
Well, the problem is a heart switch requires East to read what's going on in the heart suit. So we play the 8 of hearts, it might look like we had a doubleton, and we play the 6 of hearts, it might look like we had the king. So, yes, I mean, double dummy can beat it, but East might have a problem reading what's going on.
Sure, fair enough. I think Robson's spade switch was trying to get Declare to take a spade finesse into Gold's singleton honor, whatever that could have been.
Yeah, which is, the sort of swindle that probably shouldn't work because why is West giving him this chance?
Well, 6M's back to the Americans on board 9.
He doesn't know Declare had a diamond void, so Declare could have just had an entry for the finesse the whole time.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, North-South did not reach the spade game on board 9. North didn't open a strong no-trump at the other table, and they find their spade fit, but don't get all the way up to the 4 level, so...
Yeah. And I think North-South obviously got lucky with the spade position, but also reached a pretty reasonable contract items.
Yeah.
Sorry, 14 to 16. Favorable, white versus red. Like, basically just means nothing, I think, at this level of the game.
Well, this no trump from West is 15 to 17 for Robson. 2 hearts. Hearts and a minor. Should show 5 hearts.
Yeah, I think guarantees 5 hearts. Double, I think, is a little misdirected. The hand is just so soft and slow.
They play penalty doubles, so you don't...
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I meant double if it's penalties is a little misdirected for that reason.
Right, and especially South is a passed hand, so it's a little bit less likely you're getting super rich against one no doubled.
Yeah. So these ones have gotten to 4-3 spade fit, which might be a little annoying with spades breaking badly and all 3 diamond honors offside. I think Declare presumably thinks that North Suit is clubs and not diamonds.
Right. Although this diamond lead does sound a little bit fishy.
Yeah, I guess the spots could be King 10-7, King 10-7-5, playing 3rd and 5th, but it is true. It's probably a lot more likely to be shortness.
Bather's just sitting over here with the Ace-King Doubleton of his partner's suit and is elected to lead the Singleton Diamond at Trick 1. Maybe not everyone's choice of opening lead, but I guess his idea is that if he starts leading high hearts, it's going to make it a little bit easier for the defenders to cross ruff. And so he kind of wants to get his diamond ruffs in first before Herd switches to the Jack of Hearts. Okay. A club comes through. So I wonder if Gold is going to just go Ace-King of clubs, planning to ruff the 3rd round of clubs to hand, and then be surprised that the Jack of clubs is a winner.
Maybe, but wouldn't it be kind of natural just to win one club and play a heart, knowing, hoping to ruff hearts and dummy, sitting over South's heart shortness?
Yeah, he may well play a heart at some point as well, but I think the question is, are we taking this club finesse to somehow try and get ourselves up to 8 tricks?
Yeah, so let's say he does suspect that all the diamonds are offside despite having 8 diamonds and 5 clubs just from that opening lead, and South now not playing a second one, I think is a pretty strong indication that that's exactly what's going on. So what 8 tricks is he hoping to take otherwise? Like if he can take a couple of ruffs and dummy, which he probably... Well, he doesn't really have entries to his hand either. So he can't really ruff both of his hearts, even if the defense could lead to trump profitably, which they can't since North is... Well, I guess South will win the heart, and now he can play a spade through. But that would give him, even at best, 3 spades in hand and 2 ruffs is 5, and 2 clubs is 7. So this Jack of clubs probably is his best shot for an 8th.
Exactly. Yeah. And so as we come out of our tank from the analysis, so does Gold. He does decide to stick in the Jack of clubs for a hook, and with that Queen of clubs offside, he is not going to end up making this.
Yeah, this is all pretty normal. I think Robson's hand was not perfect for this action with the shape, but very understandable. He didn't want to sell it to two hearts. From his point of view, it looks like he wants to be at least competing at this level. And North-South are going to do fine. They were going to make two hearts really easily just by roughing a diamond.
Well, this is an exciting play from North. But it might be somewhat likely that Declare still loses the King of Spades.
Yeah, and that would give South Ace, King, King, but he probably wouldn't quite have an opening bid.
Oh, that is a fair point. No, this is actually going really badly for North at this point. Because
it's going well enough. He can just play ace and a diamond.
Yeah, he will, but then Gold will rough in with the 9 of spades and South can't overrough.
Right, but South will have a long trump.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Declare can't quite cross-rough the hand at that point, right?
He should be able to. Yeah, there we
go.
This is much better from Herd. A diamond
right.
Ruff and now a club through promotes the King of Spades again.
Right. Yeah, well spotted by North, so we'll be down 2.
Yeah, Bathurst needs to kind of understand what's happening, but I think he will. He'll eventually come to the conclusion that the only reason partner gave him this rough is that he needs a club throw. Lots of spade contracts in a row at this table. Not so much at the other table. Oh!
4 in a row at the other table, right?
Oh my.
3 spades, 3 spades, and 4 spades.
Well, Gold was all over what was going on. He worked out the reason that Herd gave his partner Diamond Ruff. Bathurst did not quite come to the same conclusion, so 2 spades only goes down 1. Still a triumph for North-South going plus.
Yeah, not a huge deal against a non-vulnerable part score, but, I think Bathurst's going to be feeling a little sheepish about that one.
Yeah. Robson, 11 count. He has liked preempting some of these 11s, but that's opposite a past hand partner. I think he'll just open a spade this time.
Yeah. So, and this might get a little interesting, right? Because West is going to rebid 2 spades. I don't think South is going to reopen at these colors, but, we've all done worse. Yeah, he just passes.
Yeah, club makes the most sense from Herd's hand. When you have long trumps, you want to find a tap suit for Declare so that you can promote your trump tricks. So he goes aggressive with the club opening lead. And this time he'll get rewarded. Partner hits with Queen 4th. Well, Declare has 8 quick tricks, effectively. 2 hearts, a club, a diamond, and 4 natural spade tricks. All of the spade spots are important.
So, North-South do lead. nines from this combination on the card, so South knows presumably what's going on.
Yeah, second round of clubs comes through, forcing out the ace. And Robson is going to try and pull trump, so spade goes to the 10. He'll cross back to the heart king, lead the spade queen. And I mean, once he finds out about the 5-0 spade split, he's just going to cash his red suit cards and claim his 8 tricks.
And Jack of Spades, everyone does it, but of course North knows where the queen is. South did not win the 10, and obviously, he knows West has all the remaining spades.
Yep. So now King of Clubs continuing the good defense of forcing declarer's trumps, and Robson is just going to cash out.
Yep, sets up his long spade or, starts doing it, guaranteed safe exit.
I have finally received a complaint about your air conditioning.
Oh, well, now it's finally cooled off in here, so I can shut it off. Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of these in-room units, and it is really, really aggressively loud.
Oh, don't worry. I mean, it took about an hour and a half for someone to complain, so I think you're doing okay. Oh, Robson plays back the spade queen.
Maybe hoping North is out of clubs at this point.
Yeah, I guess it can't really cost, but I'm not really sure what it accomplishes.
North is either following to the right number of red cards or he isn't,
Yeah. Well, one way or another,
this is asking how he's doing.
Nope. Yeah, I mean, one way or another, this is just going to be 8 tricks. Declare takes his 2 hearts, club, diamond, and 4 trumps.
And actually, this is a guarantee, right? Because he can play a heart now. All the clubs are gone, so if North can rough it, he's still got nothing but diamonds left.
Yeah, the only danger was that one of these red suit aces gets roughed. That was it.
Right. Yeah, but if you let a heart to the ace and North actually had started with a singleton heart, he was fine.
Right. Yep. Plus 110. So that result gets duplicated. The other table has caught up to us. On board 11, in fact, in the other room, North-South ended up competing to 3 clubs over the 2-spade contract, and they earned themselves a plus position in that contract despite having 3 trump losers.
Yep, so they did need that second undertrick to push the board.
All right, 2 boards to go in this set. North has what many might consider a strong no trump. 5-4 in the majors, though. question is just, are you willing to reverse into spades if you open a heart with this hand? If the answer is no, you're probably better off opening a no trump to show your values. Bird does decide to open a heart, though.
Yeah, particularly after a hard passing no trump, the hand is pretty awkward because the reverse shows your values, but it reverses into a suit that's never a possible trump suit.
Yeah, now, do Hurd and Bathurst play Gazilli?
Well, it doesn't matter now, but that is a good question. I mean, South might have tried a 3 clubs natural invite versus this one no trump did. You know, the hands may be slightly light for it, but if your partner has virtually any hand with the king of clubs, you're probably pretty happy. You know, he'll convert to 3 no trump on a lot of those, and, you know, light in values or not, you're going to have 7 club tricks.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I will note, I mean, we've seen Robson be incredibly aggressive on a number of hands, and this 2 diamond overcall, I think, fits that pattern. It is, of course, lead directional, but a 5-3-3-2 hand with a 5-card suit is obviously very scary to overcall at the 2 level when vulnerable.
Yeah, this is now a little awkward for South, who, you know, whatever he does, it's going to be hard to show his values. I mean, he could try 3 clubs, you know, he could pass if North double really is more penalty oriented.
I wonder, okay, that's
5 clubs, all right, that works.
I mean, that's one way to do it. I was wondering if he might try 3 diamonds, figuring that after this 2 diamond bid, the king of clubs might be somewhat likely to be on side, or partner has it, and 3 no trump could easily be coming home with the diamond stopper in partner's hand, but he decides to go all the way to 5 clubs with the heart void.
Yeah, this will be fine.
Yeah, so
and an opening trump lead would not be great, but the 4th round of spades would hold up.
Yeah, exactly. So Robson does lead the diamond king. This will make Declare's life relatively easy. Just ace and a diamond, eventually getting back to hand, roughing the 3rd diamond with the king of clubs if necessary, and pulling trumps, knocking out the king of spades or the 10 of spades.
Yeah, we were told in the other room they did open a no trump. You know, it's tough because if you do that, like opening 1 heart, a partner has kind of a minimum response with 4 spades. You'll get to spades, and over a no trump, they'll often just be passing it, so you're going to miss your spade fits on those auctions.
Yeah.
You know, against that, the reverse is really not ideal. So, you know, I think it just depends on what you think the bigger danger is.
Exactly. Yeah, it's personal preference on these types of hands, and there are benefits and detriments either way.
I mean, my preference is normally to show the hand type by 1 no trump, just to avoid the awkwardness of some of these auctions that North South are going to get into here. But again, you know, it's certainly not risk free.
No, not at all.
Meanwhile, Declare is now just going to be able to rough a diamond, draw trumps, and play on spades. So he will have plus 600, which feels probably, you know, maybe a little worse than they would have done a no trump, but, you know, they'll be happy with it, I think, after West made it a little difficult for them.
Yeah, he might end up with the over trick here. West can get squeezed in the majors. So it's like this, he has an automatic squeeze to play for. I mean, he might just be a little bit lazy because he's already making his 11 tricks and say, oh, I'll just hook for king doubleton of spades on side or something like that. But
no, it's true. I didn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he can win, say, a club switch with the 10 of clubs, rough a diamond high, rough a heart, pull trumps, and then play a spade to the queen, which will hold. And now he's cold for his contract, and then he can rough a heart back and start running the club suit. And West will get squeezed with the ace of hearts and king of spades.
Yeah, good points.
But, you know, I'm not going to say, oh, he's definitely making 12 tricks from here. I think there are ways that he could just kind of make a simple claim and say, hey, are the king and 10 of spades on side or something like that, or maybe just be a little bit lazy about it.
Maybe. I think at this level, we can turn to West and say, do you have the ace of hearts? And everyone knows what's happening.
Yeah. He could do that as well. But first things first, let's just make sure that the spade finesse wins and that we get to pull trumps. Up with the club ace, diamond ruff. The other table on this board got to 3 no trump from the north. Maybe along similar lines to what we were thinking. If south showed... Oh, actually, north just opened a no trump, of course, and east-west were never in the auction.
Yeah, I mean, south can transfer to clubs and show the heart shortness, but north, at that point, is very happy to be playing in no trump.
Right, exactly. So checking for lurkers, the 10 of clubs. But I do think Bathurst will play a spade to the queen next. And then ruff a heart. And before continuing to run the club suit. There's a spade to the queen, now a heart ruff, and Bathurst is on top of his game. There's no cost.
Yep.
But
yeah, I mean, it's possible to make 11 tricks in the other rooms. It was all cost him 1 imp, but he would save an imp with this over trick here.
Right. So 620. And he does save an imp against the 3 no trump contract at the other table. On to the last board of the set, so big victory for England so far. They've pulled the match to 39 imps is now the deficit, but still USA 1 is on top. And the next segment is actually scheduled to start relatively soon. I mean, we're not going to get as long of a break as we had between the last 2 segments.
I looked at the schedule, but actually forgot. When's the start time for the next segment?
It's about 25 minutes from now, but we do still have this one board to play.
Yep. Yeah, and I think, is this the first tournament that they've run 14 board segments? I think it might be.
Good question. I don't recall 2 years
ago. The juniors did, of course, but or Buenos Aires, I think, might have been 15s also.
Buenos Aires was 3 sets of 16.
3 sets of 16, interesting. Yeah, so here, despite East having quite a strong hand for passing 2 hearts, if you remember from a few boards ago, West could have bid, I forget what it was, but something to show, a sound 3-card raise, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's different over a heart.
Oh, right. That was spades, I believe.
It was. Yeah, 2 hearts here is effectively a weakish raise, maybe up to about 7 high card points. So Declare did get the defenders to play 4 rounds of diamonds for him, able to ruff that 4th diamond in the dummy. And now gets to pull trumps, take the spade finesse. Eventually does lose a club, but makes with an over check. So that's going to wrap it up for the third set. Remember, today is only day one of a 2-day match. We will be back in about 25 minutes with the fourth quarter of play.
Great. See y'all then.
All right, chat. What did I do wrong? Hey, what is this? Look at this. There's Herning 2025 links. What happens if I click on this? Is the world going to explode? It's a new thingy. Ah, look at that. Results, bulletins, event site, photos. Okay. Neat. Are we counting Robson's 2 hearts and a minor earlier as a preempt with 1 fewer card? You know, I will count it. Yeah, I will count it. Hold on. Let me bring me back as well. There we go. I'm back. Have we had a beer? Also, let's head to the other table. Oh, they already finished. They played in 2 hearts and they only made 1 because they're a bunch of chumps. A bunch of lazy, fat American chumps. Preempt with 1 fewer card. There we go. Did Declare go down in a cold contract anywhere? Six spades, absolutely ice cold. Wait, Schmeeble says 6 hearts. Where was 6 hearts? Oh, 6 spades, this one? Was it ice cold? There was a 14-amp swing. Oh yeah, I'm like highlighting it. There it is. Bridge 101 moment. I didn't say this on air, but Bathurst had ace king in his partner's suit and led a singleton and said, I'm feeling generous today, Michael. So, because we didn't hit bingo yesterday. Am I doing Italy-Belgium next? I'm doing whichever matches on BBO next. That's what I'm doing. Oh no, you missed it? What did you miss? Burns Law violation, anyone? You're back, Elorian? Welcome back. We're on break. Oh, the Bridge 101 moment. Yeah, I mean, when you have... Where is it? This one? When your partner bids a suit and you have the ace king of that suit, or even if your partner doesn't bid the suit, you lead your ace king. I mean, it didn't matter. But yeah, it's very amusing that South just didn't lead the ace king doubleton. I should put on a a square for play part score in a slam. That actually sounds really funny. Is Craig going to join my Twitch chat? I think Craig is here. He might be like up using the restroom or getting something to drink or eat. Why did he do it? Why did he lead a diamond? Dude, I don't know. Don't ask me. I mean, I guess his idea was like he knows his partner has diamonds, so he's gonna lead his partner's suit. Like, if he had, say, King Queen Doubleton of hearts and a stiff diamond, I would be like, yeah, sure, let's lead a diamond, right? Like, we lead a diamond and then like we get a ruff and then maybe we go King of Hearts, heart to partner's ace, and we get another diamond ruff. But here we don't even have an entry to partner in the heart suit. I mean, it feels like it makes sense to at least let our partner know that we have the ace king doubleton of hearts, but maybe that's silly. Maybe if we play a diamond and we don't cash the ace king of hearts, declare never touches hearts for a while, and then we don't reveal all of this information about the missing high cards. Oh, you can't see the board. You're right. I have a bingo card up. Good point. This one. This one. That's the board. He led the singleton, 7 of diamonds. Boom. That was it. Yeah, I don't actually know why we have a square for Moisian fit and a square for for Burns Law violation. That feels like a little bit of duplication there, but I think at some point I was just taking suggestions for what bingo squares to put up. Whoops. But let me add to the bingo list. Play part score in slam. There we go. That has been added to the bingo list. Have I already looked at today's bulletin? Is it interesting? I haven't. Let's see if I can figure out how to get there. Is the website down? Did something happen in today's bulletin? Is the 26th? Okay. How about lead queen from Queen Doubleton? But that's just a bad lead. Why would anyone ever do that? So what happened in today's bulletin that we need to know about? Transnational border match starting on Friday, August 29th. Wait, what? Oh, that's a transnational border match. The event is free of charge for players taking part in the transnational open teams. Okay. Seeding rights through the KO stage. What? How did someone decide this? What are these numbers? The home team has seeding rights in 2, 3, 5, and 8? Okay, I figured out where they got these numbers from. I understand. Okay, I understand. So they kind of divided up the seating rights on 2 different days. They're trying to make it so that seating rights do not matter as much as possible. And so generally people think that 1 and 4 and 2 and 3 is like somewhat equivalent, but a little bit biased towards the 1 and 4. At least that's kind of the common idea. So they gave the home team, which I assume means the team that is the higher seed. They gave them the 1 and 4, which is thought to be slightly preferable on day 2, and they gave the other team 1 and 4 on day 1. So it looks like there's a small advantage for home team. Great. And they give the other team 5 minutes to choose their lineup. That... Okay. Okay, bro. Oh, yeah, and for the bronze medal match, which will be happening, Saturday and Sunday of this week, accompanying the gold medal match, it's only a 1-day match. I don't know why. That doesn't make any sense to me. If the gold medal match is taking 2 days, why would the bronze medal match only need to take 1 day? That has never made sense to me. But okay, they give them 2 and 4 and 1 and 3. This makes no sense. This is the most confusing page that I have ever seen written in any WBF bulletin ever. Like, I finally got my head around why this made sense, and then they just decided to, like, do this instead. 2 and 4 and 1 and 3. They could have given the home team 1 and 4 and the other team 2 and 3. Why would they do it like this? Like, you can't have this and this on the same page. That's not okay. Someone has fucked up. Do I have a splinter? No. Okay, but my finger hurts. Championship specials. The new dealing machines used to duplicate the boards during these championships are sold for 2,650 euros? What? I mean, surely you could design something that just deals out cards for like 1/10 of that cost, right? 2,650 euro? Is that the euro symbol, by the way? I thought the euro symbol looked different. Anyway, that seems really expensive. Editor's log. This is not expensive. $3,500 for a new machine. But why does it cost that much? Like, what is so special about these dealing machines? Like, why can't you just have like a machine that shuffles cards and deals cards? European Fall Online Transnational Senior Team Championship. Can we get an abbreviation for this? It could be the IFATS. It could be the IFATS. Everybody can play. Wait, hold on, guys. We need to, we need to have a little talk about what it means by being a senior team championship. Everybody can play. I saw the asterisk and I was like, the asterisk is going to be like seniors are like so-and-so and older. No, players can register only if they and their NBOs are in good standing with the EBL. That's it. Everybody can play in the senior team championship. Who wants to join my senior team for the senior team championship? You think we could win? You think the first place prize would be one of those fancy dealing machines? Okay, now we have write-ups on a bunch of hands. Wow, we have write-ups on a lot of hands. There are so many write-ups. And they're publishing the entire Butler for every event? Wait, let's look in the Wuhan Cup. Ooh. Hong Kong won the Butler for the Wuhan Cup. Vince and Jenny were in second. And Cran and Georgia were in, was the sixth? Uh-huh. Okay, we got what, like 10 minutes? Let's take a look at the results from other matches. Apparently, Italy-Belgium in the Bermuda Bowl is still close. Italy's up by a little bit. Hopefully, I can get the results page up. All right, here we go. Bermuda Bowl. So Italy-Belgium, Italy picks up another 9 in the segment. So Italy have won all 3 sets so far, but only by small margins. USA won over England. England finally gets a win in that last segment. Sweden, Switzerland. Well, Sweden has also won all 3 sets, and they're up by 26. And then Denmark, USA 2. Well, Denmark has won the 3rd segment once again, and they're up by 26 as well. So that's in the Bermuda Bowl. Venice Cup. We have Netherlands over Australia finally. Australia got off to a quick lead, but Netherlands is now ahead by 22. Turkey and France, very close. Turkey's up by 7. Poland, USA 2. USA 2 does bounce back now that the sponsor is sitting out. So they pick up 20. And oh boy, did Denmark have a big swing in this segment. They win by 34, and now they're up by 19 in their match. Over in the Dorsey Trophy. Uh-huh. Right. Who remembers when I said that the sponsor was coming out for USA 1? Well, that happened, and now they picked up 50 in the 3rd set. USA 2 still piling on pressure. They pick up another 22. Austria, Poland, very close. France and Sweden, very close as well for the seniors. And finally in the Wuhan Cup, USA 1 picks up some much-needed imps, but not as many as they were hoping for. They win by 10 in the segment. USA 2 does make a bit of a comeback against Italy, picking up 19. They're now back by 14. China over Denmark by 5. That is a close match. And Hong Kong catches up a little bit, but they still trail Poland by 11. Joey says WK Lai is definitely one of the top players in Hong Kong. So I don't know how strong of a country Hong Kong is in general for bridge. My guess was not very. But yeah, obviously they've performed quite well in the Wuhan Cup. Weren't the U.S. mixed teams the 2 most dominant teams in any of the events? No. USA 1 was the strongest performing team in any round robin. But in the Dorsey Trophy, where is the... Here. I mean, this is a pretty dominant performance for the U.S. teams. Winning by, 40 over the field, 40 and 50 VPs. Whereas in the Wuhan Cup, it was just USA 1. So they got 328 and they won by 50 over the field, but USA 2 was not one of the strongest teams. I mean, they finished top 8, but... Gibbs Bobs asks, where did the names for the different classes come from? Bermuda, Wuhan. I don't know most of them. The Bermuda Bowl originally was played in Bermuda, so that's why it's called the Bermuda Bowl. And I don't know for how long it was actually hosted in Bermuda. It might have just been the inaugural year, and every year since has been elsewhere. Yeah, Danny says where they were played the first time. I think that's right for the Wuhan Cup. I mean, I trust you that this was played in Venice. This was played in Wuhan, China. I have no idea what Dorsey is. I don't think Dorsey Trophy is a actual place name. D or C? He's a player? That's a person's name, so someone just got cheated into getting their own event named after them? Is this just because the seniors don't remember where they played the first senior event? That's the only reason that it had to be named after a person instead of the location? Why does my finger hurt so much? Am I sure I don't have a splinter? This was the former WBF president who donated the trophy. This is an Italian name, yeah? It could be the Paris Cup. Well, that would make sense. No, you're right. We can't call everything cup. I do like that there's a trophy. Like a bowl. I mean, it's catchy. Bermuda Bowl. Like Bermuda Cup. I think Bermuda Cup is kind of mid. But Venice Cup, also honestly kind of mid. Hold on. Wuhan Cup, I'm feeling these names out now. I don't know. It doesn't... It sounds kind of like you're on some sort of traveling circuit where you compete in events. What does this remind me of? Is this like F1 racing where they play in cups? I don't know if I like cup for a world championship. It definitely does sound a little bit more catchy than mixed world championship, open world championship, women's world championship. I don't know. Women's world championship is kind of fun. There's like some alliteration in there. The Wuhan wheel. Yeah, can we start naming these off of like household objects? The Dorsey dog or pets? Okay, where are we going? Italy, Belgium is what we're watching. Oh, I need to get the Belgian pair where their conventions make sense. call it the Grand Slam and only have one of them every year? That seems like we're ripping off the spectators. I mean, there's 3 NABCs every year. Why can't we have 3? Dude, okay, I How can you tell if you have a splinter? Does it like get red and infected after a couple of days? Is that how splinters work? Anyway, I guess I'll deal with this after the stream. Where are we going? Donati, Precario, Dehay. We were there earlier today. All right, chat. I will see you after the round. Oh, you thought I was talking about a bridge bid. No, my finger hurts. But I can't, anyway. All right, I'm going in.
So, 1 heart by West. East bids probably a semi-forcing no Trump, and West obviously is rebidding his 4-card diamond suit. Hey, Rob.
Hello. Welcome back.
So I have not seen any of the Belgians play yet. I'm not sure if you have. What do we know about them? It feels like this has been a pretty good tournament for them. First qualifying, winning, making it out of the Europeans, qualifying for the knockout, and now holding their own against one of the pre-tournament favorites in Italy. And Italy won the round robin as well.
Right. Well, all of the Belgian pairs do have a unique twist on whatever sort of system they're playing. So, I mean, they have definitely some unusual takes on their 2-level preamps for all of these pairs. And so I think for that reason, it does come as a bit of a surprise, some of these conventions that they're pulling out against all of the opposition.
Hopefully we'll get to see some of these in action. We'll take a quick look here at their convention card and see what's up. So looks like they're playing 2 diamonds, 18-19 balance, method in that part of the world. And, well, their card says they're just playing week 2s.
No. You're looking at someone else.
We're looking at Donati Precario. I am looking at Donati Precario. All right, let's try this again. Oh, interesting. So they're playing 2-way, 2 bids in all suits, either some combination of weak hands, possibly 2 suited, or various strong hands. Interesting. So hopefully we'll get to see those in action at some point.
Yeah, all right. So in 2 no Trump, with spades being 5-4 between the north-south hands, Donati is just comfortable knocking out the Diamond King. I mean, if that Jack of Hearts holds and then he takes another Heart Finesse and it loses, then Dummy gets effectively stranded and the opponents also cash spades and then set up clubs and you're going to go down quite a few tricks. So,
yeah, someone did that to me in the Life Master pairs. It was a good player. I forget who it was. I think one of the someone French, but not one of the Bermuda Bowl French players. I took a finesse to the Jack with Ace King Jack 10 5th, got back to my hand, took another finesse, not at all confident it was going to win. Our partner said, "Oh, don't worry, I'll have company." I was like, "Buddy, it's day 1. I'm not going to have any company here." It was about 4% of the match points. But yeah, I think, that kind of duck can be really powerful because it's just what can declare a do, some of the time the finesse holds because it wins.
For sure. And of course, at this level, all of these players would be comfortable ducking a trick if it gives them a chance to defeat a contract. At Imps, that's the most important thing. willing to sacrifice as many over tricks as possible, sometimes within reason, to give yourself a chance to beat the opponent's contract, especially if it's a game.
Yeah, and that of course would have been a perfect time for it because everyone knows that East only has 2 hearts. Anyway, moving on, we have 1 spade opening by North, 2-no. I'm not sure if this is 3+ card raise or something else.
It is a game forcing spade raise. So looks like 3 diamonds is, I'm uncertain, probably just some sort of asking bid, and 3-no trump looks like a choice of games.
Yeah, I mean 3 diamonds might be the way you show a balanced hand with 3 clubs, giving you room to sort out your singletons.
Yeah, so North is 5-4-2-2, and for that reason pulls 3-no to 4 spades.
Yeah, so Declare does have some work to do single dummy with both these minor suit finesses working. Not going to have too much trouble here, I don't think.
No, even if they end up losing 2 hearts and a spade, they'll be okay.
Yeah, in fact, this will make things very easy for Declare.
Yeah, club opening lead helps, and of course, Precario has to decide, is he putting up the king at trick 1, or is he playing the 9?
Yeah, I think the king will make Declare, quite happy about this, but of course, with Diamond Finesse working, the Jack of Clubs isn't all that useful anyway. Because he has the Queen 10-9 of hearts, he can even just force out the hearts. So that's really not a useful pitch, other than, that is saves him possibly from taking a Diamond Finesse.
Well, Precario instantly puts in the 9 of clubs at trick 1.
Yeah, it can't really be right to put up the king there, presumably, right? Because partner does have the queen. They could lead toward it anyway. Maybe we could use a useful trick. I mean, I guess if we desperately need 1 club trick, sure, but probably that's not going to make the difference here.
Yeah, Precario is looking at the weak diamond suit. I mean, the danger is probably that partner has the...
right?
I'm thinking.
Yeah. I think Wes can be pretty sure that, whatever East has, it's not going to be all that much. North presumably could have also just signed off without, maybe he couldn't because South was unlimited. He probably would have had to show his hand type, but, there just isn't that much for East to hold that's good enough to beat it.
Well, I mean,
West can see that everything is lying pretty well.
Well, like the same hand, if you flip the ace and king of hearts and flip the queen and 10 of clubs, then Declare is on a guess for the jack of hearts to make it. Right. The club pitch doesn't really help. But okay, so Declare plays a spade to the jack, which is obviously good news for him, and then elects to run the queen of hearts into East.
I think you said him, but I think North is actually her.
Oh, I'm sorry. So good news for North. Picking off the spades. I mean, it's not exactly the natural way to play the spade suit, but North decided to try and take a couple of heart finesses through West.
I think there's some question over. So it's Bernard and Clovis DeHay. I thought Clovis was a female name, but I could be wrong. Looks like I'm wrong. My apologies.
All right, king of spades. Spade to the ace, probably a low heart towards the ace 9 at this point. I mean, in some fashion, Declarer is going to take all of their finesses.
Right.
I'm still a little bit surprised Declarer has not pulled the last trump.
Well, I think they wanted to be able to ruff the long heart.
Sure, yeah. But 12 tricks. When every finesse works, that's the way things end up. On the first board, with Italy missing the slam in this room, Belgium did, or not the slam, the game in this room, Belgium did find the game at the other table.
Yeah, so I guess in that room, they could not afford to abandon hearts as they didn't, with Donati declaring it here in 2. So the very friendly heart position was, had the diamond finesse. Good enough to make 10 tricks versus the 8 made here.
Yeah, so this match is very close, and this might be one of the ones to keep an eye on over the day tomorrow if it remains this way.
So we'll see if South is inclined to open his 11 count in third seat. Yeah, if he does open a diamond as the lead director, one club would be the more standard bid with his pattern, but wants to make sure if he's got to open light that he gets the ace king going. And he's obviously very lucky that he's catching 6 card support.
Yeah, this Belgian partnership could have opened 2 clubs on the north hand to show a variety of hand types, one of which contains a weak 2 in diamonds, but chose not to for some reason. And yeah, now North needs to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, so a little uncomfortable for West here, who I think probably suspects he's being stolen from, but doesn't really have any great way to do something about it.
Yeah, that's very true. Especially with only a Doubleton heart, it's a bit scary to kind of balance back in. Eventually decides to let it go.
Yeah, knowing that North's bid is mixed 8 to 10 does make it a lot more comfortable to pass it out. I think if North's bid was, kind of more purely preemptive, this would be probably he'd still have to pass it, but I think he'd be very worried about missing a double par square swing.
Two clubs, a heart, and 2 spades.
Yeah, as long as they do everything in the right order, because if they cash their black suit winners first, 2 hearts can go away on the queen jack of spades.
Right.
And of course, they can just play through rounds of clubs and let Declarer do his own work. And as long as they manage to capture one of the spade honors, which they will, they'll, one of South spade honors, then they'll beat it that way. So, the defense does not need to get a heart on the table. They just need to not get spades on the table.
Yeah, or switch to hearts after cashing 1 spade.
Yeah. The only possible pitfall is playing spades too early, and I think they're going to do that.
This 3 clubs at trick 1 looks like encouraging. So Percario might be thinking about whether or not to play a low club. He does decide to cash the king, so he's going to get a suit preference signal from his partner, which might be high. Nope, Donati plays the 7.
Yeah, which I think makes sense. East doesn't need to get a spade going, so there's no reason to signal for it, just to tell partner where the ace of spades is. He'll find out in good time.
Okay, well, it looks like maybe Donati was able to give a standard count signal in the club suit, and Precario read
Right.
that to safely exit a club.
Mm-hmm.
And now, of course, as you mentioned, there's nothing Declare can do. Declare plays spades himself. This is a little bit dangerous, though, now, because...
Yeah, he's needed to cover that spade. Well, sort of.
Yeah, it's tricky from East's perspective.
Right. It would be embarrassing if South had King Jack instead of Queen Jack.
Yeah, because then their best defense might be to try and get Declare to misguess the spade suit.
Right. So maybe a nice play by Declare here to open up that possibility.
For sure. I think Declare's plan basically is because they need to set up a spade trick and they need that ace king of diamonds as an entry if the trumps happen to be 3-1. So they kind of are backed into leading spades immediately. But yeah, now,
and Declare. Sorry.
Now Precario, of course, has to find a heart switch to defeat the contract. And he might get this right.
Yeah, and East just, wanted to play a spade in tempos to play the 3, but it does turn out to be false count, probably, assuming they're playing upside down, so... Yeah, but I think, Declare can see that it's not enough to, it's not just that he needs to play spades, he really needs 2 spade winners, because otherwise he's just going to be off the 5 tricks we talked about earlier, so...
Okay, well, Declare has a chance now. And I actually think there's no way Declare goes wrong. He's just going to lead a spade, right. And
surely, whatever he does, he's pickled.
Yeah, surely Donati goes up with the ace at this point, and now it's just over.
Yeah, nice play by North.
Yeah, spade comes back, pitching heart, ace king of diamonds, pulling trumps, pitch the other heart on the jack of spades, and 9 tricks. So good result for Belgium here. Belgium also picks up 2 imps on board 16. They did manage to get to 4 spades in the other room as well, but it looks like Declare was not as fortunate in their guesswork over there. All right, is Donati going to open the East hand, and if so, with what?
Yeah, I think 2-spade preempt or whatever they do to show a 2-spade preempt would be a lot of players' choice for seat white-red. Certainly be mine. That'll actually make things kind of easier for North-South, right?
Well, easier how? Where do they want to get to? South has a takeout double.
Yeah, I think, if South opens 1 diamond, I guess it's probably fine. A diamond, North bids a spade, South bids 2 clubs, and they'll eventually get to 3-no trump. Oh, I see 3-no trump isn't very good, is it? No, it's fine. Yeah.
There's... You can make it from the North because the jack fourth of spades is a stopper.
Yeah. It's actually, from North, it's, on this layout, it's, pretty good. You just need the diamond finesse or the hearts coming in.
Sure, yeah. Once the jack of spades is a stopper, you're doing okay.
Yeah.
In 3-0.
Yeah, obviously you need all the spade honors to be in East. But after a 2-spade opening, that becomes a lot more likely.
A little bit. Most pairs with ace king queen 6th would do something else, but ace king queen 5th. Okay, there's 3-0. So I guess we're going to get the, whatever the power lead is, king from east.
Yeah, I think knowing that North doesn't have 5 spades most of the time because he would have checked back for a 5-3 fit. Anytime West has the jack, you want the unblock.
Exactly. So this king of spades asking for an unblock or a count signal from Picario. He will give... I think he's going to play the 2. But they might have different agreements on their power leads. Like they give standard count.
It's possible. But...
And North observes the dummy. Yes, thank you, partner. All right, I have a spade stopper. Trying to send brainwaves into the opponent's mind. Stop playing spades.
Well, I think that lead is going to make North feel a little more secure about this.
Yeah. I mean, it could be king, queen, 10, 9 of spades.
Right, but not, not anymore. West should be overtaking with that. Mostly because, West should be overtaking with that mostly to make sure East doesn't shift. Anytime West has the ace, he should probably be going up.
Well, there's a club switch.
Yeah, safe.
Yeah, definitely not hooking partner out of any honors.
Yeah, so Declare is just now going to cash hearts, The jack drops doubleton. He's got the ace of diamonds entry to untangle everything. Or the club entries, rather.
Yeah, there's no way to go wrong.
Yeah, not on this one. But he did have to cash hearts first just to manage his entry position.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, that jack doubleton, sometimes the suit blocks. So now that hearts split, Declare does get to cash a heart and all 3 clubs before leading a diamond up. Probably no chance that a diamond finesse is taken. I mean, maybe West gives something away in the discards, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Declare probably knows what's going on in the spade suit, but nonetheless, East could stiff the king of diamonds and we would be, feeling pretty silly about it.
Right. Well, Donati pitches a diamond. But there's a diamond to the ace. Okay, 3-no making 3. I mean, it feels like this could be a duplicated result at a lot of tables, but you have to feel pretty good if you're Belgium.
Yeah, and 5 diamonds was also going to make just losing 2 trump tricks.
Yeah, now... Oh, so what you're saying is 6 diamonds could have made. I see. Wow.
Yeah, I guess, right? Double diamond score.
Well, Belgium has been on a tear this segment. 13-0 through 3 boards. The 3 diamond contract that ended up making after the defense gave Declare a little bit of a chance. On 17, they go down at the other table. The other hand was face up in the dummy, so defense might have been a little bit easier to come by at that table. That is quite the auction in the other room on board 17. Wow. Lots of action, both sides.
So I see it was the same contract, although obviously a very different route.
Oh, goody. Let's take a look at this no trump range because they have 5 different ranges of no trump, this north-south pair on their card, depending on seed and vulnerability. In first seat, non-vulnerable, this is going to be 9-11. So South has a pristine maximum. Aceless, but 4-4 in the majors.
Yeah, we'll see if North has a way to do something here. And obviously, getting to 3 clubs is easy, but if he has a way to show both minors if he wants to, and with only 7 points, he doesn't.
Yeah, 2 hearts is 5 hearts and a 4 or longer card minor.
Sure, looks great.
Well, he at least counted up his length in the suits better than Robson did earlier today.
Yeah, we had a hand, for those who missed the last segment, where Robson opened 2 hearts on 2-5-3-3, showing 5 hearts and a 4 longer card minor. And boy, did it work out well for him, because Declare in a slam had a false picture of the hand and lost a deep finesse to win 14 imps for the British, or the English rather. So Declare is buying reasonably well with his strong spade suit and a heart honor. He does have a bunch of losers, and probably he's going to start by taking black suit finesses, neither of which is going to work. And maybe the 9 will never have a high honor. I think we did see Hurd and Bathurst play that the 9 would be from King 10-9. I know Levin and Weinstein play the same way. So, it is possible that in the North-South lead agreements, the 9 could still include the King.
It can. And in fact, it can include the King in multiple ways. It could be King 9-8.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. But it can also be 10-9 third. So I would expect Declare to take the spade finesse immediately.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so South is in. I mean, on the one hand, it looks pretty natural to try and unblock that King Queen of Diamonds. On the other hand, that Jack third is sitting in dummy, and that might just make Declare's life a little bit easier if they happen to have the ace. So
yeah, of course, South still doesn't know which suit West has.
Right. Yeah. So South may well try a club switch instead.
Yes, this is going to be pretty ugly for the declaring side here.
Yeah, if the defense get all of their tricks. Okay, well, South actually elects to exit the 10 of spades back to dummy. This will give Declare a lot of information because, I mean, South wouldn't just be doing this with any spade holding. It's pretty likely that he's trying to kill the dummy or possibly give his partner a ruff.
Yeah, I was thinking also, like, suppose South had played a club, which looks kind of natural. If North wins and plays a spade back, now Declare is not going to have the opportunity to finesse South out of one of his heart tricks.
That's very true, too. I mean, from a technical standpoint, if Precario reads this as South holding strong trumps, he could lead a low heart towards the ace-king-9. But... yeah, instead he leads the Jack of Hearts, and, well, just cashes the king, probably planning to play a third round.
I wonder if maybe it would have been better just to try a club finesse there, because that could still be winning. You know, if the hearts are 3-3, it doesn't matter whether you play hearts from dummy or not. I think here... I don't know, like what hard holding does the Jack really pick up that effectively?
Well,
like 10, I guess Queen 10 empty fourth.
Well, 10 doubleton and North as well.
Right, but yeah, I guess right, because then Ace King and another does guarantee Trump loses. Possible. Yeah.
I mean, he might have been hoping that it would just go Jack of Hearts low if South has something like Queen third. Dummy's entryless, and so if his partner had ace third, ace doubleton, or ace third, or king third, or something, then covering the Jack with the Queen would lose a trump trick. So,
Right, that's possible.
yeah, it could have been an attempt at a swindle and just didn't come home.
Yeah, so now Declare is going to. Well, I mean, South, I guess, can play 2 diamonds and shift to a club, and then, yeah, Declare is going to. Where does play club now? And I guess they do need to get those diamonds out of the way, otherwise, the Jack of Spades is going to end up taking a trick.
Right. So club comes back to the Jack. Oh, club comes back to the 8. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so Declare reads it. South can catch 2 diamonds, play a club, and Declare can pitch on this.
Yeah, I mean, North-South are still going to be relatively happy defeating 2 hearts vulnerable. A couple of tricks.
Yeah. This so. South will have to play a spade, but North will get the last trick with the ace of diamonds for down 2.
Yeah, could have been down 3. As mentioned, the defense could have unblocked these diamonds earlier, or North might have held on to longer clubs. But either way, it looks like a win possibly for the weak no trump for North-South. I mean, especially because Precario probably took close to the minimum number of tricks on this hand. You know, that Jack of Hearts play, lots of ways it could have worked out, but this was not one of the layouts where it did work. Yeah, North just needed to take a second to count up the high card points. South had turned up with 8 so far. Needed to have the Diamond King.
So tough spot for East West. I think West has to bid and, just bought a pretty unsuitable hand and bad luck in the play.
Exactly. Okay, we're seeing a claim. So 2 hearts down 2. Not going to be the end of the world. I mean, it could easily be duplicated. I don't know if South is going to open at the other table. If South passes, then East-West might have an auction that's like a heart, a spade, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, or something like that. Still get to the same spot.
Yeah. Not sure who's in at the other table, but Samantha Versace do play mini no trump in first seed of these colors. So if it's them, it could easily be duplicated.
All right, on to board 20. Pass in first seat by Precario. At these colors, DeHay does not have a weak no trump available. So. Oh wait, he does? It is so hard to read these convention cards.
Yeah. Let's take a look here.
Oh, it's 12 to 14 when everyone's vulnerable.
I see. Wow, they play 5 ranges of no trump.
They do.
Yes, and for those watching, the WBF site has convention cards for every pair because you have to pre-register. So every pair in every event has a WBF card posted, so you can pull that up if you're interested in the various methods being played here. So transfer to spades. West has kind of a thin lead director, but certainly doesn't want Parter doing anything else.
Right.
You'd love to have slightly more robust hearts because you really don't want to hear North redouble it.
Yeah, so 2 spades often does show a spade fit in these auctions. It's not alerted, but it might be the case that North is promising 3 spades here.
Yeah, so South asking for a heart stopper. North has one. And it turns out, unexpectedly, the hearts are not the problem on this hand.
Yeah. I was going to say, how can South ask for a diamond stopper in this sequence?
Yeah, we'll see. And North South, they're not really on the path to getting to four spades. Well, there it is.
How
Nicely
sure
judged by
are you?
North.
Well, Donati
Yeah, so
figured out what
that's
to lead. Ace of diamonds.
so with the heart protected, Declare has 10 fairly easy tricks, five spades and five clubs.
Yeah, I guess it's going to go one round of diamonds, jack of hearts switch, maybe.
I actually wonder if his best shot might be three rounds of diamonds and hope the West is the one with the doubleton, although I guess when North plays the queen, it could be a really brilliant false card, but usually isn't.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So Donati can count the high cards. I mean, this defense feels natural to me, but with
Play West for ace king. Well, sorry, go on.
I mean, because Precario has to have at least the king queen of hearts, right? He couldn't really make this lead directing double without that much. So therefore, DeHay has to have everything else in the deck because he's promised 12 high card points for his opening bid. But this does seem kind of natural because we don't know about North's shape. If North does have long diamonds, then North has shorter clubs, and so we'll be able to set up a heart trick by doing this.
Ren probably hearts are 5-3 because West might have tried a weak two heart bid with six of them headed by theoretically the ace queen.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be pretty disappointing to let this contract make if we, for example, went king of diamonds diamond and declare pitch to heart as our partner ruffed, and then the queen of diamonds sets up and declare pitches another heart on the queen of diamonds later.
All right, I think we're going to get to see one of these fancy north-south bids, right? Or do they just open a pedestrian 2-0 with this hand?
2-0's 20-22. So, yeah, not this time.
Wow. So on board 18, where you're joking about six diamonds being made, we're told Hurd and Bathurst did make six diamonds by picking up the 9-5 opposite ace queen third for only one loser with king jack 10 fourth onside.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just that. You, of course, still need the hearts to come home for four tricks. So,
well, that too, yeah. But you do need that ultra deep finesse in diamonds first round to the six.
Right.
And West might have put in a middle one. I mean, he probably shouldn't, but possibly did.
And don't you also need them not to lead spades at trick one? Because if they force you twice in spades, then you might go down that way.
I guess that's true too, huh?
But yeah, big result for the Americans then in a different match.
So Donati Precario trying to make life difficult for North-South here. The pretty normal-looking lead director doubling three clubs, but East deciding to give four clubs a shot at these colors.
Yeah, and North has a bit of a problem because I suppose over the double of three clubs, North responding to Stayman would have showed a stopper for a lot of pairs. So North didn't really have a way to do that, and now the four club bid has taken away North-South's ability to find a 4-4 major suit fit comfortably. So North decides to take the sure plus.
Again, it looks like this is a very big result for East-West here. I think they have five top losers, but not much beyond that. And, with the clubs 2-2, and maybe they're going to lose a third spade. but North-South were going to make a game fairly easily.
Right. Yeah. Four spades.
Actually,
looks...
not that easily, I guess, because they do have to pick up the trumps.
Well,
actually, four spades might go down because you do know West is longer in clubs, so you might play spades the wrong way around.
Yeah, that's very possible. It does look like Declare could... Nope. I take it all back. I think you're right. It's very possible four spades does go down. So this could be a swing for one team or the other. I don't think we're going to get this duplicated auction in the other room.
Yeah, I think South was probably hoping that double would imply both majors, but I think that's just, you can't really have an agreement that specific. Sometimes you just need to be doubling because it's a double. Well, actually, I think maybe not, because since three clubs did show basically a game force, maybe double should be 4-4 in the majors. You can always just pass it around to North if you don't have that.
That
but
makes a lot
not
of
a
sense.
situation people talk about that often. Obviously, it's pretty uncommon auction.
Yeah, so let's focus in on the defense a little bit because North-South need to be careful to collect all of their tricks. So North wins the Diamond Ace, and obviously Declare has been pitching hearts from dummy on this trick. I suspect North will find Ace and a Heart. Or, maybe King of Spades first or something, but then Ace and a Heart.
And it all doesn't matter, right? He could even just play two high spades, and that's fine too.
Well,
I see. He could then use to play another high diamond. Yeah, he does need to cash out the hearts.
Yeah.
Well, this marks the halfway point of the segment, and so far it's been all Belgium, and this could be another one. So 13 imps net to the Belgians, and this, if we're right about four spades, this is going to be quite a sizable pickup for them.
Yeah, for sure. Although, the Italian team may well get a bit of a read in the spade contract, depending on what the opening lead is or how the defense goes, and they may end up making four spades at the other table.
Yeah, possibly. I think probably the start is going to be similar, one way or another. I think whether or not it's via 2-0 opening, North-South are going to get into a statement auction, and West is going to have his lead direct and double. Yeah, so nicely done by North, who's played very well this segment.
Yeah, 2 rounds of hearts. And now North just needs to continue the good work by exiting a major suit. And so Declara will be able to cross-ruff a handful of tricks, but only 5 more trumps. There's the Ace of Spades exit. So 10 of diamonds. And Declara ruffs, but with the jack not falling, you can ruff a spade and set up the long diamond, but no way to get back there. Oh. 10 of diamonds, Declare decides to take a finesse.
Yeah, there's certainly room for South to have that jack. North would still have a 20 count.
Right.
Or he's still thinking about it, and the operator just assumed.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't matter with this lie of the cards. So
yeah. Yeah, so on board 19, we have 3 more imps going to the Belgians, where they could have gotten 2 hearts, another trick. They still won 3 imps because their teammates were in 1 no trump. Oh, sorry, not their teammates. The Italians were in 1 no trump.
Okay, Declare eventually settles on the roughing finesse and diamonds and ends up 3 down. So still 16-0 in favor of Belgium, and they've almost tied up the match. They're only behind by 3.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of boards to play, but always a little embarrassing. The Italians chose to play the Belgians in this match. They had their choice of any of the opponents who finished 5th through 8th. It's always a little embarrassing, if you choose someone and you end up not being able to beat them.
West opens a no Trump in 3rd seat.
Yeah, I think North will certainly not have anything to do yet. He's hoping he can double 2 spades or something, probably.
Yeah, and he might get that opportunity. Donati has 9.
Yeah, so red-white, the hand is a little marginal with 3 jacks, but the vulnerability is always tempting to make a game try. Yeah, just bids 3-no rather than try to look for a spade fit, and with South having 2 trump tricks, that at least temporarily looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's a fascinating decision from Donati. I suppose with all these jacks and the queen, those are better cards for no Trump than a suit contract, and he fancies
against
shot
that,
at
your ace doubleton. Your ace doubleton looks good for suit play because partner often has the king of clubs when he opens a no Trump.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well, 10 of diamonds lead around to the queen. Doesn't give anything away. Not just yet.
So Declare has 8 fairly easy tricks, even with the spades breaking badly since hearts split. A 9th one might be a little elusive here. Maybe he can do something against North, with North having all the minor suit strength, catch a bunch of major suit winners and put North under pressure on the minors.
Yeah, it turns out a club to the 10 would set up an extra trick.
Yeah, that's hardly obvious, though.
No, I mean, it's the same as leading a club to the queen, though. I mean, you just hook North for the jack instead of South for the king.
Mm-hmm.
But this does look like the natural way to start. Assume the spade split, so heart to the queen, spade to the king, another heart back, now another spade back.
Well, South has decided to give true count on hearts, but that, with Declare holding the 9, makes it, completely comfortable to continue hearts. He would have had to be a little worried about North having ace 10 fourth otherwise.
Right. Yeah. So just making West's job a little bit easier.
I mean, he might have had no choice anyway because he's a little desperate for tricks. It also doesn't have a great entry position here. Your club to the 10 play. If the defense can win it, even with a king or turn a diamond, now your entry position is not great.
Right, it's true. I mean,
the ace is probably, probably that spade to the king holding meant the ace of spades was in South because you're 100% sure the ace of hearts is with North.
The ace of hearts definitely seems very likely to be in North's hand. I think Declare is still planning to rely on 3-2 spades.
Right.
Okay, it looks like North-South have done well signaling-wise to convey that North can continue another diamond here. So that was a safe exit.
Well, I think wouldn't Declare put up the jack if he had ace queen third in his hand?
No.
Not necessarily. Well, I guess not, yeah. Right, because South could have like king doubleton of diamonds.
Right. Well, Precario decides to cash the Heart King, so I guess he's going to pitch a spade.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he decided, I think quite reasonably, there's virtually zero chance that North had 4 spades, so, there's no real reason not to do this.
Well, now he's thinking. I mean, the diamond pitch from North seems to indicate that North started with 5 diamonds.
Right.
So 5 diamonds, 3 hearts. What's going on in the club suit? He pitches a club. All right, he leads a spade, so the jack is going to force South to win the ace. Otherwise, Declare can lead up towards the queen.
Yeah, and South obviously has to get out with the club.
Right. Yeah, so now a club exit, a spade to the queen, and a spade, hopefully unplaying South, who Declares wishing has the club king, but
Yeah.
this is just going to be down 1.
Yeah, and obviously, right, he could make it by exiting a diamond and play North, but, this seems a lot more normal.
Right. All right, try that club queen, but North claims pocket kings.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. It probably the same down 1 and 4 spades. I think losing 2 spades are hard, but you can pitch a club on the. I guess actually you can get South in to play a club through, so maybe you can beat 4 spades too. I think the more likely source of a swing would be if East decides not to force a game on the East cards.
Yeah,
West might still accept it, of course.
Or if East-West do happen to make 3-no trump in the other room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think West hand is pretty soft, but again, red at him's probably, if he makes a game try, West is accepting.
So 20 count for Precario here.
Yeah, so I know their 2 diamond is 18-19. I'm not sure how they handle this range. Do they just open 2-no? They do.
Yeah, 2-no, 20-21. And is Donati once again going to bypass Stamen? This hand also looks somewhat appealing for that. No, but this time he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, this with a little bit extra in high cards, maybe you're content to play 3-no trump. But he will get there anyway.
Okay, they play Muppet Stamen.
So North might just lead a heart anyway, even knowing West has 4 of them. I think 3 diamonds did guarantee a 4-card major. No, he leads a diamond, so nice start.
Yeah, this diamond lead does great setting up South's diamond suit. So that's going to be 4 defensive tricks right off the bat. Declare, on the other hand, has a diamond, 4 hearts, and 3 clubs. And then is going to need to score an extra trick somewhere. Technically, South can get thrown in the diamond suit after this 9 diamonds lead. But that might not be what Declare plays for.
And we have another imp going the way of Belgium on board 20, but the other table is now playing board 21, which could be a huge swing.
Yeah, I mean, Belgium's chipping away at this lead, and they're only back by 2.
Yeah, so I wonder if that king is going to make life easier for Declare. And I'm not sure. The 9 I know would have been consistent with a lot of holdings from North. But if that king does look like suit preference, then South, then Declare might have some more options here.
Yeah, Precario's considering whether or not to duck this trick.
I think North could still have started with Queen 10-9 fifth here, right? I think the 9 would be their card from that holding as well.
He does go up with the ace, so he's retained this possibility of throwing South in.
So we would start with 4 rounds of hearts and see if anything interesting happens.
I also would like to say I don't think that North can have Queen 10-9 of diamonds.
I thought we had said that was their system card. Is it not?
They can have. So they lead the 9 from 10-9. They lead the 9 from honor 9-8, but they lead the 10 from honor 10-9.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, somehow I had the idea that it was straight 0 or 2, but I guess it is not. It's more of a strong 10 kind of lead.
Yeah, so Declare, of course, tries to play the clubs for 4 tricks, which is the simplest route to making their contract. If they could just take 4 clubs, 4 hearts, and the ace of diamonds, then they would come home with their vulnerable game. Now South just gets to ditch their 2 spades and claim the last 4 tricks. So this one feels... Well...
I mean, it can't be terrible for North-South. The East-West at 28 highs and couldn't make a game.
Yeah, the diamond lead was great, but yeah. I do think a heart lead from North, as you had posited, Declare is still a trick short. I mean, Declare could do it, but it's still a bit of a challenge to make 3 no trump.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point, it's just pretty normal to, cash your winners and hope something good happens, right? I mean, he might have been able to lead a spade to the ace, or spade toward the king on some layouts.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess here now he knows there's no remaining layout that can work.
Yeah, South probably faced their hand and claimed.
Yeah.
Well, Precario with a 14 count gets to open a club. North decides to pass.
I mean, they can't quite make a slam, but they're pretty close.
I mean, they might have been able to if North came in.
Oh, I see. By taking a diamond finesse to pitch 2 hearts and then a spade finesse. Yeah.
Well, or we might have just gotten 2 diamonds doubled for an enormous number.
Oh, yeah, that's possible too.
But yeah, so a club, a no trump. They have these game forcing relays that Donati and Precario play.
Yeah, I think East West might have been going for as much as 1,100, or North South rather.
So Donati has a nice hand with 16 highs, but it's a little bit flat. Lots of jacks. His hand is not all that slam suitable. I think he might just end up settling for 3 no trump.
Yeah, I think if West shows something like what he has, long clubs and more or less a minimum, he does have a little bit extra. East is not going to be that excited.
Yeah, just jack.
Like, if West decides to show extras, East might get a little too optimistic. The West hand is sort of on that in between, spot between like having a minimum with clubs and extras with clubs, depending on how light you open. Yeah, so 3 spades, whatever it is, obviously is more than a minimum.
Well, one knows game forcing. So this might be some very specific shape showing bid.
Oh, I was thinking that it might be both, both shape but also extras.
All right, looks like Donati has settled for 3-0.
And is it possible that 3 spades was just a way of getting to 3-0 with long clubs? I don't know.
Could be.
Yeah, not surprisingly, both North and South are asking what's going on here.
Right.
Well, after board 1, where they won 7 imps anyway, Belgium has not had a minus score at this table.
No, they've been very impressive throughout.
Yeah.
So, do we have entries to gamble on a club finesse? I think we have to go ace and a club.
I'm not sure why. I mean,
Well,
West has.
If we take a club hook and it wins,
We can cross back to the ace of hearts safely.
yeah. But I mean, is that really better than taking a heart finesse later?
And it more or less guarantees 11 tricks, right?
I mean, Declare has a little bit of danger on this trick, but I think we can just take the spade finesse.
No, I think that when the club finesse wins, assuming that the king really is with North, we can play heart to the ace X at a club, and North can't do any damage to us.
Sure, yeah.
We can just eventually just knock out the heart and take 11.
All right, Declare thinking real hard about going up with the ace of hearts and then squeezing North. Nope.
Wow, so we were wrong about what might happen on this board 21, where East-West stopped off to go for 500. They got to 5 spades in the other room, down 2. So, in fact, same imp result as in 4 spades, down 1, but, North-South got way overboard.
Yeah, although they can't feel too bad because apparently 4 spades wasn't making.
It wasn't making, and 600 was the same 12 imps.
Yeah.
Boy, so Belgium now taking the lead, 29-0 this segment to take a 10-imp lead over Italy.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. And, I mean, the Italians are going to need to get things together. This is, of course, the last set of the day. They'll have a bit of a break before starting up again tomorrow. But if they go in with a deficit, that would be something shocking that no one expected in this matchup.
Yep, so one note here, I believe, is 9-12, or is it 9-11? 9-11.
9-11, first and second seat, non-vulnerable. I got nothing for 2 now. I mean, it might show this shape. It might show...
Mm-hmm. Like some kind of 6-4 hand.
Yeah. Right.
And that would make sense, I think, because you can show your one suitors and major suit hands at the one level.
It is. And in fact, it shows 4 hearts with a 6 card minor.
Nice.
Okay, so that makes things easy for East West. So 3 clubs, 3 diamonds.
I mean, sort of easy. There is some work to do. If they can get North into play a trump through, those hearts are going to be a problem for Donati.
Right?
I mean, North might have tried a double of 3 clubs to get the lead.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
Yeah, so this will help. Of course, I don't think South could conceivably have led the Queen of Spades, but this will give Declare 1 extra trick. So he can pitch that club away on the King of Spades.
Right.
But so I think actually Declare's in very good shape now. I guess North can win the ace and play a diamond through. But actually, that only gives Declare 8 tricks.
Yeah, if the defense can take 2 hearts, a spade, and 2 diamonds, then that's enough to beat the contract.
Yeah, I think so. If North wins the ace and plays a diamond through, Declare is going to have 4 diamonds, 2 hearts, ace of clubs, king of spades. But what's his 9th trick supposed to be without a heart?
Good question.
You just need slightly better heart spots to be able to do something there, I think. That 8 is just not going to give him enough to work with.
No, so South pounces on this diamond switch, pulls dummies trumps. But now South needs to find a lead, right? And we're thinking that a low heart now is enough. Well, South does find a low heart. I mean, spades are out, and looking at this queen 10-9 of clubs, a club switch is of course not attractive.
Well, a club switch would let Declare make it.
Well, right. I mean, same as the spade. So
right.
The heart switch was necessary. So King of Diamonds pulls the last trump. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that... Well, so what happens if we run diamonds now?
Yeah, it was just... So...
If South ever pitches a heart, then we can maybe set up our long hearts.
How about we play a heart to the king, king and rough a spade, and then play the last trump?
Well, what are we pitching on the king of spades? If we pitch a club, then South just pitches all their black suit cards.
Yeah,
I think on the next diamond, South needs to pitch a club. South can see a spade pitch is fatal, and South has a count of the heart suit, so South should know a heart pitch is fatal. So South is forced into pitching a club on that trick. And North also needs to hold on to a doubleton heart, because if North pitches down to a stiff heart, then declare can always play a heart to the king of spades pitching a heart loser, and then lead the queen of clubs.
No, if South pitches another club, we can cash the ace of clubs, play a heart to the king, and play king of spades, spade to South, who will be end played to lead away from the queen of hearts.
Right. But
South can't afford to pitch a major either, though.
Well, but at that point, South has taken enough tricks, right? If South gets the queen of spades and the queen of hearts, that's 2 more defensive tricks.
Oh, right. Yeah, points.
Yeah, so South does correctly pitch a club on this. I mean, that was necessary. South kind of had a count. And North also does correctly pitch, well, a black suit card on this trick.
Yeah, so South pitched a major that was the end.
Yeah, and so now the task becomes a little bit easier for the defenders on the 6 of diamonds, because at that point, Declare doesn't have enough entries to unblock the heart king, cross back to hand, knock out a heart, and still get back over there to cash the 4th heart. So South could even pitch a heart on the 6 of diamonds.
Well, Italy is finally on the board on board 22. East-West did get to 4 spades in that 4-4 fit with ace 10 fourth offside and went down 2. So 3 imps, but other than that, this has been all Belgium.
Right? So... And I mean, in some sense, Italy did well at this table to end up... Okay, it looks like king of spades. Are we pitching a heart?
I think a club, and I think our best shot... Oh, I was going to say a club, and our best shot was that South had just started with queen third of hearts, or would that not be good enough? No, I guess it wouldn't be good enough. South would still have a spade winner.
Right. So Donati has decided to play for a strip squeeze against South. 10 of spades roughing and hoping that South is holding on to the jack doubleton of clubs. So he'll exit the 10 of hearts, but South gets to cash 2 heart tricks, and he gets the last one. It's a little bit disappointing. I mean, I guess he might cash the club ace now. Because if South really did have queen third of hearts that they started with, he could have just made it by setting up the 10 of hearts earlier. So, you know, South might not have been so fast to switch to a low heart away from queen third.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he does have some reasonable count of the high cards, given North's opening.
Yeah, anyway, I guess it's true that he could have been trying to throw North in, with North has the club heart queen and club king.
Yeah, that would be just barely possible, but it was possible.
All right, Donati opens a no trump this time. Percari opens 2 clubs.
Yeah, I think a hand where some players might be puppet who they're planning to force to game, but possibly he just was not willing to game force with that hand.
Yeah, I mean, it almost has a similar feel to board 22, where Donati decided to just bid 3 no trump with albeit a more no trumpy type hand, a bunch of queens and jacks and not aces and kings, but still a 4-card major, pretty weak 4-card major.
So South will almost certainly lead a heart, and then Declare has to figure out how to try to take 9 tricks. He can play on diamonds and eventually knock out a club, but of course, South will be able to continue hearts and, well, I guess actually South doesn't have an entry.
Right. Now, Declare doesn't know
Declare does have to guess the jack of clubs.
I mean, if I'm reading North-South's card correctly, South is going to lead the 3 of hearts 6th best against no trump.
Interesting. All right.
So Declare might not know that the hearts are 6-1.
Yeah, it sure does look like honor 6. They lead the 6th.
Okay, 3-0 passes out. Probably the 3 of hearts lead.
And I guess now you could try spade to the 10, diamond toward his jack 10.
Right? Yeah, I do wonder about squandering some of this communication in the spade suit, but that would be the preferable way to play diamonds. That way, if North has honor doubleton, then you could pick up 2 diamond tricks.
Yeah, and also, one straightforward way to make it is just, club to the king, club toward the 10-9, and hope for jack third in North instead of in South. Then we would have 4 spades, 2 hearts, and 3 clubs. Wouldn't have to worry about being off the whole heart suit.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, obviously a very specific holding, but, he can see that the defense has done a good job attacking his weak spot here. He doesn't know that the hearts are cut off.
No, there are certainly plenty of routes to get to 9 tricks if Declare reads the hand well here. I mean, I think the simplest is going to be win the opening lead and probably just lay down the 10 of diamonds. Because you're going to need to get a diamond trick. I mean, I guess you could play a club to the king and a club to the 10.
If you can take 3 club tricks, you don't need any diamond tricks.
Yeah, it's playing for a very specific club layout.
It is, but doing anything else is playing for a very specific heart layout, though, right? Where the hearts are completely cut off and they can't catch any winners in the suit.
That's a good point. Yeah, so maybe he does end up just going down pretty quickly.
Anytime North has a second heart, probably playing on diamonds is going to concede the contract. Concede a minus.
Okay. Declare plays low. Oh, Declare does put up the 8 from dummy at trick 1.
Yeah, trying to disguise the fact that he has this exact heart holding.
Well, Donati's thought for a little while. And eventually he does decide to go with his, what looks like the percentage chance. Club to the king, North does get to win this. Donati's bracing himself for the heart return, but it's just not coming.
Yeah, of course, South knows exactly what's going on in the heart suit.
Yeah, now, I mean, whether North returns a club or a diamond, South is going to get in twice. I mean, obviously, a diamond back would have made Declare's life a lot easier, and he would probably make it. But club to the jack, a heart continuation. South does have this diamond entry.
Mr. Declare will just have nothing to do from here.
Gotta cash out.
Yeah, I mean, cash out as winners and hope against hope that North had ace king of diamonds.
Right. So 2 clubs, pitching a couple of hearts, 4 rounds of spades, exit a diamond. Okay, we'll see a claim shortly. And then we got 2 more boards to play in the set.
Yeah, a little bit ahead of the other table. They're playing board 24. That was 3-0 in this room on kind of a marginal slam.
I hear that the marginal slam has been bid at the other table.
Ooh. Well, it can be made. Suspect it will not be unless North did something to pinpoint the location of the Queen of Diamonds.
Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled for a swing coming in on 24. It'll happen one way or another. But with 2 boards to go, I'm going to try and give a little spoiler of the results in the other matches, at least as far as we can tell. The USA 1 still maintaining a sizable lead over England. They're up by 40. Switzerland.
Just about what they came with. Yep.
Yeah, Switzerland over Sweden by 25, and Denmark over USA 2 by 31.
Yeah, Denmark is having a great tournament. I believe they finished second in the round robin.
They finished second in the round robin, correct? And then they qualified in 3 of the 4 events for the knockout stage. Wow. And I think in the 4th they finished 9th.
So South had the opportunity to open a weak 2 hearts, chose not to, or showing 2 hearts some way. I'm not sure exactly what they do here. Yeah, they could have opened 2 diamonds to show. No, he couldn't. 2 diamonds would show a 6-card suit when it's a weak 2 or 5-5 in the minors.
Yeah, you're allowed to distort a little
5 and hearts
bit.
A little bit. But.
So in the meantime, with North-South having never found their heart fit on this hand, East-West are getting a free ride all the way up to 4 spades, it looks like. And South on lead. The King of Diamonds is going to set up for... Or King of Hearts is going to set up for a diamond discard eventually.
Yeah, not if South leads a diamond.
Yeah, Declare will duck and protect that Jack of Diamonds, but...
yeah, but that doesn't work.
It won't work if North continues the suit and gets partner Diamond Rough, yeah.
Right.
But South elects to lead a trump, and now Declare has essentially no problem on the hand.
Yeah, just for the king and pitch a diamond away.
Yeah, exactly. So finally, quite a nice result for Italy here. North-South don't find their heart fit. I mean, it's not like 5 hearts is a good save or anything. It would probably end up being worse. That would be down 3. But maybe North-South would have found a diamond lead on a different auction.
Yeah, it's not totally clear what a trump lead was supposed to accomplish here. I guess just safety.
Yeah, maybe South just didn't want to break any of the other suits. Looking at that ace, queen, jack of hearts, figured oftentimes declare is the one with the heart king on an auction like this.
Declare is just going to play the other trump now. Yep.
All right, there's the king of hearts set up, and declare is going to claim 10 tricks. So good result for Italy. And speaking of good results for Italy, they're turning things around. Board 24, they defeat 6 clubs in the other room.
Yeah, honestly, that seems pretty normal. I think the only way you're making it is if North gives the show away. Otherwise, probably aren't you just going to try to rough out diamonds?
There aren't any entries to rough out diamonds.
Is that true? Even as strong a hand as he's had? Yeah, I guess that is true.
Kind of amusingly, South in the other room switched to diamonds to break up the impending squeeze. So
NFC good enough, huh?
Declare just actually didn't have a legitimate chance to make it after that, which is funny.
All right, well, last chance here. That'll put Italy back in the lead by 4, but this has been a pretty close match to this point, to the halfway point of the match.
Yeah, it really has. Although it feels like Italy has turned the heat up on these last couple of boards. 4 spades making, especially on that last one, could be a good result for them. So last board of the day, and then 56 more boards tomorrow. A diamond. Donati, kind of in the classic Italian style, makes a takeout double, a little bit off shape. Redouble by South, showing some values. 3 hearts preemptive from Precario. This is putting a lot of pressure on North-South.
Yeah, and they can beat 3 hearts a couple of tricks, but not enough to make up for the red game they can make.
No, and at these colors, yeah, I was going to say that South elects to bid 3 no trump.
Yeah.
To try and collect the vulnerable game bonus.
Yeah, so even with the diamonds not being useful in any way, he's still going to have 9 easy tricks, 4 clubs, ace, king, queen of hearts, and ace, king of spades.
Right.
Maybe he'll manage an extra trick one way, or another by playing on diamonds, but feels like 9 is going to be the limit most of the time. I guess maybe he can somehow strip squeeze east. I don't know. Ooh.
Yeah, I was wondering, the more Donati thought, whether he was planning on doubling this, that ace queen of diamonds, he really wants a he really wants a non-heart lead, basically.
Yeah, he's obviously hoping diamond to his queen, heart back, and and something good to happen, but
I thought
thinking about doing this.
Yeah, I kind of expected that Precario would have let a spade against 3 no trump. Looking at jack empty 6th of hearts, this doesn't look like one of these holdings where Declare is bidding on ace third or king third in the heart suit. It kind of sounds like he's really well prepared for a heart lead. So
if West does lead a diamond, East might make or South might make an over trick.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous for the Italians here.
And a spade lead declare is probably going to make only 9 tricks. Or it does lead a spade.
Yeah, I think this is quite a strong opening lead from Precario. I mean, especially after the double, he knows that hearts can't be the right lead anymore.
Right. Yeah, it's just a question of how unusual the unusual lead is supposed to be.
So let's see, what's the play here?
And South has to be a little concerned with entry management in case he said he's 10/4 of clubs.
Yeah, and I guess West can't have ace 10/4 of clubs, so... But he does go up with the ace of spades at trick 1. He'll lead the queen of clubs. And... as you say, this is just going to be 9 fast tricks. So this was actually, I think, quite a nice double by Donati, that if South only had 4 clubs and 3 diamonds instead, then 3 no trump was going to go down on a spade lead. Whereas on a heart lead, Declare might be able to set up the diamond suit, for example.
Is that true? Cash all of our non-diamond winners, cash all our round 2 winners, play spades to East, and sit back and wait.
Yeah, that might be the case. But valiant effort nonetheless.
Yeah, not playing with that many imps. If he invests 5 imps to potentially beat a red game, it's totally worth it.
Absolutely.
So I guess South is claimed fairly early, so that is 750. Nice result for the Belgians to end the segment.
Yeah, it is. And so they do pick up 5 imps on board 25, but this is where we're going to leave you guys. Make sure to check out the action at the other table. We will be back. Well, I will be back again tomorrow for the rest of the events, and we'll take you through the remaining 4 segments of the quarterfinals.
Yep, I'll be back for the second half tomorrow, so see y'all then. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks. All right, let's head to the other table, finish it out. Do we really have no co-casters in any of the other events? I know BBO said that they were like a little bit strained for getting people to do this at the last minute. But I guess I would have expected someone to show up. Who knows? I'm back. Man, I'm tired. I also have another WBF recap video to do immediately after this. Can we look at the defense on 24? You mean the hot diamond switch? Spade to the 10. So South does well not to pop up with the spade queen at trick 1. I mean, maybe that's obvious. Queen of clubs around to the club finesse, around to the king. And now South. Look at that. Someone has been studying up on their squeezes and how to break up squeezes. You got cut communication. Well, did we know all this from the auction? Let's see. A club, a spade, 3 clubs. 4 clubs, maybe some sort of slam try thing. I don't know what all these bids mean. Yeah, I'm not really sure what all these bids mean by East-West. Well, if 4 diamonds was a Q, 4 hearts was a Q, but 4 hearts isn't a Q, right? 4 hearts is just whatever this is. I mean, it could be a Q bid. But then, 5 diamonds wouldn't be the bid. Maybe 4 hearts was kickback. So 5 diamonds is 2 with. I mean, I'm sorry, what? Maybe four hearts was kickback for clubs? Dude. Anyway. Three no down one, huh? So what happened here? What was the defense? Heart to the jack and ace. Nine of clubs holding? Oh, that's disgusting. What is this? Like a 0% play? But like somehow the opponents are never going to find a cover? Like what I mean, if anyone's likely to be short in clubs, it's South, right? Because of the heart lead. What was the heart lead? It was the 4. This is like a weird expert standard thing where you just lead like one different from your like fourth best agreement or from your agreement, and somehow this causes declarer to mess up every time. Like when you have a really long suit against no trump, rather than leading like fourth best from 6, you lead fifth best from 6. And somehow it's just like all expert defenders just know that this is a thing and they do it every time. Eric, you've lost sound? Oh no. I hope it's just you. Well, let's look. Which thing do experts do all the time? God, pay attention. Hello? I can't just be repeating myself all the time. No, look, just look at the opening lead. Mono led 5th best from their heart sequence against no trump. I don't actually know what their conventions say, so I don't know if this is weird or unusual or not. I think it probably is. You think they play attitude leads? Well, he didn't lead the 3. So regardless of what their opening lead agreement is, he led the wrong spot card, or the wrong, in quotation, spot card. Oh no, Jeffrey, your sound dropped out as well a minute ago. Great. Glad that restarting YouTube worked. Well, Belgium's back on top. Belgium has had a monster set. Sound on Twitch? Perfect. A diamond, a spade, a no trump by South. Hearts and clubs. 2 spades. Oh boy. Wait a second. Wait just a second. 3 diamonds by DeFranco. Hold on. Because DeFranco could bid 4 hearts, but he knows that they're just going to bid 4 spades, so why bid 4 hearts, right? But we can bid 3 diamonds on our way to 4 hearts. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Jeffrey, you think picking Belgium was... Look at this. Although 3 diamonds got alerted, maybe it was something. Okay, first question, does Italy save in 5 hearts? Second question, what is 3 diamonds? Third question, how many questions do I get? double. Is this getting a diamond lead? I mean, this might get a club lead. I still don't know what 3 diamonds was. I have the feeling the 3 diamonds showed hearts. I get 4 questions. I only get 3 questions? Oh no, chat, get your act together. We need to come to a consensus on this. Just like wishes, I get 3 of them. But unlike wishes, I can't wish for more questions. Oh! Okay, it's not over, right? It is not over. Oh, this is so gross from Italy. I still want to know what 3 diamonds was. But just imagine sitting there in the quarterfinals of the Bermuda Bowl. You pick up this hand. Your right-hand opponent opens a diamond. You're like, I'm never getting my diamond lead. And then this auction happens, and you're like, well, I could probably just get my diamond lead, couldn't I? Oh my god. Is he gonna work this out? Oh, I would have gotten 4 questions, but I used up one of my questions in asking how many questions I get. That's very meta. And really unfortunate for me. I was hoping that I would have more questions to work with. I like how the text commentators at the table are just like, this contract can't be defeated. Wait, so the Doubleton lead was good? Dude, it was disgustingly good. Doubletons are the new ace from ace king. Yeah, North needs to play a diamond, of course. I mean, the 9 of diamonds, I don't know, I'll pull up their convention card. I'll pull up the convention card. Matt, I gotta time you out for a second. We can't be like sharing the Grazzo story as like your only claim to fame. Did I not do it correctly? What's the command? Nah, whatever. Fuck it. You get to live today. I tried. What was I looking up? I was looking up Mono and DeFranco's leads of a 9. Well, they found it. So they lead... wait, no, this is precious. We need to zoom in on this. Hold on. How can I make this bigger? Okay, here we go. These are their leads of a 9. 9 Doubleton. That is all. Just 9 Doubleton. These are the only leads of a 9 versus suit contracts. 9 Doubleton. That's it. Against no trump, there's a bunch of other things. 10 could be from a variety of stuff. Nope, 9 is just 9 Doubleton. That's all. Well, North worked it out. Yeah, singleton 9, you would have to lead something else. Okay, 11 imps back to Italy. The match is close to tied again. 3-no doubled making in the other room was the result on this board. Oh, I'm hungry. Okay, but fortunately the cheese and crackers does get me through lunchtime for the commentary on these things. So that's good news. One club, 2 diamonds. Could be anything. It's probably like hearts and weak. I bet they play 2 hearts as spades and weak as well. Oh no, this might be 1 major because they play like 2 hearts and 2 spades or like some sort of weird Flannery things. Oh, thank you, Polish viewer on YouTube, whose name I'm not going to try and pronounce. Declare could have, like, tried to be a little bit more clever about it by crossing in clubs to lead a heart up to get their discard for the diamond suit. I suppose the danger there would be if North has the heart ace then, because on the diamond return, Declare actually didn't have another diamond loser, so all they needed was for South to have a stiff spade to go with their stiff, or to go with their doubleton diamond. Whereas if you try and lead a heart up and North wins, then South gets a rough with their small singleton trump. But you're probably right that that might have been a better attempt, because like how could South not have either the heart ace or the spade ace for this auction? They have nothing in clubs. I feel like I feel like North South have been very lazy in bidding in this auction. DeFranco finally balances in with a double. Also, DeFranco forgot to open their 12 count in second seat. East bid 3 hearts. I mean, this might go double, I'll pass. South just lets it go. Oh boy. So diamond lead, I suppose. Well, so what? This goes diamond to the queen, heart towards the jack, South pops, the stiff queen falls, South continues another diamond, Declare wins, leads another heart up, South hops, spade to the ace, cashes a diamond. So they're going to get 2 trumps, a diamond, and 2 spades. This is going to be 1 down. Feels like Italy could have done a little bit better on this board. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put words in Mono's mouth. He's thinking about what to do on the heart. Yeah, South played for North not to have a 12 count as a passed hand. I feel like I would have done the same. Okay, let's see if I'm if I have been pinged to do the WBF broadcast yet, or recap. Not yet. $12 or 13 imps. Oh yeah, they're gonna get their diamond set up. So they will get the diamond trick. I mean, we're just following the line of play I quoted like a minute ago. Now another diamond to the ace, another heart, up with the ace, spade to the ace, king of diamonds cashes, cash the king of spades, done. Down 1. So this will be 12 imps. You can still score the 10 of hearts via spade ruff. Ooh, yeah, maybe Mono should have worked that out, right? Because he knows about the Diamond King. I mean, ish, right? And he's playing his partner for the spade ace when he switches to a low spade anyway. So maybe he should go king of spades spade. All right, but fine. The exact line of play that I quoted happened. I don't know. Is it time for me to sub in for one of these guys? 12 imps to Belgium. That was a big set for Belgium. They're up by 14 at the end of day 1. Uh-oh. Italy looked quite strong coming out of the round. Well, actually, Italy looked a little bit sluggish on the last 2 days. So I thought that they might just be kind of relaxing, but maybe they were getting tired after, 20 matches or whatever. Put Versace back in. Oh, is he sitting out? Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, they took him out for a set, and this is what happens. They do need him. He's the guy. Let's look at the standings, and then we will sign off. Lots of bridge left, says Babs. Yeah, even for teams like Canada, they'll still be playing in the transnationals. Who are we rooting for? I don't know. Personally, Alfredo's my boy. So I'm rooting for Italy. Is that okay? And the US teams. Well, USA 1 picks up another 4 against England in this set. So they're ahead by 43. Sweden makes a comeback against Switzerland. Zimmerman sitting out. So Sweden's within 13. And USA 2 does earn a couple of imps back, but Denmark's still in the lead in that match by 24. Can we look at board 23 again? What if Declare cashes the ace king of clubs and their hearts? Board 23. Hold on. Are you donating for me to look at board 23? I don't remember this hand. I mean, the point being that if Declare cashes 4 rounds of hearts, South pitches 2 spades. Okay, this thing is in the way. If they cash 4 hearts, South pitches 2 spades, right? Those are the only discards South needs to make. And then Declare needs to figure out what's going on in the club suit or the other suits. Like, you can always make the contract by throwing South in. It's always the case that you can make the contract by throwing South in. But the question is, for one thing, on whatever diamond was led, at this table, 3 of diamonds. At the other table, it was 9 of diamonds. Is that a doubleton? Because if you don't cash out clubs and clubs are 3-3, like if you play for the strip squeeze and clubs were just coming home all along, then you go down in a cold contract. So Declare just has to guess what's going on, and it looks fairly natural to cash out the clubs. Yeah, we're not into the semifinals yet. We still have all of these 0-0s to play tomorrow. 4 more segments, 1 more full day of bridge. Over in the Venice Cup, we have Netherlands on top of Australia by 13, France over Turkey by 12. Poland is crushing USA 2 in the Venice Cup. And Denmark is also crushing China. So 2 big matchups. I mean, Poland definitely would have probably been my pick to win the Venice Cup going into the thing. I mean, I don't know that much about any of the teams here, but Netherlands and Poland look like the 2 strongest by far. Thanks for tuning in, Babs. See you later. Is there anything to know about USA 1 choosing to play England other than Sweden? Not really. I kind of expected them to pick Sweden because they beat Sweden in the round robin and they lost to England. But again, it could have just been like based on players' personal preference or the coach talking to them about like, hey, this is what happened in the England match. We can definitely correct these errors. We got a little bit lucky against Sweden, so let's play against England instead. So yeah, I don't know why USA 1 picked England, but I feel like it's a bit of a toss-up there. Over in the Dorsey Trophy, USA 1 piles on another 27. They're up by 77 in that match. USA 2 up by 64 over Netherlands as well. Picking up another 2 this segment, but they're just like kind of cruising. Austria, Poland, very close between those 2 teams. Sweden and France has a ton of imps scored. This is just 56 boards, and they've almost scored 300 imps in that matchup. So lots of firepower there. And then over in the Wuhan Cup, well, USA 1 has pulled things together a little bit. They picked up 12 in this last set. So once the sponsor is out, they have been definitely the stronger team, or at least it looks like that on paper. But Romania is tough, and if USA 1 has another poor segment like they did in the opening set tomorrow, they could easily be out in the quarterfinals. But they're back by 24. Italy is ahead of USA 2 by 22. Denmark and China are neck and neck, and Poland and Hong Kong as well. Only 12 imps separate those 2 teams. So those are all of the standings currently for all the 4 events. I'm tired and hungry. What's the over-under for number of USA versus USA semifinals? I mean, Dorsey Trophy, definitely. Bermuda Bowl. Well, it's possible. It's possible, but you know, USA 2 is facing up against Denmark right now, so they would have to make a comeback in that matchup. So probably not. Maybe we count that at like 0.3. And then the Wuhan Cup is the only other one, but USA 2 currently behind by Italy. So I would say like 1.7 is the over-under. That's what I would rate it. USA, of course, has to play against the other team if both of them make it to the semifinals. We are not allowed to win both gold and silver in the event. I think just to make all of the finals matches interesting, because if 2 US squads play against each other, it could just be like, I mean, not sort of like some handshake to have fun, but it's like there's a lot of pressures off. USA has an advantage that they get to play against the other USA team in the semifinals. Yeah, I'm sure that's how they're looking at it. I mean, it could go either way, but I think in general, this is probably a disadvantage for the US in terms of earning the more prestigious medals. That there is a decent chance that at least one US team would win a semifinals match anyway. And there would be a possibility of both making it. Like, I think it's more likely that both US teams would win their semifinals matches than both lose, is how I would look at it. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, everyone. We'll be back again tomorrow, and then I will try and post links to the WBF broadcast. There is the WBF YouTube channel where they're starting to post some content, and I'm going to head off to do another video for them immediately after this. But I don't know if they're going to broadcast on YouTube. So we'll see if I can convince them to do that. That would be great. Otherwise, you can watch on Twitch, unfortunately. So hopefully all of the YouTube viewers will come and hang out on Twitch for that broadcast in a couple of days for the semifinals and finals. But for tomorrow, we'll be back in the morning. I think we're going to have Mark Smith again for tomorrow morning. And then I have 2 sets that I'm doing on BBO in the middle of the day. One maybe with Craig. And then we're going to have Anant with us for the final set tomorrow. And that'll just be on my channel. We'll be hanging out, chilling with you guys as my last official stream with you for the event. So hopefully everyone's been having a good time and enjoying the broadcast. I'm going to go grab some food. But thank you all for watching. Have a great day.